òtítọ́ wọlé irọ́ sápamọ́ igi tó fẹ́ ṣe bí òbí àbìdún ló jẹ́ olórin wẹ́wẹ́ ṣọ́ra ṣe ìjímèrè tó ń bá wọn lè pa ẹkùn ajẹ́ pátámù sọ fún wọn tó ajá olórí tó lè bá gbòkàn ẹ lọ ṣọ́ra. labalábá fira ẹ̀wẹ̀ yẹ òkò ló fara ẹ̀wà bẹ́ẹ̀. òye jẹ́ màrìwò ń yọwọ́ kò lè kọrùn yanrìn ò ní bómi wọ́ ṣẹ́ mọ́ pé tí gbogbo igi bá wọ́wé o àti wọ́wé ọ̀pẹ dọ̀rùn òwe àgbàlagbà. ojú ẹ̀dán kì í fọ́ láyé ẹ̀dán kì í kú lówe lówe ọ̀rọ̀. ìyá ayé ẹ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ ò kó ṣeé ṣe ibi gbogbo tí mo bá ti wà àfijọ́ ẹ̀yẹ tí ń jẹ lálẹ́ ìyá mi ò gúngún gẹ́gẹ́ ẹja máa fìrè fún wa. kò sẹ́yẹ tó ń bá gbé dáró dídá ẹnìkan kì í bálòpọ̀ kó sùn mọ́ wí o òwe ló já sí. kò sẹ́yẹ tó ń bá gbé dáró dídá ẹnìkan kì í bálòpọ̀ kó sùn mọ́ wí o òwe ló já sí. olúwa nìkan ni mo mọ̀ pé ó ṣe é gbójúlé o ẹ bá sáré lu òkun ọ̀sà lásán ni. adánitán ti dánitán kàbánijẹ́ tó wọlé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀mí àgbọ̀ òdodo ọ̀rọ̀ la fi ń sọ. òwe kàbánijẹ́ wọlé ó wọlé ó bá ní lọ́wọ́ wa tún ní ṣe ajá tó ti kú bá lómi àgbo mò ń sọ tèmi lọ́ba. bí mo gbé náà sí àmì ẹ̀fẹ̀kẹ́ mọ́lé ẹ̀fẹ̀kẹ́ mọ́lé à ń bèké o ara ń fún wọn gbogbo. kéré o lọ́mọ rẹ̀ fọmọ ayò ṣe kéré o.
jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. ṣì mí lọ́nà o mo tẹ́rí bá fàdà àgbà o àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé yẹn má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí omi kọ́ tó yẹ ọ̀la ni ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyàwó àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sáàdì ọba.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody dey pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we dey Mugu, I be the master. Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in Utomi. Refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you why? But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We dey move, I be the master. When no you go play wayo, dem go say na you style. When countryman do e go, you know the shout. All I kill I die. Whatever you go find it, I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my temple, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Tinubu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you why? But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you.
Let me see. Yes, I think I'm coming through. So that's fine. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? And a real big apology for the exceedingly late start for this particular session. We are starting later and later, but I'm not sure yet that we started this late. And I abandoned yesterday as well. So there's so much skittishness. I'm surprised that you guys are still holding firm. Actually, we will get to some normalcy at some point. Start to bring back guests. Starts to be a bit consistent, but where we are at the moment is where we are. So it's just what does Buhari always say? I think I said that all the time. You eat what you grow. Good day to you and all that. So no matter how late we start, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. If you're not already subscribed, just as you're being encouraged by Chioma right here, if you don't want to click on the like for me, you can at least click it for a pretty girl. So click on the like button, just as you're being encouraged to do so by Chioma right there. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you're subscribed as well. The numbers are not going up quite as sharply as we would like. So click on like and then subsequently click on subscribe. Do those two things. The hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll invite your thoughts. So that's how it works. So if you do want to come and join me on the screen to engage in conversation, then just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your ticket to ride. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on like, click on subscribe, share the links just as widely as you can. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. And as the example already set here by Chioma Still, super chats towards the stream. But super chat are higher denomination than Chioma right there. We're not accepting don't super chat at all if you're super chatting $2 and whatnot. Not a criticism of you, Chioma, I'm just saying in general. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat generously towards the stream. It's the case of 24 hours later, because the session we were intending to have yesterday is now the session that we are having today. I was going to go to Simon Ekpa today, but we'll just leave Simon Ekpa for the moment. Maybe we'll do an afternoon session tomorrow, and then we'll do Simon Ekpa then. But or we may even touch on it today. But the session we were intending to have yesterday is the session we're now having today. And that session wraps around look at Chioma. Was that me squeezing money out of you? Well done, Chioma. That's always Chioma. Richard and Dangote. so that's Chioma right there, Richard and Dangote. So now, yes, you've knocked me off my stride now with your super chat, Chioma. So now, the session we were intending to have yesterday is the session that we're having now today. And there's an inherent hypocrisy. There's an inherent hypocrisy that underpins the Nigerian political landscape. You know, they say that 24 hours is a long time in politics. They say politics is a confluence of strange bedfellows. They say trust and loyalty is anatomic to politics. All of that comes into play. So now this now part to Utomi, who has been raging and riding against Tinubu for the last 2 years and a bit. This same part to Utomi, his history with Tinubu is significantly different from what is playing out now. So the relationship for Pat Utomi and Tinubu, the history of that relationship is completely different from what is playing out now. So I'm going to play you 2 videos. I'll play you the first video before I read out this particular article. Then I'll play you another video after I've read out the article, just to see then that you should never hang your hat on a politician, especially a Nigerian politician. Just the the betrayal and the inherent hypocrisy is just is next level. So I'll play you this clip. It's just about a 40-second little musical ditty, but I want you to pay attention to the light-skinned guy dancing behind Tinubu. So this clip came out about 5-6 years ago. So I want you to pay a special attention to the light-skinned guy dancing behind Tinubu. Watch So there it is right there. You can spot the distinct albinic features of our part Utomi right there. So inherent hypocrisy. He was daddy's boy. So now in this new era of the obedient ethno-politic space, he has now, a lot of people are making a lot of mistakes. A lot of people are making a lot of mistakes. Hold on. Yes, a lot of people are making a lot of mistakes. A lot of people, they conflate the noise with popular will. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's a lot of noise. There's also a wave of heavy noise coming out of the Nigerian space at the moment. And that wave of heavy noise is weighted heavily toward against the presidency. So, there was one particular clip that I wanted to, somebody sent it to me earlier on. Do I still have it? Actually? Hold on. Maybe that will be same. Going to a lot of people will conflate that heavy criticism as being reflective of the popular will of the people, but it is as fast of Nigeria. They say empty barrel makes the loudest noise. And if you really want to know what is going on in any country, don't pay attention to the noise, pay attention to the silence, because it is within that silence that the substance of what is going on in that country apologies. It looks as though we may well be back to these skittish streams. I'm not quite sure how much of what I said you heard, but what I was saying is that you should not pay don't pay too much attention to the noise. Not only within the Nigerian political space, but in politics in general. Don't pay attention. Don't pay too much attention to the noise. Don't pay too much attention to what seems to recall most fervently within the space. What you should pay attention to is the silence, because the majority often don't always speak. It is the vested interest of the minority that you hear most fervently within any political paradigm. That is where I was going to with all of that. But let's get into what Pat Utomi has to say. Shadow government, my hand primed for DSS handcuffs, not scared of death. So this is Pat Utomi embellishing it somewhat now, hamming it up a bit. So that's the embellishment then of Pat Utomi. Economist and political activist Professor Pat Utomi has reacted to the legal action initiated. Economist and political activist Professor Pat Utomi has reacted to the legal action initiated against him by the Department of State Services (DSS) following his decision to form a shadow government. Correspondents earlier reported that on May the 5th, 2025, Utomi, hold on. Unless it's very important, please, nobody think, because hold on. All right. Okay. I can't unblock you on the comment section at the moment, but I will do when I finish the reader. So that's Tony then telling me that somebody has blocked him in the comment section. It's just wild the way this platform runs sometimes. People actually don't inform me what they've done. You know, I wonder if people are trying to subvert the platform sometimes. You know, some of the actions borderline subversive. Shadow government, my hand primed for DSS handcuffs, not scared of death. This is Pat Utomi. Economist and political activist Professor Pat Utomi has reacted to the legal action initiated against him by the Department of State Services (DSS) following his decision to form a shadow government. Correspondents had earlier reported that on May the 5th, Utomi launched the Big Tent Coalition shadow government designed to serve as a credible opposition to President Bola Tinubu's administration. So what does that mean, a credible opposition? That's really, because there's somewhat of an ambiguity to that. So Pat Utomi is not an opposition. It's not a political party. It's not a didn't run in the last elections. It doesn't command any. It's not the overseer of any political platform. So how is it then forming an opposition to the government? From what prism is that opposition being formed? Correspondents had earlier reported that on May the 5th, Utomi launched the Big Tent Coalition shadow government designed to serve as a credible opposition to President Tinubu's administration. According to Utomi, the new body draws its membership from a cross-section of Nigeria's opposition parties and is tasked with regularly scrutinizing government actions, identifying policy failures, and proposing alternative solutions in key areas, including the economy, education, healthcare, infrastructure, law and order, and constitutional reform. In response, the DSS dragged Utomi to court and accused the candidate of the African Action Congress, ADC, in the 2007 presidential election of attempting to illegally usurp the executive powers of President Bola Tinubu. It told the court that Professor Utomi's action was capable of destabilizing the country as it was intended to create chaos. In a post shared on his X account on Friday, Utomi dismissed the allegations and said he remains resolute in his commitment to democratic ideals. I am heartened by messages of solidarity from across Nigeria in this shadowy business of chasing shadows of shadow cabinet. So he's trying to be cute with what's there. Reminds me of Nigeria, of the Nigeria I used to know. I want to thank all. It is energizing. It is energizing. Some want to put together 500 lawyers to defend me against the DSS. To worship money and power at the expense of the future all our children will live with no care for peace and progress of those times is condemnable by all decent conscience. So I want you to pay attention to these words, to this paragraph. So hold this paragraph in abeyance. Put it at the back of your thoughts. Hold it in abeyance, because I'm going to play you a clip shortly that will speak to this paragraph right here. It says that to worship money and power at the expense of the future all our children will live, with no care for peace and progress of those times is condemnable by all decent conscience. They have a moral obligation to push back on such darkness. It is amazing that we are chasing shadows while our constitution is unraveling, aided by those in power. The constitution holds that those who defect from parties they were elected from must have their seats declared vacant. If DSS enjoys going to court, it should prosecute such. So this is Utomi now, still feeling emboldened somewhat. In earlier posts to Utomi, referencing his past involvement in pro-democracy efforts during the Abacha era, recalled chairing a conference of Nigeria's democratic future somewhere in Lagos. He wrote, it was put as a question, is this how democracy dies in Nigeria? The answer in the affirmative. This is how democracy died in Nigeria, where citizens cannot organize themselves to ask questions of their agents. Under Abacha, we brought Nigerians together at St. Leo in Ikeja for a conference on the future of Nigeria. I chaired, so it goes on and on. Where am I? I will arrive on, so it goes on and on anyway. But let me play you this clip. I really just wanted to build it up to land on this clip. Look at Choma people. I think some people only come here for Choma. So I was only really building it up to land on this clip. So that was part Utomi raging and riling against Tinubu. But this now clip is part Utomi once upon a time.
We're so partisan, we're so political. People miss the point when you talk about it. They look at the person. I think what happened to Lagos was that it got very lucky and got a fellow called Bola Ahmed Tinubu to be governor in 1999. Why do I think this is the case? Again, in 1998, after I returned from exile, I ran into him at an event. In fact, he came to me. I didn't really know him. I knew of the name. And he came to me and said hello and said, look, I wanted to meet you when we were in exile. Whenever Nadeko gathered to say, look, what should we do? Chief Enahor or somebody will invariably say, look, who knows what is on ground in Nigeria? Does anybody know what Utomi think of the subject? And he said, invariably, he would be the one. He would have read what I would have written, and he would offer the Utomi position. And that often was where Nadeko chose to go. And I thought, I said, that's very kind of you all. And blah, blah, blah. So when he was elected governor, he sought me out, and he wanted me to work with his team to develop a view of Lagos.
So were you with the transition working group?
Yes, I was chairman of one of those transition working groups. I actually was the one who made the presentation.
Wow.
At the Sheraton, when he give the I don't know what it was called. I made the statement for the group at the Sheraton. But after that, I was then invited to what was like a retreat of the team that he was going to work with in Ijebode, a Gateway Hotel in Ijebode. And subsequently, after he became governor, I used to actually lead the cabinet retreats that he had.
Oh, they were having retreats?
Oh, yeah, every quarter in Akodo. Everything that's happening in Lagos was planned back then. That is why my respect and regard for him is extraordinary. And I told somebody this story a few days ago. Why do I think that Bola Tinubu is a leader? In those early days, there was tension. He didn't get along with his deputy. And at one of those retreats we had in Akodo, and of course everybody would talk. In spite of the tension, everything was flowing very smoothly. The deputy was very aggressive in stating her views on things. There would be just quiet and the conversation would continue as if nothing, either they ignored what she said or they just politely commented on it and moved on. I said, this is really nice. I'm sure I'm amazed these fellows can manage these differences so well. That went on until one day that the governor had something to run into Lagos for. Not long after he left, these women in the cabinet, the criminals in Sanko, descended on this woman and tore her to pieces. At that moment, it struck me. It is the aura of this Bola Tinubu fellow that's keeping this place working. That was the day he won my respect. And it is all those plans that are played out. They had problems. They had difficult times. There were times when he got too political. And he had the good judgment to pick a successor. Most of us disagreed. We thought he should pick somebody else. We preferred somebody else. He explained his reason. A successor turned out to do a pretty decent job. And then again, next step. Again, we saw wisdom in the choice that was made. So, gentleman has my respect.
So that was part of Utomi once upon a time. On the same Tinubu that is not telling you now that is the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of mankind. So, like I said, don't hang your heart on a politician. So don't hang your hat on a politician. Federal government cancels all school fees at all 33 federal science and technical colleges starting 2025-2026. So I think the era of that Awolowo free education is what we're trying to revert back to. Federal government cancels all school fees at all 33 federal science and technical colleges starting 2025-2026. So free tuition, free meals, free accommodation, monthly stipends, national and international certificates, startup loans, and grants after graduation. Basically, the children of nobody just became the biggest winner. So that's that. That's an extension then of that NEL fund thing to capture technical education, so sort of learning a trade. So another feather in the cap of so these are all tools, by the way, that will be used to campaign in 2027. Why I will not contest against Tinubu in 2027, the whiskey-loving former governor of Rivers State, Yemsin Wike. So the whiskey-loving former governor of Rivers State, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemsin Wike, has stated that he has no interest in running against President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election. There have been speculation that if the People's Democratic Party, PDP, agrees to zone its presidential tickets to the south, Wike will join the race. So yes, there is no permutation that permutates Wike into Wike's. You have to understand the politics that Wike is playing. So if and when the tickets get zoned to the south, if PDP zones its tickets to the south, it is Seyi Makinde that will run against Tinubu, not Wike, because Wike's plans is to be vice president in 2031. So that's his own political trajectory. So it's political, and that is where his political career will plateau. By the way, that will be the capping off of his political career. But Wike's politics is to become vice president in 2031. So, and it will cross over, of course, to APC just as soon as the elections of 2027 has come and gone. It will cross immediately over to APC. But no, Wike wants that ticket zoned to the south, so that that ends the political career of Atiku Abubakar. That's one, and then he would then install Tinubu as the candidate for the PDP. Tinubu, of course, will be back in there quite easily, and then he gets his second term. Wike then crosses over to the APC to become a vice president in 2031. So that's the permutation playing out. Why I will not contest against Tinubu in 2027, Yemson Wike. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike, has stated that he has no interest in running against President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 election. There have been speculation that if the People's Democratic Party, PDP, agrees to zone its presidential ticket to the south, Wike may join the race. However, speaking in an interview with BBC Pidgin, the former Rivers State governor said he cannot contest against his boss. His boss asked if he will contest if the main opposition party zones its ticket to the south. Wike simply said, "I will not contest. Why will I contest against someone I am working for?" When the interviewer further asked him if he believes President Tinubu would win the 2027 election, Wike said there is nobody in the opposition to challenge the president. It's not even saying anything revealing. There is nobody in the opposition to challenge Tinubu. They said they will zone it to the south. Let them zone first. When we get to the bridge, we will know how to cross it, he said. Meanwhile, Wike has downplayed comparisons of his tenure with that of former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, who also served as the FCT minister during the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Speaking in an interview with BBC Pidgin on Saturday, Wike clarified that he does not want his performance to be directly compared with El-Rufai. Correspondents report that he acknowledged El-Rufai's significant contributions, but emphasized his unique approach to governance. Whilst El-Rufai has been widely recognized for his impactful tenure as FCT minister, with many considering him one of the best to have served in that position, Wike stressed that every minister has his own approach and priorities. He said, "I am not working to be compared with anybody or El-Rufai or anybody else. For me, when Tinubu informed me that there is work to be done, and I saw that he was sincere and he gave me the support needed, then I realized he wants me to change Abuja. People are the ones judging because they are the ones that see. I have never stayed in Abuja before. When and by the way, Wike is not even an Abuja man. No, I doubt if he has property in Abuja even. Maybe he does now, but it strikes me more as a riverine sort of a person than anything else. It sounds like a homebody, like they say in America, somebody that prefers to stay with his own type, his own kit and kin. People are the ones judging because they are the ones that I see. I have never stayed in Abuja before. When El-Rufai was the minister, I was the chairman of council, and I didn't come to Abuja, so it will be difficult for me to talk about comparisons. All I know is that people said El-Rufai tried. I don't work to compare. So that's Wike right there, telling us then what we already know, that it's not going to run against Tinubu. There was never any expectation. Nobody ever did the permutation of Wike ever contesting against Tinubu. Most unlikely, probably almost even impossible. Let me send the link again. Anybody that wants to come in, come in. Nobody in the studio at the moment. If you want, I know it's quite late, so I'm not holding my breath. But if anybody out there wants the conversation, there's the link right there. So that's the link right there. Let's go on from that to this. This one really amused me when I saw it, actually. When I read it to you now, or should I even just play it to you? Let me just play it to you. I think that works better, doesn't it? Let me just play it to you. I think there's an embedded clip in there somewhere. Yes, this is a this is a governor. Anyway, you listen.
Starting today, I'd like everyone to hear in your
All right. It doesn't want, is it cooperating with us or not?
local government is insubordination. It is wrong for the governor to go on an appointment if nobody else follows him. Are members of my first 11, and I do.
All right, that's lagging a bit too much, but that's Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom. It says that Nigerian governor cries out as commissioners abandon him. So Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom State has warned members of his cabinet against abandoning him at public functions, adding that any cabinet member caught in the act will be sacked with immediate effect. In a trending video, the governor warned that he would sack any cabinet member he could not find behind him anytime he was outside, adding that his simplicity should not be misinterpreted as weakness. The governor added that he was issuing the warning to the commissioners and aides, because when people hear that the commissioner from their local government have been fired, they should know it was because of insubordination. He noted that it was wrong for him as the governor to be left at an event whilst the commissioners and aides were nowhere to be found. According to him, the commissioners and aides are his first 11, and their job is a full-time one, 24/7. He now emphasized the importance of loyalty, protocol, and presence, adding that every cabinet member must be committed to their office, or that should be official, that is, their office responsibilities. He stressed that he did not announce his movement, and so it goes on and on. So what he is saying essentially is that it was at an event, and it didn't have his ministers surrounding him to be telling him how wonderful he is. Let's try one more time.
Today, I'd like everyone to hear, because
you know, I'm going to have to change either my internet provider or whatever it is. The lagging
when they
in
hear
this.
that fired the commissioner in your local.
Oh, all right, I cannot bear this anymore. So that's that. So what he's saying essentially is that whenever he's out in public, if his commissioner should be there, praise singing him, telling him how wonderful he is. So there he is right there. So there he is right there. Let's go on from that to another one. That is if this one loads up. Yes, let's go on from that. Let's go to this one instead. All right, let's go to this one. Are you coming up or not? All right, let's go to it's the same one. Right, 29-year-old Nigerian British So this is bad grammar, by the way. So of course it's Briton, not Nigerian British, Nigerian Briton, Briton. So that's what it should read as. 29-year-old Nigerian British makes history as UK's youngest mayor. So another feather in the cap of the diasporic Nigerian. It looks as though the UK has become Yoruba land now, with the leader of the Conservative Party being a Yoruba woman, and now this latest feather in the cap being a Yoruba girl as well. Can we call a 29-year-old a girl? Let's call her a woman. 29-year-old Nigerian Briton makes history as UK's youngest mayor. Princess Opeyemi Bride has been inaugurated as the youngest mayor in the United Kingdom after assuming office as the first citizen of London Borough of Barking and Dagenham. At 29, Bright's appointment marks a historical milestone for both the Nigerian in diaspora and youth representation in British politics. Her inauguration on Friday, May the 16th, drew widespread attention as a symbol of diversity and the increasing global footprint of Nigerians in public office. There is nothing short of God. This is nothing short of God's grace, Bright said in her acceptance speech. I am proud to serve my borough, and as a proud Nigerian, I will represent my heritage with humility and excellence. I wonder if Kemi Badenoch should be taking notes from this girl. So she says she's a proud Nigerian. She's not, of course, Nigerian fully. She's British of Nigerian. She's British born of Nigerian heritage. So she's more really technically she's an English woman, but historically, ancestrally, ancestral. How do you say that word? I can't get what's out. This in terms of her ancestry, she's Nigerian. So, but she still harkens to her Nigerianness, whereas Kemi Badenoch is trying to distance as much as she can from her Nigerianness. So that's just the conflation right there. That's the yin and yang of how Nigerians manifest within this country. This is nothing short of God's grace. Bright says in her acceptance speech, I am proud to serve my borough, and as a proud Nigerian, I will represent my heritage with humility and excellence. May this journey inspire others to lead, serve, and rise. So that's another feather in the cap of the Nigerians in diaspora. Born in the United Kingdom to Nigerian parents, Bright began her political career at the age of 22 when she was elected as a councillor. Over the past 7 years, she has focused on youth empowerment, social inclusion, and economic opportunities within her local community. She follows in the footsteps of her mother, Dr. Councillor Afolashade Bright, who served as a civic mayor of Hackney between 2006-2007. Her father, Pastor Bolahon Bright MBE. So MBE, by the way, is a member of the British Empire. So that's the sort of she follows in the footsteps of her mother, Dr. Councillor. The Nigerians love titles so much. Which one is Dr. Councillor again? I wonder why she didn't put Professor and Alaji as well. She follows in the footsteps of her mother, Dr. Councillor Afolashade Bright, who served as civic mayor of Hackney between 2006 and 2007. Her father, Pastor Bolahon Bright MBE, is a senior minister in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Bright's achievement is the latest in a growing list of Nigerians making waves in global politics. Other prominent figures include UK Secretary of State. She's not Secretary of State anymore. She's not. When did this come out? Kemi Badenoch is not Secretary of State anyway. When did this actually come out? Because I saw it in today's news cycle, but Kemi Badenoch is not Secretary of State. So what's the date on this one? Yes, this says May the 17th, 2025. So whoever wrote this is an idiot anyway. So yeah, Kemi Badenoch is not Secretary of State. She's the leader of the opposition. So it says, Bright's achievement is the latest in a growing list of Nigerians making waves in global politics. Other prominent figures include UK Secretary of State Kemi Badenoch, Labour MP Chi Onwura, Canadian Minister Uzoma Asagbara, and U.S. Congresswoman Esther Agbaje. So there it is right there. So the next step, the next thing that can impress now, because Nigerians now becoming important, occupying important slots now, it's something that now that we, of course, start to take for granted. The next thing that could impress now is if a Nigerian leads a major country. If a Nigerian becomes the Prime Minister of Britain, the President of the United States, then we can talk again. But a Nigerian becoming a minister or a councillor, that doesn't impress anymore. So we go on from that to this. Yes, ancestrally. Yeah, thank you, Oscar Blackbone. I'm glad at least one of us understand the English language. Finland charges Simon Ekpa with inciting terrorism. This guy, he will rot in jail. Nigeria has not actually even formally requested the extradition of this cross-dresser just yet. But it looks as though they finished. They still have matters to discuss with him. Finland charges Simon Ekpa with inciting terrorism. So let's get it. Finnish prosecutors on Friday said they had charged a man with inciting terrorism online, who a media report identified as a Nigerian separatist leader, Simon Ekpa. Finland's National Prosecution Authority, in a statement that Finland's National Prosecution Authority said in a statement that it had charged a Finnish individual in a case involving suspected public incitement to commit crimes with terrorist intent and participating in the activities of a terrorist group. It added that the alleged crimes had been committed in the city of Leyte between 2021 and 2024 and were related to the suspect's effort to establish Nigeria's Biafran region as an independent state. The prosecution authority did not name the accused. The prosecution authority did not name the accused, but Finnish public broadcaster YLE identified him as separatist leader Simon Ekpa. So it looks as though I thought he was already charged. He will be sentenced, and he'll probably spend the next. I think he'll probably spend the whole of Tinubu's tenure in prison. Maybe they'll release him to come and start fighting the next Abuki that takes over from Tinubu. Ekpa, who claims to lead the Biafra Republic government in exile, was detained in November. According to the prosecution authority, the accused remained in custody and denied the charges. Ekpa is known as a self-proclaimed leader of a faction of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, which is pushing for the independence of Nigeria's southeast, where a bloody civil war was fought in the late 60s. The dwarf Finnish Nigerian national has also been a local representative for Finland's Conservative National Coalition Party in the city of Leyte, north of Helsinki, where he has served on a public transport committee. When Ekpa was arrested, Finnish authorities also requested that 4 other people be remanded in custody on suspicion of financing Ekpa's activities. On Friday, the prosecution authority said the prosecutor had decided to drop charges against 4 others in the case four others in the case due to lack of evidence. Ipa has been the subject of several AFP's fact checks in recent years over false claims and disinformation he has made in independence campaigning. So that's someone Ipa right there. It looks as though we can forget him for a good while. All that noise that he was making. So we go on from that. Let me send the link again. There's nobody still in the studio. If you want the conversation, hop on. How body AB? I thought you were on another side making noise with the usual suspects. Nigeria's FX reserves gained $364 million in 2 weeks, first steady climb since January peak. So the foreign reserve continues to grow and grow. And Nigeria's external reserves has recorded a sustained Nigeria's external reserves has recorded a sustained rebound for the first time in 2025, rising by $364 million between April the 30th and May the 14th, 2025. This marks the first consistent 2 weeks upward trend in the country's foreign reserve since they peaked on January the 6th at $40 billion. According to the latest figures published by the Central Bank of Nigeria, the gross external reserves stood at 37.9 billion on April the 30th and reached 38.2 billion on May the 14th, reflecting a 0.96 increase in 14 days. So how did it drop from 40 billion to 37 billion is the first question before we then find out how you are trying to push it up again. In 1997, JAM nullified 95,000 UME results, but for malpractice. So they just start digging through the archives to tell us then that what is going on with JAM at the moment is not new or unfounded. So so there's that. Let's go on from that to this. Fubara is my boy, says Wike. So I'm sure there's context behind that. I think that's probably a very long speech to them to make it seem as though he was trying to diminish him. A former governor of Rivers State, Yemson Wike, has described his successor, Similaya Fubara, as his boy amidst the political rift between the two. Wike, who is the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, said that though the President Bola Tinubu had sued for peace, he was not opposed to the move. That boy is my boy, my son. How can I fight a battle with him? Those I fight are people who want to steal what they did not work for. The president called me to make peace. I said, boss, how will you tell me to make peace and I won't? He said in an interview with BBC Pidgin. The disagreement between Wike and Fubara led to a political crisis in the state. Consequently, President Tinubu declared a state of emergency in Rivers State, suspending Fubara, his deputy, and the House of Assembly. He also, so we know all that. Is there anything else? All right. So essentially, they just wanted to highlight that he called him his boy in an interaction with the BBC. So that's a bit of mischief-making journalism right there. So this will be the last readout. Then I'll send the link one more time. Nobody turns up. We bag and target. So nobody turns up with bag and target. Article shares how he escaped assassination attempt. They shot at me. So this would be a lie, of course. Former Vice President of Nigeria and founder of the American University of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, has once again affirmed his belief in his belief in education as the most powerful tool for transforming lives and building nations. Addressing the AUN class of 2025, Atiku shared deeply personal reflections and life lessons aimed at inspiring the new graduates to lead with conviction and resilience. Yes. Recalling his early struggles, Atiku told graduates that his late father once jailed for opposing his enrollment in school, an experience that shaped his unwavering commitment to education. So I think that's an old story, actually, that his father never wanted him to go to school. Recalling his early struggles, Atiku told graduates that his late father was once jailed for opposing his enrollment in school, an experience that shaped his unwavering commitment to education. We started from nothing, sitting on the bare ground, writing with our fingers. That's how far I have come. He said in a podcast produced by AU Communications and Multimedia Department. So that's article right there, trying to pass on his corruption expertise to new graduates. So that's that. So that's that. Let me play you the clips that we do have, and then we see what happens next. All right. So actually, let's Akerele Bokno or something that used to be Tinubu's deputy when he was a governor of Lagos State. So here are
Right now,
her views.
what do you make of
Tinubu.
what is happening in the APC when an incumbent governor could not get a return ticket?
Well, I think it's absolutely disgraceful what has happened in APC, because it would seem that the whole idea in APC is that everybody should be serving one man, and if you are not ready to serve that one man, then you are out, so to speak, and that one man is the person who decides who is who, and everybody has to worship him, everybody has to bring dues to him, and it's not a political party, it's more like a mafia organization.
You were very close to him before now. Has he always been like that?
Very close to who?
The former governor.
Which former governor?
The president you are referring to.
Well, I was never very close to him. Yes, we were together in the Senate. We were together. We fought for the June 12, restoration of June 12, and I was his deputy. But certainly, if the way he treated me when I was his deputy governor was the way you treat somebody who's very close to you, then I'm sorry. I think it leaves much, much, much to be desired.
Do you think the PDP stand a chance in this election?
Yes, I do.
Really?
Because I believe everybody's fed up with APC. What have they done for the people? They have impoverished the people. They have driven businesses away to other countries. So what is the benefit to the other ordinary person? People are starving. Very few people can even afford 1 square meal a day in Nigeria today.
Because a lot of people, a lot of people in Lagos have this feeling that APC is synonymous to Lagos, and Lagos is synonymous to the APC.
APC is not synonymous to Lagos, and Lagos cannot be synonymous to APC. Just because one person thinks that they have Lagos State in their pocket does not mean to say that APC is synonymous to APC.
Have this feeling that APC is synonymous to Lagos.
And that's it right there. So those are the views then of Akerele Bokno, the erstwhile deputy of Tinubu. It's always puzzled me why they say 1 square meal or a square meal. What is a square meal? That's just where the question is. What is a square meal? 1 square meal, 2 square meals, etc., etc. So there's that. Let's listen to are speaking to the tribal underpinnings, the tribal backdrop of Nigerian politics, and how people always rally to their
If you
own.
have an OB as a president today, the opposition will come from the southwest and the northern part of Nigeria. It has always been that. When Buhari was the president of this country, the north was silent, and that's many in the north were silent. And even at a certain time, when I stood up in the parliament, in the Senate, to raise issues about insecurity and killing some my people, the first serious resistance and opposition I get is from senators from northern part of Nigeria, because at that time, you're expected to be quiet, to enable the system, to be silent, to also embrace whatever it is, because the president comes from your own part of the country. And that any attempt for you to raise objection to the killings in the north, to the poverty in the north, to the out-of-school children issues in the north when Buhari was there, you'll be reminded that you shouldn't damage the image of the president since you are coming from that part of the country. In fact, this is the only president I've seen. The culture in the Southwest is different, that people from the Southwest are speaking out. And I think they are setting a standard for people from all parts of the country, that it does not mean when your own is in power, you should not be able to speak the truth. Our refusal to speak the truth to Buhari regime, our refusal to tell him where he is wrong, led to the north to where it is today.
All right. So there it is. So true words spoken then by our senator from Kaduna. So true words spoken by our senators from Kaduna. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you here. When I first saw it, my heart skipped a bit. They're starting to send terrorist cells into Lagos State now, and I'm not quite sure that Lagos is capacitated for handling terrorism, but they are starting to send terrorist cells, the Malams. They are starting to send terrorist cells into Lagos State now. So here is a particular terrorist cell that was intercepted by the Lagos State authorities, but they are starting to send terrorist cells into Lagos now. Watch this.
See, Baba, they say they come from Casina. They all come work for Dangote Refinery. Shebi, Dangote Refinery. Say they won't come work for Dangote Refinery. So we saw them this morning. They say they come from Casina. This is Bejileki, front of Dano, Legal Free Zone. Kano, Casina. Okay, you come now from Casina. You come. Are you in Nigeria? Yes. Where are NIN? Where ID card? Let me see your ID card. NIN. Make I see. Wait, make I see now. Okay, this is your NIN.
So that is right there. So apparently, allegedly, they are sending laborers from Katsina to Lagos. So as though the people in Lagos State, they are already fully employed, they couldn't find laborers in Lagos, so they had to send them all the way from Katsina into Lagos. So that's a terrorist cell right there, and you'll see their activities fairly soon. Let me play you this last clip. This is an interaction that speaks to the Fubara Wiki space. It's full of heavy-hitting grammar. It's the grammarians in this one. Watch this.
When he made that speech on Sunday at a kind of tribute event for our wonderful late patriarch, Chief Edwin Clark, who, by the way, would have been horrified by his statement. I think I can say that because I knew Clark pretty well. Many of us felt betrayed. I honestly felt as if someone had given me a kick in the stomach. I said so. At the time, several people contacted me and said, what did he say? Did he really say that? So Fubara has to make his mind up. Since this problem started on March the 18th, he has maintained this sort of like dogged silence, apart from once telling us on Easter Sunday to ally with President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which is not what you expect to hear from a PDP governor.
Indeed.
Who is being attacked by President Tinubu. Because let's not make any mistake about it. He's been pretty well sacked. His posters have been ripped off billboards, and our resources have been hijacked. So, okay, so he made one statement on Easter Sunday, which made a lot of us very angry. And then he made another statement last Sunday, which made a lot of us feel very betrayed. I have subsequently spoken to, I've only met Simfara once, and he seemed like a perfectly pleasant man. But I know people who know him very well, and a lot of them have been pleading on his behalf, because I've been going ballistic all week, because I set up this organization called Rescue Rivers. So we have our WhatsApp group, and then we also have other groups around Niger Delta people, Rivers people, and even some Europe.
That was a couple of obedience right there. Just raging and riling that Fubara is not allowing them to weaponize him against Tinubu. So that's the obedient politics of calumny right there. Let me play you one last way. I did say that was the last one, but this one is a nostalgic clip. When I say it's nostalgic, it's only as nostalgic as last year, but it's quite pertinent to the politics going on now, to the JAM space. So they are trying to resurrect now this girl now to grant her absolution based on the glitch that JAM experienced in their system. So they are resurrecting this girl now to grant her absolution, even though she has admitted her own crime. Do you remember this?
Miss Oma, and one of these results, I went to JAM portal to print these results, and this is what they gave me. This is the result here. So this is my aggregate 362. This is exactly how I printed it. I downloaded it from that site. So they now saying that I forged my results is what I don't know, and I'm traumatized that they accused me of forging my own results, because I'm not capable of this forging results. This is the evidence. Okay, they say that I forged my results. They scanned this QR code there, and it showed another name, a Yoruba name, Omotola Afolabi, 138. And that same person that got 138, they checked again, the person got 338. Meaning that there is problem. There is problem somewhere. So, and we went to Commissioner of Education office on Friday last week. My principal and the educational secretary of Anglican Girls Secondary School, or Anglican Diocese. So we went there. We showed all these results to Commission of Education, both this one and the SMS they sent to me, and she snapped it and sent to the JAMB official. They called back saying that this is a forged result, that I forged it myself, that the JAMB office don't have the record of this. So they now say that I forged it, and they called the DSS.
Yeah, so they want to dig up that girl from the archives now, and they're trying to grant her absolution. That was that Midsummer girl, or whatever her name is, Midsummer. They are trying to say now she's not guilty anymore. That's what the obedience space is trying to present now. So let me play you the K guys, and then we might well wrap it up after that.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa oh night. night o.
ẹ kú ní sáyọ ẹ jọ padà sílé dájú lọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Kukuniru Agbeshi may just have nothing to do with us. So we're joined by Choma. So Choma to the rescue. Now only you waka come, Choma.
Yes, it's my moment to shine.
There is God. Now only you waka come.
This is my show
what's going
now.
on?
It's my show. No one is coming to interrupt me. When me and you are done having this discussion, you will shut it down, right? So,
almost likely, yes.
I am the only star panelist that is allowed to speak, and also the guest panelist. That's me. Anywho, so one minute, I have two.
All right, why don't you be the guest panelist then and tell us all about yourself? Yeah, your own favorite topic anyway. Yeah, the only topic you're interested in.
Well, I wouldn't want to go personal, but I mean, if it's like surface level questions, I could answer. But I just have a question though. I have like one question, right? But first, before I ask that question, I want to talk about the Fulani terrorists that are in Lagos, right? One man, remember I told you this was going to happen, right? Did I or did I not?
No, it makes no sense now. They're telling us that they're laborers and they've imported them all the way from Katsina. When the good 30% of Lagos is unemployed. So that is just to tell you then that they're a terrorist cell.
No, you have to see beyond now. Like, you know, I told you the North is going to shock us, right? And then I remember like last year, I was telling you guys about Dirty December that, I mean, it's going to get real dirty to the point where nobody's going to be screaming Dirty December when all these, Boko Haram people are in Lagos. Did I or did I not say that? Remember when I said that?
I'm sure you must have, you say a lot of stuff, Choma.
So I was right. So Dirty December is a thing of the past. Anywho, I have a question about the jam, or what do you call it? WAEC, right?
Yes,
which one was it? The jam.
It was jam.
So the Southeast people got the highest score, and they want to claim it's a technical glitch. Why? Like, why do they always do this?
Because I don't have the highest score.
Yeah. They said I saw based on the results that I saw online, They said the Southeast, they had the highest score or something like that. And then they called it a technical glitch. I don't know why. Explain to me what's going on in that.
It's a bit it's a bit complex and convoluted actually. So they made in fact the whole thing was handled badly all the way through. So they made all these very young people leave their homes around about 6 a.m. in the morning in a country like Nigeria to go and sit exams in dark and distant places. So that's already bad enough. So having now sat the exams, the results were coming out and the children were complaining that, look, these results are not consistent with how we view our performance. So then they start to pressure the place. And then eventually then they came out that there was a glitch in a particular portal that links towards the Southeast and Lagos, you know. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but
why is there
I don't think it's an attack against the Southeast, by the way. I just think it's a badly, which then caused to question all past results.
Okay, so why is there a glitch? What exactly happened for there to be a glitch?
I don't know.
Okay, so were the Southeast having like higher test scores or what happened?
No, they were not actually having higher test scores. That's just the thing. They were grading them around about the 200 mark, and all of those children were insisting that their performance was higher than, or by their view, their performance was. In fact, even the average was so low that it called into question the whole process. And when people started to pressure them, then they came out to tell us that there was a glitch in their system. So because I think the majority of the people caught in this were actually from Lagos, not even the Southeast.
Yeah, I believe that because one engineer that I know said the same thing happened when they were taking exams for like university and recruiters, oil and gas recruiters, they come to university, they literally pick you before you even apply for an oil and gas job, like Schlumberger and other British Petroleum, they recruit like oil and gas, people from the university before you even apply for the company. You know that, right? So, they were complaining that, the Igbos and the Edo person that I was speaking was saying that it was by the grace of God that, the white man that was recruiting all the Yoruba exam, right? And they switched the Igbo and Edo, grades and gave it to the Yorubas that really flunked. They all failed. I'm like, how can they do such a thing? They say, it happens in Yoruba.
The Yorubas
like, especially
are not
when,
known for,
like they say, people, when they're conducting the test.
Choma, the Yorubas are not known for failing exams, by the way.
I have heard. No, between me, I love Yoruba people, but I've heard it from more than.
In fact, they are known for excelling in academia. They are known for excelling in academia, not failing. All the brilliant black minds.
I know that part. Yeah. I know that. Yes.
But woman, can I?
I know.
Choma,
even in my
Choma, can I?
Even in my college, they were the Let me say one thing, right? Yeah, you can call my attention. Let me just say one thing. Even in my like college, they were like valedictorian and stuff. Like, yeah, of course, Yoruba people are like genius. They're very smart. But in Nigeria, this is a known fact, right? The Yoruba people conduct, like the people administering the test, they switch the grades. This is a fact. And thank God, the white man did an investigation, right? And found out that the grades were switched. They bribed their way into switching the grades and stuff like. So you know what they did? They conducted a panel of judges also, right? That will question the students about the petroleum and stuff, the oil and gas stuff, like the technicality.
This is ridiculous, man.
Stuff, right? All the I'm just telling you what I know.
That is
Because this is
ridiculous.
what I was
You are
telling
more
you. It's
than
a true
this.
story.
You should have your past.
So all the Yoruba people failed.
Oh my goodness. Oh
I'm
my
telling you
goodness.
what I.
One man.
I'm
One man.
almost finished with the story.
Okay. Okay. Chioma, let me tell you something.
One man. Can you hear
Yes,
me, please?
I'll be wanting to speak.
Interject. You guys can
Yeah, I'm just trying to
No,
remind
see,
everybody.
but let me finish the story.
According to
let me respond to Chioma, please.
She's really telling a very good story. One man. Let her land with her
Let me
story.
respond to Chioma. See, Chioma, before you.
Hold on, let her land with her story.
Okay, let me just land. I'm gonna make it about 5 seconds.
We will all reply.
She has been looping around the same thing. There's nothing to land.
But one man, when we start to reply, don't say, nobody should say, nobody should say tribal here or bigotry here. We all reply. So go ahead, Shoma.
So 30 seconds landed.
Am I still here or has Chioma? Is there silence?
What you do now?
Chioma, don't.
I don't know. I think.
I'm here.
No,
Because she has run out of content. She has run out of content.
I was telling a story.
This guy there.
If you are saying the truth, you don't have to have some kind of hiccup. You will be fluent. See, let me ask you a question.
Okay, so
in the entire Nigeria.
The conclusion. Hold on. The conclusion was the director of operation of Schlumberger, right, ended up conducting, and his own test with a panel of judges, and all the Igbos and Edo people passed the exam.
That's not the end, and the Yorubas failed. And the Yorubas failed.
So it's the director of operations that
and the Yorubas failed.
Recruitment.
That's what I heard. That's how it ended.
Shoma, is that what you heard, or is that what you?
Supposedly,
that
this
was
happens in Nigeria.
That's what you heard, or that's what you know?
No. Sorry, I can verify what Chioma said because
that's
I heard
that. Story.
Yeah, I heard that story
Thank you.
too. I heard it on Radio Biafra. But,
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, according to Radio Biafra.
No. You see one thing.
Hold on, I think she's just joshing, by the way, so we don't have to go heavy. I heard it on one of Simon Ikpa's broadcast. I heard it on Simon Ikpa's broadcast.
No, one man.
Yeah.
One man. Something like that happened, but it's not exactly the way she said it. It happened in my camp. It's not exactly the way she said. Yes. You see, Shell, Chevron, Ajip, Total, they used to come to the NYSC camp. I don't know if they still do it now. And they set an exam, like exam for people to write. Everybody. They usually ask for first class. First class to take the exam. Okay? You register if you met first class. They don't take 2-2, especially for first class. So on this very occasion, a third class engineering student get crashed in my camp because he claims that he had third class because of some reasons, and then he get crashed. And he came second. He scored highest. And that company, I won't call the name of the company, was so excited. But when they wanted to, he now told them that he made third class. So they didn't take her, but the white man insisted that he wants him. That he doesn't care about the whatever, what would I call it, the grade he came out with. And that was how they took him. I don't know whether the boy, because I wasn't in engineering, I don't know whether the boy is a dope boy or not, but it happened, a similar thing I just told you happened in my camp, orientation camp. Yes. But it's not a bias,
Yeah,
something
but
as
that's different from Chioma's
But
story now.
it's
She was
not
that's
saying they were
different from
what
switching
what
Choma
she's
was
results.
saying.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite different from
No,
what she's
that's
saying.
exactly what I'm saying. But
No,
this
that's
company,
not what
Shows,
you
I'm
are
man.
bold
saying.
to say it because
That's not what you are saying.
I know the company. I'm bold to say Islam Bajet.
No, any company,
They conducted their
a lot
own
of company recruit
panel of
people.
judges
If for
exam.
Choma, a lot of companies come to the camp to recruit people. I was recruited from the camp now. They come to the camp and say first class, at times they say 2-1, and you write exams, or they even say just submit your grade. I got my job from NYC time. So it's like that. Nothing has to do with Yoruba, Igbo, or anything now. So what are you saying that you are saying? But let me even pick something. On this issue, Simba sent me a chat. You know, there was a time medical council exam in the UK. They had to say, in short, I will read it out. Simba sent that into me. I said, so no be only Nigeria. A guy, one of Simba's friends, say I've just received an email from RCP that MRCP part 2 exam that I wrote, that I sat for in 2023, results were wrongly communicated and all passed, but as passed, but actually I failed. Since this exam, I've passed PACE and have passed FACE and have also received MRCP degree. Now, they are now saying that all the people that they communicated to that they have passed actually failed, and the people that failed were the ones that passed. This is UK 2023 March diet. So the results were reissued. We are very sorry to announce we have identified that due to a data processing issue, incorrect examination results were communicated to a group of candidates in the UK and internationally who took the part 2 written examination in September 2023. Out of the 1,451 candidates in the MCRP UK part 2 written examination on the September 6, 2023 diet, blah, 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 blah. 283 were given the wrong results. 61 candidates who were told had failed have passed, and 222 candidates who were told have passed have failed. This is
That's
in the
so
UK.
devastating. So when was the communication? A year after or 2 years after?
No, I think it's the same year.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is that there are data issues. Nobody will say, oh, it's because they were Irish or they were Scottish or they were Welsh. They were because they were from Wales or they were. Nobody will say all that now. Just like to think that Chioma saying this lives in the UK. Man, that means you didn't get any civilization from US. So how can you be in the US and live for that long and be talking like this now?
One man, let me
No,
just
I
say
said it
something real
I'm
happened
quick.
talking
in
like
Nigeria.
Pansat.
No, I said it happened in Nigeria where they were taking
Well,
like the exams.
Eh?
They were
one
You
conducting.
man.
want to
So
yap Choma, you don't know
women,
Choma. You don't yap
it was
Choma.
the Yoruba.
Beja
It was
lane
the
you.
Yoruba.
We know. What? Let
It
me
was
just
the
put a.
Yoruba professors that were administering the test,
You,
and
you,
they
you you know that
pulled
the
all
Yorubas
the
they are
good grades.
full of koni koni. Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
So one
They
man,
were
this is
giving
this
us
They
the
are
is.
good
koni
grades.
koni people. They use umbati to rig the to rig the.
This is
You
another
know
part
this
of it.
Yoruba. You
One
can
man.
never trust them.
No, no,
Eh?
you know what I wanted to chip in is so simple. See, when people like Shelma say things like this, that means they are ignoring the fundamental principles. In Nigeria, we have state institutions, we have federal institutions. So assuming JAM is manipulating the result against you. So are they going to do manipulation against you, absorbing your people into your local institution in your state that are Southeastern universities? So I think before we support some kind of conspiracy theory, we have to look at so many factors before we just come out. So if I may ask you, what's the purpose of failing people from the southern region? And another question, how many Southeasterners do we have across the country, whether in Lagos, anywhere? Now, funny, good enough, not all of them fail. Are they going to fail to get admission to University of Lagos, OAU, and all those areas? Then you can always supplement whatever your claim. I'm just saying in code, assuming the thing was that where the thing happened that way. Supplement with your state funded institution. So some of these kind of conspiracy theory, honestly, is very pathetic, sick, and I don't even know how to place it. And we buy this in cheaply. We buy this cheaply for those people that just want some kind of mischievous activities and propaganda to find themselves in the corridor of power for nothing to offer the common masses. How about? I think we should just stop this nonsense we are supporting, to be honest.
Let me say this, right?
Let me say something.
Okay.
You see, when things like this happen, maybe JAMB probably was not able to explain to Nigerians. But it is our duty to explain to Nigerians why something like that can happen. It has nothing to do with tribe or where you're coming from or your age. As long as an institution is concerned and they're using tech to do some certain things, that thing may always happen. So if we keep discussing this thing like this, it's like we are trying to say that JAMB did something. That was why that thing fell. A very simple thing, just as overheating of those machines can cause this. As simple as overheating. Because in Nigeria, they don't actually do have constant power supply. They use power plants. Something as simple as overheating can cause a glitch. So I don't even know what, is it politics or what? Why are Nigerians overreacting to this? Most universities in Africa are thanking JAMB for being transparent on this thing. But this native tribe stuff is the bit I don't even understand. I don't get it. Can we please manage this? I beg you people. Haba.
It's not even that big a deal, Zita. The only big deal actually was that JAM did not come out quick enough to admit it. And if they had not been pushed, they would not have admitted it. So
No.
What,
One man,
yeah.
it doesn't happen that way. Let me explain to you.
One man, it's a big deal, oh. This is life and death for some people.
No, a system glitch is not a big deal. It's not an uncommon thing. It happens
it's not an
globally.
uncommon thing. It may happen again and again and again and again. But let me say this, one man. When you are doing that kind of a thing, it goes out. The result has been taken out. It's left for the people who received the result to complain. Probably JAMB wouldn't know that something went wrong. But when people say, why should I get? No. What you got this? No. What is going on? Then it is when they complain and say this is not right. Before JAMB will come out to tell you it is right, they have to go back to their system, and that's exactly what happened. They have to go back to their system to see whether there is a glitch somewhere. And when they found out that you people, they were right, they came out to apologize. So what is this madness all about? I don't get this. Haba.
Let me
they
just...
have human error. So why would machines have error? Wow.
Let me just say this.
Problem in Nigeria.
Woman, the point is that in every human endeavor, right, there are certain things that are absolutely inevitable. You know, we are prone to errors and we are prone to even technical vicissitudes most of the time. Like I've always said, and people who are on the platform who knows a little bit about tech, they will understand that when you take care of technological vulnerabilities, right, or probably the processes and procedures of that, there's a little you can do about, curbing the tendencies of human vulnerabilities when you are talking of technology. But people will suspend even their professional, training and their intellectual conduct of ideas. Then they will drag everything and resort to the most ridiculous and the most despicable conversation most of the time. Do you know that this jam that we are talking about, the entire IT department, right, is being spearheaded by an Igbo person? So is it possible that an Igbo person is going to sabotage his own people? Let's start from that. Number two, right? Shife, who is a consultant and who handles the third party vendor processes for JAMB in the southeast, right, is an Igbo man. So the two critical critical endeavors that does or that handles most of the critical part of this JAMB thing now, the CBT or whatever you're calling it, they are both Igbo people. Is it possible that those two individuals from the southeast are going to, let's hypothetically say, the Hausa people, the Yoruba people, the Nupe people, and every other ethnic group in JAMB? Do not forget, JAMB is not just about Yoruba people. In JAMB, they connive, right, to deal decisively with the Igbo people now. And then the two major entities within the agency who handles this major assignment, their deliverables will be incumbent upon the result that they actually have. Does it mean those two individuals too, they connive with all their enemies, so to speak, the way the people want us to actually believe, to sabotage their own people? So these are the things that people should listen to and see. Why are they driving everything to the ethnic angle in this instance? So are there not Igbo people in JAMB? JAMB is not something that happens in the state. It's a national endeavor. Are there no, for the fact that the DG of JAMB, right, is from Ogun State, does it mean JAMB is only Ogun people that are in JAMB, or only Yoruba people that are in JAMB? And when you know that this has to do basically with technical glitches, was it in Canada, right? Was it in Canada last week or one of these countries that held their election? They had a massive technical glitch in the middle of the election, but there was nothing like people, going all overboard to read minutes to that, because they know you are dealing with technology. Regardless of how foolproof your technology is or are, there will be vulnerabilities to that. And at a certain point, you always look at the possibility of having to back it off. So let's talk sometimes like intellectuals and just don't go to do not. I believe so, regardless of the bad blows or the jabs or the vibe that we have over here, there are some people who are professionals, right? They should understand that there's a limit to going to such echo chamber to pull your information, because people, like what Madam Disa just said now, I know that information very well. So people should be very careful what they speak on this platform, particularly when we know you are not part of those people who go to a certain echo chamber to pull their stories. So JAMB has had an issue, and they've had issues in the past. This is not the first time. They've had even plethora of issues. Even as secured as ASVAB exam is in America, the exam that you take before you get into the military, they do have their issues sometimes, and they know how to resolve it in-house. So people should be very careful how they speak. Ime Soma, whatever it is, I think they've not forgotten that thing, and they've not forgiven that man, and they are trying to resurrect, the shenanigan and the silliness that happened that time, just to actually run. And they have to be careful so that they will not just be pinned as the only region who is always playing victim at every point in time. So because people can reply too, but when you give replies, they will say you are saying this, you are saying it. You are not saying it, you are just replying to where they are coming from, because people can reply as well.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So Choma, is there anything else you want to
Yeah,
or do you want me to move
enigmatic.
around?
Yeah, you can move around, but I have a question for Enigmatic. Is he saying that?
Okay, ask that
my
question.
uncle,
Ask that question and enigmatic response, and then we start to structure the conversation. So, yeah, carry on.
So this oil and gas, test, that was conducted by the Yoruba people, right? In that, university. They switched the test. This is not jam. This is serious people's life situation we're talking about. You know, they switched the exams. And the scores, all the Igbo and Edo people fell. And this was a level one student, like highest level. It's not possible. So, we're very sharp people. So we ended up contacting the director of operations for Slumberger, and they all came, the recruiters, and they ended up administering their own test, this time with a panel of judges, only for all the Yoruba people in the class to fail.
So
And
what's your
then
question,
there was
Shoma?
a confession. Huh?
What's your question?
So my question: do you think I was making up this story that was told to me by two different engineers, high level engineers? Are you telling me it's not a true story?
When did that happen?
Okay, let me
Let me answer. We need
okay.
to
In
understand what
the
is.
in the late 90s.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So let me just answer this, Shoma. Let me answer in a thought-provoking manner, and then it's quite unfortunate, right? The whole Nigeria has sunk into. Yes, you from what you are saying, every Yoruba person they are dumb, they are dumb, and it's like I mean, when you listen to this, what you just the narrative you
No,
just
I
painted
don't
now.
say that.
Hold on,
I'm
Shema.
saying they switched the test scores. That's all I
Okay,
said. And Yoruba
so
people are intelligent. They're
yeah,
all
I
like
mean,
valedictorians
even if you
in like
say
school.
even if you say we are dumb, we take it like that. No worry,
No,
we
I will
are.
never say such a thing.
so
Never.
so let me just say this, right? Those are to me professionally, those are hearsay account.
No, it's not.
Okay,
No,
hold
it's
on,
not.
Mama Zita, hold on. To me, I know
This is
to
oil
you.
and gas.
Hold on,
Slumberger.
if you are talking, hold on now. If you are
And so,
talking oil and gas, I have people in my family, right? Who well, we are not talking about ourselves here. So when you talk oil and gas, do not forget oil and gas is not coming from the moon or from the sky. You don't even know maybe there are some people on this platform who are consultants to major oil companies in the country as well.
Sorry, enigmatic. Sorry, enigmatic. If people that are not speaking, can you please be muted because your background will then be wading into. We can hear crackling voices and all manners of. Yeah, carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah, you don't even know if there are some people even on this platform in the listening section or wherever who are probably top time consultant to most of these oil and gas IOCs basically most of the time, or probably there are some people who's who come from a home of oil and gas veterans. So there are some stories when you tell them, you can pick a hole intellectually from the silliness of that story. I'm not saying
no,
your story is silly.
I disagree with you,
Hold on,
Egrimatis.
Mama Zita. I will
The
give you the.
way Shoma is telling the story might not be correct.
That's why let me just land so that
Hold on, let me
you will
finish,
corroborate
please.
or probably
Because
disagree.
you are trying to say that she's totally wrong.
No, that means you are not listening to. I'm not saying she's totally wrong. First of all, I take her point. Taking her point means I respect whatever views or whatever opinion she has about that. But I'm painting another narrative that look, even within that oil and gas, because the way she was saying it's like something that is so novel. No, there are some people who found the mom, the father, uncles, and everybody, they are veteran in that they probably are still working there. And there are people on this platform who are top consultants to most of those IOCs as well. So, and then when you listen as professionals that these things happen, these things happen, these things happen, right? Mazita, without white papers or stuff like that, when you hear the stories, when you said your own story just now, right, you understand that you put some graphics and some context to it. But when you say somebody told you that they switched, say from, for instance, Hausa people, then they switch it to Yoruba people or to Efik people or to, no, I mean, that
Can I
becomes
ask
so
you a
pedestrian.
question?
That becomes to me, that is my opinion. That
Can I
becomes so
ask you a
pedestrian
question, Matthews?
and so lazy of an argument. Yeah, go ahead.
You know me, when I talk my own, I'm very specific.
But you can go ahead, Sha. Let me just, you can go ahead. I've landed
In
my own point.
the year 2009, Shell did what they call, you know me, when I say I will call the name, I will tell you the year. In the directorate, a major project director, right, in Shell, Port Harcourt, they did what they call mature recruiting. Mature recruiting is actually people who have experience. It doesn't really matter the year. It depends on the year that we mention. Either 3 years of experience is so and so thing. And they ended up, because part of my job, I have said on this platform, and this is a global platform, people are hearing my voice, they can go and cross-check, was onboarding. And they employed 83 staff for Port Harcourt, Warri, Lagos, and Abuja. And out of that 83 staff, 4 Igbo, 5 Edo, 3 North. Well, I mean, as the name sound, because I don't know them in person. The rest bear Yoruba name. I repeat, the rest bore Yoruba name. And that time, the MD of Shell was Mutu Shumono. This is not the first time he did it. This is not the second time, neither is it the third time. Were they switching the result? I don't know. I wouldn't say that, because that would be too low for me to say that people took exam and result were that actually sound ridiculous anyway. So why is it always when they do that recruitment, 80% of the recruiters are Yorubas? In fact, that one was so obvious that some people got angry when we were doing the onboarding. So I am not saying that it's a Yoruba thing. Hausas might be doing it too. Igbos might be doing it too. Edo people might be doing it too. When the MD of Shell was Bezolomi, he was a Edoman. I don't know whether he did that too, because I wasn't doing an onboarding job when he was. But Mutushimono, oh yes, it became a concern at a point. And let me say this, some of them, when they come in, when they start that work, you have an encounter with them. They are not actually brilliant. They are not actually a fantastic people, academically and otherwise. So how did they get there? But it is what it is. Igbo people call it imamado. But trying to run it down because of the way she was presenting it, no, I won't sit down here and listen to that. She might not present it well, like saying they changed the result. I don't know about that, but I don't think that's what is being done. Maybe they do it according to the name. I can comfortably say that. But saying that Imam Madu doesn't exist, that's actually ridiculous. Even in the Western culture, it does. So I don't know what the argument is.
The argument is not about Mama do not exist.
All right. I'd like us to move on from there.
Yes, but I just want to clarify this. We know she wasn't talking about maybe okay. There was a point in Nigeria, Nigeria, NNPC, the entire NNPC. I think you know that woman. The entire NNPC until it was reformed maybe lately. The entire NNPC. I don't know if you've gone to NNPC towers before. When you go to NNPC, you will see maybe more than, if I'm being very conservative, more than 60% of NNPC are from the north. They are not even from the south. They are from the north, right? There are some ministries you get to or agencies you get to in Abuja, right? The percentage of those in that ministry or that department or that agency, right, will define who is the leadership or who is the director general of that ministry or the agency. So that is Umamadu, right? We all know, everybody knows that it happens in Nigeria all day, 24/7. But when we are talking at professional level, Shell, Chevron, I said again, underline my statement. There are some stories, of course, you can say because a Yoruba man, a TV man, or whatever is the MD of Schlumberger, or maybe Mobile, or maybe Shell at the same time, right? Got things easy for his own tribesperson. That is not a subject of conversation. That is possible, more than 100% possible. But that was not what Shioma was talking about, and that was not the context of my response. The context of my response was that as professionals, you won't tell me that type of a story. I will consider it too pedestrian for me to discuss. But Umamadu is a very unique thing, and it happens and it's still alive in Nigeria. And it's even alive even at the top at the presidency. Whoever becomes the president is surrounded by his own tribesperson. It is normal thing. That is Umamadu. So not about the other way around. So that is just the context of the conversation, and I really want to clarify that one, man.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let's move it around then. Get back on topic as much as we can. We'll kick it off with Folly B, only because it's in Nigeria and often it turns up and we don't really get to hear from him. So if you're ready, Folly on mute. Folly, Baoni.
Yeah, my brother. Good morning.
Or no call him on voice. Well,
Thank you, sir.
All right. So we do 5-minute monologues just to get around the room, and then I will open it up to a wider conversation. So finally, we're talking about Part Utomi and his parallel government. So we're talking about that. We're talking about we're talking about Yemsen Wike and Fubara. We're talking about well, whatever it is that you want to talk about. We're talking about we're talking about Simon Ekpa, who has been charged now by the Finnish government. So we're talking about that. We're talking about drops in the price of food, and that narrative of Ebi Power no longer the case. But so the floor is yours. Just speak as you will, whatever interests you, Folly.
All right, my brother. Yeah. Thank God, and I thank you for allowing me to giving me the chance to actually say something here today. And I will start with the issue of the jump of a thing. Firstly, I think we are learning, and all of us should learn from this. We should try and train and teach our children how to handle stress when stress comes. The reason why I say that is this: I'm not seeing any reason why anybody should unalive ourselves because of failure in any stages in life. And that apart, and I still want to expand my thoughts on issue of the failure of the jam. I believe there is a glitches glitches can happen in so many ways, but I still believe it can actually be a human error. Maybe someone somewhere that's supposed to perfect his seat where he's sitting to make sure that everything there goes well. Maybe out of negligence, he abandoned his duty or he didn't play the role that he's supposed to play. So we can still talk about that one as it's still human error. So, and another thing again is this. I want Nigerians to believe we are in this country together. And if anybody is still having this illusion that a day will come that we may not be together again, I think that person should try and see it as maybe 20% possible. That means 80% of not being possible is actually what we should be working on. And the reason why I'm saying this is this: the amalgamation of this country has happened. I call it a big mistake. But can that mistake be corrected? Yes. And how? I think at this junction, we should see ourselves as if we are already interwoven, we've married together, we have been in it, we have been in this mess. Our target now and our focus.
Sorry, Folly. Do you actually think there should be a national conversation, some sort of a system to actually ask Nigerians if they want to continue as one country? Because the Nigeria that we have now is not of free will. It was carved at the Berlin Conference. But now that we are established as a people, do you think there should be some sort of referendum to actually ask Nigerians if they want to continue as one entity? Because otherwise, we're just hostages. Yeah.
What will be the question?
That is our
Well,
wish.
it's a simple question. Do you want Nigeria to continue as one entity?
No. That's so broad. Narrow the question down.
My brother,
but that's where the question is, though. That's where the question is.
He asked me the question. Let me answer it.
Carry on.
Yes, sir. That is a wish that many people believe that it should happen. But fortunately, the system at hand, I'm not sure that can actually give us what we want as well. Because even if you call everybody today to come and discuss how are we going to move this country together, people are still coming to discuss it in their own way. They are still going to come here with their same selfish, my tribal, my whatever in it. But me, I see myself as a Huma first before being a Yoruba. And I appreciate that fact that the color of my skin cannot determine me as Huma being. Something that I believe that should determine me should be how did I treat, whether you are a black, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, white, whatever you are, how am I able to treat you as Huma being? That is my kind of person. So where you come from, how you come from, the language you speak doesn't matter to me. Okay? So if you are talking about us here, the reason why I'm actually saying this is this. The earlier we understand that we can do better without putting tribalism in every conversation we are having, the earlier we actually accept that, the better for us. Because we have been saying these things years, and every year goes on and pass, and nothing changed. Can we now start thinking, can we just abandon this thing and let's work, let's speak as a Huma first, and let's see whether we are going to see a beauty of living together as a Huma first. Because the issue we are all discussing here, if we are to call that whatever we are asking for today, you are still going to call these people that have this bigotry in their blood. They were the one that are in the highest place, highest position, that you are going to call out. The real people that can even discuss the issue, they will not be giving them that chance to come out, to come and represent their people. This is another thing again. Even if you call for a conference today, they are still going to call the same people that have this indigenous, this my tribal, this my language mindset to come and discuss it. And by the time every one of them come together, they are still going to be the same problem we see happened. So if someone said, because someone ate Igbos, that is why there is a problem in JAMB, how do that even sound to you? Does that mean Igbos are the only people living in Anambra, or Yorubas are not living there, Hausas are not there to write exam? So all these things is all about this tribalism of a thing that we already consumed into us. And the earlier all of us begin to see it in another way around, that everything cannot be every discussion cannot be
Folly,
yes,
we're further away from what you're suggesting than ever before. I think now, in this moment in time, we're more ethnically divided than we have ever been in the history of that country. I've never even considered anybody Igbo until about 2-3 years ago, and never, even when I was growing up, my best friend was Chima. We used to ride bikes together up and down Maryland and all of that, and Chima and Emeka, his younger brother was Emeka, and never considered anybody Igbo until about. So are we not more ethnically divided now than ever before?
We are, and it's just because a
It has
system
always been there.
and no, it has not been this worst. And it's just because a system is now allowing it to expand. Nobody is checkmating it. Every time we're supposed to have a sitting together conversation for all of us to actually see how we are going to live as a citizens in where we find ourselves, or as a Uma in any environment we find ourselves. We allow this thing to take over, to overshadow any reasonable conversations among us. And this is the problem. And this thing is getting more deep every day, and it's affecting us. And unfortunately, we are not having headway. And if we continue like this, a day will just come. All of us will just stand up one day. And we'll continue eating ourselves and be killing ourselves, and nothing can stop it. I will continue that way.
How near to that? How near to that do you think we are? What you describe this? How near to? Because I see it happening in Lagos. I can see an ethnic clash happening in Lagos in the not too distant future. The way things are going.
Oh, one man. In fact, most time when I'm trying to focus about this country, I ask myself questions. That is it possible for us to get it right? My response most time is like, it will take us time, and it will actually take us people to stand up. People who understand, people like us who understand that humanity is a first. We are many, but the problem is there is no platform to actually organize it. They need to stand up and stand with it and start speaking towards that direction. Because if we allow all these bigotry people that have grown their own hatred just because of where they are coming from, if we allow them to continue holding its space.
Concerns me, Folly, do you know what concerns me? You are seeing the bigotry in younger and younger ages. People in their 20s, thereabout, they're so ethnic in their thinking, they're so tribalized that you wonder then that what the future looks like. Because do you notice that people in their 20s, thereabouts, they are very, very ethnic sometimes in their thinking. Oh, I think Folly dropped. So Folly dropped. So we go on from Folly then. Let's go from Folly to Enigmatic. Enigmatic, the floor is yours. Free flow. We were really just trying to wrap it around our part to Utomi. Not much in the news cycle, but floor is yours.
Okay, I'll take a deep dive into. That's why sometimes I want to go to the politics of it. So part to Tommy, there's a nothing burger. Let me just say that is our boy in is our Buala in within the obedient group. So, but he I think he started having his issues when he felt he didn't get enough support to emerge as a gubernatorial candidate in Delta State. You know, um, unfortunately, when he was ready to be governor in Delta State, Ashwaju has actually washed his hands off completely about anything that has to do with subnational politics. If you see even when the time that he's been in the presidency, he leaves all the political gladiators at state level to do their thing. So he was expecting, um, like an endorsement, and then being able to just go walk in there and pick up the ticket and stuff like that. But it didn't really work out for him. First of all, he actually demonstrated much of his political immaturity, the way he conducted himself, and then how could you be a stakeholder in a gubernatorial primary, and you didn't even know the location of your primary. The primary had been concluded 5 hours or 3 hours ago. I mean, after you just found a location. So it's like they're having the primary in London. You are in Texas. So it means no, you can't blame nobody. So from that moment, and then it's been a when you look at Pat Utomi's trajectory, is one of those feeding bottle intellectuals, if you have to say that, for a long time. You remember his first appointment in the political space. I think in his 20s, less than 30s, he was already a special advisor to maybe Shagari or whatever. Then, when it was a brand, he just had his brand new PhD then when he came from abroad. So he's always been part of the system, and he was one of the people who have been shunning out a policy framework and regulatory ideas to all these politicians from behind, helping them with their memos, helping them with their uh, you know talking point, and he was able to be one of those who actually established Nigeria, Lagos Business School and stuff like that. But I wouldn't really go deep into his problem. But the thing is that why would you now want to be championing the cause of as if a cause of populism that you are not? You were not. Nobody is threatening you. Nobody is. They just say they are. And then I like the approach that DSS has taken now. They are not taking the Gestapo approach. They say they are going through the judicial process. They are filing a lawsuit against you. It's a lawsuit against you, right? You too, you have a right to defend yourself. You are a pure citizen of Nigeria, and I want to believe he's a patriotic Nigerian as well. So they've not threatened to arrest you. They've not threatened to burglarize your home. They've not threatened to do anything to you other than they filed a lawsuit against you, just like an institution of government in the US will file a lawsuit against you. Go to the court and defend yourself with your team of advocates, right? So don't try to rile up the society. Don't try to play this populist, narrative that, oh, see if you are ready for death. Are they threatening to kill you? Are they threatening that they are going to do anything toward to you? No, they say they filed a lawsuit. This is lawsuit. So this is the thing that we see in this opposition with their pedestrian, politician. That's why they can't even get it right. So you want to be an opposition, do it right. You'll be fired. You've been asked to come to court and explain what you mean by DSS, a shadow government. Shadow government happens in the UK because of their own structure of government and because of their governance system, where you have I think the prime minister is going to be the policy maker, and then you have the opposition being led by Badenoch. You see the two of them in the parliament exchanging ideas. Okay, I counter this, I counter this. That does not happen in the US. You can't imagine that nobody make I use language. Nobody born your papa where tell Donald Trump you want to run a shadow government under his administration. The same Donald Trump that we know. So when you are in Rome, right, you behave like Romans. There are standard operating procedures in every angle you live, in everywhere you live. Even in organizations, they have their SOPs. So in Nigeria, we run a democracy, right? We are not running a monarchy system. We are not running the system they run in the UK, where shadow government is allowed. We are not running that in the US, where shadow government is allowed. The president is the president. He has his cabinet. Whatever he does, if you are not okay with that, we wait for the next 4 years, and then you can regroup yourself and push him out or vote him out or whatever. 2 years from now, get yourself together, vote Tinubu out if you can operate as good opposition, and those don't be trying to play this populist game. It doesn't work in Nigeria, and we've seen it over the years. It doesn't mean that people are hungry or they are dying, that people will not still vote for the people they believe in. And that's just on the part of Utomi. It's a well revered scholar. I respect him. He's a scholar. He's earned his place in the scholarly world. He's earned his place in the professional world. He's earned his place as a great economist. But he should understand that you can't get it right in everything. It's not good politically. It's not sound politically. That is not his forte. That is not his terrain. He should understand that. And I wish him well with his lawsuit. So on the part of Wike and Fubara, one man, when Fubara and Wike started this their brouhaha, let's use that, right? We said the best thing for Fubara, or the best metric of approach, was to go uh, political political solution way, and that was actually forged for him. But because of the people that Fubara was depending on, Fubara made a very silly mistake, and an erroneous one at that. It shows that he wasn't ready to be a governor. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for the task ahead. Because even when you look at River State, for you to come out from nowhere in River State, where you have prominent politicians that have been dreaming to be governors for so many years and they can't even get there. Look at the likes of Peter side, the Dakuku Peter side, the Magnus Abe of this world. Even Celestine Omeya was there for two. Look at those Sekib, all of the top men who want to be governor, who are your big boy, who are like big brothers to you politically. They can mentor you in politics, but they are not there. But by sheer providence and by God's grace and by the grace of God using some people around you to make you the governor, you have to understand the fact that beyond the purview of you having that constitutional power and the constitutional responsibility of you being your own man and being assertive independently, to know that you do not allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to come into your space as a governor and whisper into your ears. There's a reason why you have immunity as a governor. The power of immunity shows that you are a very powerful person within the space of the political landscape in Nigeria. So for you to have a lot of this, you see so many political, so a lot of political commentators coming to the national TVs speaking on your behalf, and you didn't call them to order as early as enough. And you have political families that actually sponsored and actually stood by you when even those people, scouring around you now, were the enemies, that threw everything, every wheel of progress in your clog when you were supposed to be the governor. No, but none of them supported you. Then you ended up fighting a proxy war of Wike's enemy. Why don't you tell them Wike is still alive? You guys are still alive. Be man enough, or be men enough, or be people enough. Go and fight Wike one on one. Do not use me as a conduit of a fight of your revenge or your grievances to fight Wike. That was exactly what he did. That was exactly what they did to him. A lot of Wike's enemies saw him as a political Lilliputian, as being immature, and as somebody that they can run short of, and then they were fighting through Wike through him, and in the instance, taking a lot of money from him. So, and I think this 6 months that they give him now, he has one more power is very is we know power is transient, but when you hold that power, it means a lot, and that he understands the vacuum that the power creates in his life now. So he has been able to introspect and think about where where what is the status of his life now, where does he stand politically now, and then he can now see the sycophants. He can now see the effect of not having a lot of taking on the enemies of your the enemies of your supposed enemies as your friend, because they will never be your friend. They are just you know important friends, which are temporary friends for you now, because they can get to their enemies, which is Wike, through you. I would have advised myself, like, you want to fight Wike, fight him like a man. I'm not going to be the one to fight for you. Look at what the guy in Akwa Ibom is doing. They knew that he knew that at a point, his godfather, so to speak, his direct godfather, that he was a commissioner under him before he became the governor. He had some political troubles, he had some political issues, but he knew how to actually work carefully, right, to ensure that he doesn't rock the boat with Udom Emmanuel. He's not rocking the boat with Akpabio. Akpabio and Emmanuel, they had issues. Emmanuel had issues with a lot with Edem Duke and Enefiok and all of them in the state, but he was able to find himself in a mid-section approach to governance and to politicking, and not rocking the boat either side. This is how this guy should do. You are the governor already. Now that you have all the people, look at what he was saying in the church the other time. He basically came out to warn everybody that I do not need your support. Do not go to anywhere to speak for me. Seek my consent before you speak for me. More or less like, don't shave my head behind my back. Where were you when this thing started? Right? I mean, now those people are not feeling too cool with that statement, and Wiki that felt that you disappointed him and the group. Do not forget, it's not only about Wiki, right? Wiki is just one, or he's just like the like the poster boy for their group. A group, supported you to be the governor. So on the other part of that group, they don't trust you again, because they see that politically you are a liability now, because you've not shown enough loyalty to the group. So you are not having a good day with the group. They do not trust you politically, and they can't really rely on your words. And those people who felt that they've been fighting or advocating for you against Wike and against the oppressive, nature of what you were going through, that was self-inflicted. Now they feel betrayed again because of your statement, or your recent moves here and there to meet Wike to. So that it becomes so dicey, and they find themselves in a very precarious situation now. And that's why sometimes godfathers too, they should be careful who they handle, or who should be their successor. Wike made a terrible mistake making a political a political Lilliputian in his embryonic state of politicking to be his political godson. He does not have a mind of his own. He's just being pushed around all over the place. Every fight will happen. Yaya Bello, I know Yaya Bello and Ododo, they will have their fight at a point, maybe in the second term, right? Okowa and his boy, they will have their fight at a certain time. It's almost every place in Nigeria where you have godfather and godson, their fight will actually crystallize at a point. But you must consolidate power before you even start to fight. And when you are going into a political fight, ensure this is the fight that you can finish. Don't start a fight that you can't finish. And look at the nature of the person you are fighting against. You want to fight against Wike, you must ensure that you beat Wike to the ground, beat him to the ground, silly. So if you can't beat Wike to the ground, silly, or somebody like that, do not even start the fight at all. Eat the humble pie and go by whatever agreement that is in the books for you, and you can just have a good day. If he had actually gone through the template of the political
all right, start to bring it home,
Yeah.
enigmatic, so that we can get back to far.
yeah, of the political situation that was actually orchestrated for him, then he would have been protected, right, from the we said it at that time, because Shetima was actually commissioned to spearhead that part. So the Shetima, Nuri Badu, Bajabiamila, Peter Odili, some other prominent South politicians. Those people are not stupid to ensure that to recommend a political solution, because they know when you go through the constitutional means, you do not have any leg to stand on. 10 times upon 10 times, you are going to lose up to supreme level. He lost from all the appellate cases to supreme level, because he had actually more than plethora of objective reasons to be impeached. So this is the thing that I think a lot of people will learn from this. And when you are choosing your fight for politicians, just like you actually counseled earlier, one man, don't die in the war of politicians. Look at Pat Utomi at a point what he was speaking about Tashiwaju. Look at the position he's taking now.
It's
Or look at
unbelievable, isn't it?
but it is
But but it's not unusual, but it's unbelievable. Sometimes the guy was got. Even in fact, Tinubu crafted him in politics, gave him a lot of opportunities. He was telling us how brilliant he is, and now he's the most evil man on the planet.
It is just politics, and that's why people shouldn't. You just have fun while it happens. Okay, look at this man now.
Well, wouldn't it be funny, enigmatic, if after 2027 Peter Obi takes an appointment with the Tinubu government? That
Well,
would kill. Some people would jump in the river.
I think one man I can regardless of Peter Obi's treacherous political nature, right, and his nature generally, I can vouch for him that there is no possibility that Tinubu and Obi or APC will walk in the same ship. I don't think politically. I don't think so. But beyond that, right?
Don't be too quick to dismiss it, though, because in 2027, after 2027, the political window of Peter Obi is closed. So how does it maintain relevance?
One man,
because after 2027, 2031 goes to the north. So 2027 is a 12-year game for Peter Obi.
This is it, one man.
So he has to do something now. So why not take an appointment with
after
Tinubu?
2027? This is what will happen from Southeast, right? You will see the likes of Soludo, Dave
Umahi,
this governor from Imo State, what's his name? Uzodinma, right? And a whole lot of there's this guy that wears this green hat from Imo State, Ihedioa. All of them, they will crystallize politically, and they will want to announce themselves prominently to the national level. Peter Obi at that time, they will tell him, guy, you've done your own. You relax, get away from the scene, because you can't go back to that memo that Soludo wrote. People who can read politics beyond sentiment and primordial sentiment, all right, we understand the nitty-gritty of that memo. But when you are talking politics and the strategies, right? There's this man from Anambra State.
You know that essay by Soludo. You know that was still Ojuku's template. When Ojuku formed ABGA, his original thought was to coalesce the whole, to crystallize it as a block, and then take that block to the center. And that is what Soludo was saying in his essay as well. So what Soludo was saying in his essay was still the pathway that Ojuku charted when he formed ABGA.
Even if Obi had had and ran his election in the last in 2023 under ABGA as against Labour Party, he would still have been where he is now. You know what I'm saying, one man? Because he would still have had the numbers from the southeast, and they would still have been able to reposition ABGA as a regional political platform that they can actually elevate.
Who do you think has the greater crossover appeal? That is to say, cross from their region into the wider Nigerian space. Do you think, because I feel Soludo has a greater Nigerian appeal than Peter Obi, and I don't think people see Soludo so much from an ethnic prism. I don't see Soludo as a. Of course, I know it's a Southeasterner, but I never see him because the way he speaks and what he says. I see him more as a Nigerian, but I cannot see Peter Obi as a Nigerian. I can only see him
an understatement.
Yeah.
If you want to know, if you really go and listen to Victor Ume, Senator Victor Ume, right? He's a Labour Party senator now, and this is why I say people should just laugh about politicians and move on. Go and listen to how Victor Ume humiliated Peter Obi at a point, but they are best of friends now, right? Even the way Peter Obi even embarrassed even Ojukwu himself. But at a point, politicians will coalesce for their interest. Who tells you that Buala, look at what Buala did in the election. Look at the route he took. Look at the route he's taking now, right? Look at even Kenneth Okonkwo that was in PDP, in APC, in Labour Party. He left Labour Party, he came back. Now he's trying to speak about Atiku now. So when you look at politicians speaking like that, you understand that at the end of the day, it's all first of all about their personal interest, their personal ambition, and then we can just jive and then talk about their treasury nature.
So why should
So
one call them a man of integrity?
I don't call any politician man. No, Mama, not me. I won't call any politician a man of integrity, but I will tell you I prefer this than this because of this reason or because of this reason. So when you are talking Southeast now, right, I will go all out for people like Dave Umai or people like Soludo than Peter Obi because I lived in Anambra State when Obi was
You know,
governor.
I would back Soludo against
You know?
Sanwo-Olu if they were up against each other for the presidency.
Soludo,
you know, I will back
Soludo
Soludo above because I have more confidence in Soludo than Sanwo-Olu. You know,
but you know one man, even the thing that actually, and I believe you know, there's a lot of people too. The thing that makes a lot of people pull back from this is that we know this guy very well. He was not a popular person until 2023. You know that for a fact. Even when he was vice presidential candidate to Atiku, it wasn't as crazy as this. But the fact remains that if they say we want this guy because because of the equity, justice, and what is it again? That thing that they say that a southern person should be president, good. But to people like me, don't bring the issue of character, competence, and the third thing that they usually say, particularly when you don't live in Anambra State, particularly when you don't even have things doing. I believe I've let people on this platform before. When they go back to Nigeria, right? We know people from this platform, when they go to Nigeria, they stop in Lagos, they come back to America. But some of us, when we go to Nigeria, we still go to the Southeast because we have families there and we have things there. So, but beyond all, Soludo is going to be a nationalistic, acceptable person than will be 100 times. Anytime, any day, and David Maya as well. Anytime, any day.
One man.
So,
You
I think
mentioned
Mama Zita is the next,
Showolu.
right?
You mentioned Showolu.
Yes, I was just using that to make the point, Zita, that a lot of this politics for me is not ethnic. You know, a lot of the politics is not ethnic. It's about the personalities. I will back because if you look at people qualified to run Nigeria, you can't go 5 people and not mention Soludo now. It managed the economy, is doing excellently well in Anambra State. He speaks from a national prism coming, even though he's still, so all of those things is all wrapped up in him now. You would sleep easy if Soludo was in charge of Nigeria, but you would not sleep a wink if Peter Obi was in charge of Nigeria.
Mama Zita, I think I should hand over to you so that you can take over.
No, don't hand over to me. I just carry something. One man, you see, there was a comment I made here some time ago during the Nigerian election, last Nigerian presidential election. I said that if anybody who was once an ex-governor of Lagos State come out to contest for president, he will always be my preferred candidate. And I gave so many reasons for that. Then I came down to the table and I started analyzing what I said. Looking at Showolu, I don't think I will support Showolu to be the president of Nigeria. Let me tell you why. In as much as I said I will support an ex-governor of Lagos State to be the president of Nigeria over any other person he's contesting with. And I gave my reasons that day. But I came again to understand that sometimes the environment can actually make you don't really have any choice rather than to perform. If they remove you from there and take you to a non-compelling environment, you might not perform. I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm beginning to see Lagos State as a kind of a compelling environment. They've built the society that anybody who comes there as a governor is compelled because of the things, the structure on ground to do some amazing things. Now, the question will be, if you remove that person from Lagos State and take the person to a non-compelling environment, and I did this analysis because of Sowolu. Yes, he has done some things in Lagos State.
Essentially, if Sanwo-Olu was the governor of Anambra State, he would do significantly worse than Soludo. I said, essentially, if Sanwo-Olu was the governor of Anambra State, he would do significantly worse than Soludo.
Yes.
And if Soludo was the governor of Lagos State, he would do a quantum leap more than Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you. Now you understand what I'm saying.
Because it's infinitely more capacitated.
I disagree with you.
I think both woman and AI, you are exaggerating. You are exaggerating and you are missing it. Okay, now you are forgetting about the leadership mentoring in this situation.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Now, when Tinubu was there, his successor, he mentored. So he basically is mentoring them. So now, if we think it's just the way we do and plug it, despite that means that someone that succeeded Obasanjo, Nigeria should not have found themselves in the same mess that we found ourselves because Nigeria was
Nigeria, say Lagos State. We are talking about.
No, I'm just giving an example because in Nigeria is a system, in Lagos is a system, right? It's just a subsystem. So this is all about system. What makes Lagos function is because of the way those guys were mentored, not just because of the system. Just go and carry Arugun Omo, one prodigal son, to Lagos now, and come back in the next 16 years.
It's the system more than the mentoring now.
The system mentoring is not part of the system.
No. No. Ola, hold on a second. Let me so that you extrapolate this point. Mama Zita, imagine you are talking about the system, right? Not part of mentoring, not part of the system. No, you are very wrong. Imagine if today, right, that Chinedu is the governor of Lagos. He does not have the tutelage of that mentoring, and he's coming from an angle where he wants to tear everything down. They have a master plan. He will go almost 360 degree against it.
No, but that's a self-defeating. Hold on, sorry, Zeta. Hold on, Zeta. That's a self-defeating argument you are making there. If Gbadebo Rosvivo, if he was the governor of Lagos State,
his name is Chinedu,
it's Chinedu Rosvivo. Then I think it's what I call him Gbadebo. If he was the governor of Lagos State, and it continues along the same pathway that's already charted, then he will do reasonably well. He won't do better or worse than, so he will just do a steady job.
He won't continue on the same trajectory.
That's the thing now. But that's the point. That's the point.
Let me solve the puzzle. I said something, and I don't know. I was misunderstood. Chinedu cannot be the governor of Lagos State.
We are just hypothetical.
No, I'm just hold on. Do you know why I said that?
We know that already. You can't.
Hold on now. Calm down. Your body the hot. Such human being is not structured into that environment that can compel somebody to function. I hope you people understand me now. Environment has been created. A structure has been created. So they work in line of that structure to benefit that environment. And that's why anyone that comes right from first time, he hits the ground. He's doing something. He's looking around. He's trying to do something. He's trying to work. He's trying to function. Why? Because this is the environment. This is the structure. Inside that structure, they have mapped out who and who that can fit into somebody like Viva that talks like a typical African leader that will come and tell you that his job is to fight the West. Won't do anything. So such somebody will not fit in, no matter how hard he try, he cannot fit into that structure. That's just the truth.
So what Zeta is saying essentially is that Sanwo-Olu is a production line sort of
let
governor,
me
you know.
finish now. Let me finish. I want to clear that your production line. Let me finish. Peradventure, you forced or somehow somebody like Chinedu wins that election. At the point of winning, that structure and that environment will be destroyed. So nobody should be talking about the structure and the environment any longer. At that point, he has won that election, that structure and that environment has wiped away, because if it is still there, he wouldn't have won. Anyway, maybe I'm trying to push something that is way. Never mind.
I agree with the broad strokes of where you are, Zita. That if because there is nothing. There's nothing in Asawodu that suggests to us that it's not just a yes man that has been given an opportunity. You wouldn't say that about his predecessors, by the way. Ambode wasn't a yes man, but he still functions within that. Ambode would do a decent job in Anambra. Fashola would do a great job in Anambra, but Sanwo-Olu, it would do. I think it could, because we don't identify that in his character makeup. It's just too much of a yes man, you know. It's just too much.
He's. Let me keep quiet. May I shut off my mouth? He will not. It's the environment and the structure that is pushing him. Let me end it there. Believe me or not, I've said my own.
All right, I'm broadly with you where you are, Zita. But let's get back to it. Let's get back to Folly, who dropped and rejoins us. So we go to Solly. From Solly, we come to you, Zita. From Zita, we go to the Patoski drop. Then we go to Ola, and then we move it around. Prince Daddy in the house. So plenty of conversations. Man of prestige. Before Prince Daddy. So yes. Back to you, Folly. Folly, you dropped.
All right, Mr. All right, Woman. Okay, let me just conclude my thoughts on issue of Utomi. You know, this I'm actually learning from all these things that's happening. I'm learning more every day, and I am actually getting more stronger in believing in what I believe. And I'm not sure a day will come that I will regret what I actually stand for. The reason why I'm saying this is this. Utomi was part of the obedient team in 2023. And when the election were actually holding, these are the people that told us that they are not ready to come out to speak up against what we call election in Nigeria, what we call selection in Nigeria. But today, the same person, after the whole system has been packaged and put in order to themselves to enjoy. So they are now coming out now to come and tell the revolutionary people who believe so much in coming out to vote and ready to defend their votes. The leader in Labour Party then were the one convincing them, telling them that there is no need for that they are going to court. But today, the same person is now telling us that we should form a shadow cabinet by mobilizing Nigerians to the streets. I laugh because when we are talking about mobilizing Nigeria to the streets, these are the people that are actually mocking us, that are saying there is no need for that. But today, they've come back to where we are, and they come back to what we believe. And I give it to whosoever that bring the idea of Nigeria should form a coalition together. I mean, if I'm talking about Nigerian, the conscientized people of this country should come together to form a formidable team to say no to all these people we call politicians in our space. Politics in Nigerians are not played the way the politics should play. I think what we call governance is all about you coming to come and serve people. It's not by you coming to come and make people feel like you are a semi-god. You are coming as a servant to serve people. And if your coming did not come through the people, that means you are not ready to serve them yet. Your coming should be people's oriented coming. Your coming should not be me, I'm powered, I have the power, I know people that have the power to make me come. So I don't know how we are going to get ourselves together. This country is going backward. I don't know how anybody here can actually sweet talk it. This country is going backward. Forget about all this packaging they are giving to us on social media of a thing. Nobody is happy in this country. Something, in fact, the damage that these people have even caused Nigerian is even worse than what Buhari caused Nigeria. I'm not praising Buhari, but I'm just telling you what Nigerians are facing at the moment. So if anybody should come here and say, when it comes to politics, you should laugh and take off, that means you are not ready to build a nation. When it comes to decision taking, people in politics will always be determined the way you live your life. So you should be very mindful of the kind of people you allow to touch that seat to come and represent you. So, well, in fact, one man, let me just stop here. Maybe I will
You're
still
saying
continue joining.
you're saying things that are worse even than under Buhari. So, actually, let me play you a clip.
To find out the prices of the rice in the market. How much are you buying the bag of rice now?
Yeah, I buy 58.
58,000. How much are you buying it before?
Before I buy 75, 80,000.
Before you are buying 75, 80,000. But how much are you buying it now?
58 now.
Okay, so how much are you selling this rubber before?
Before 75, 7,000.
Now how much are you selling it now?
Now 5,000.
Okay, now it's 5,000. So which means the food price is coming down.
Coming very, very down, coming down. The president is trying for now, he's trying.
So what can you tell Nigerians that say food is expensive and they are insulting Mr. President?
No, for now, let him be paying Mr. President to continue like this, because the man for now is really trying. So let him continue like this. Okay. Now you can buy the rice now 1,000. You can, so things is coming down than before. Before the rice 1,500, beans before the 2,000. Now the beans now 1,000. Beans now print at 5,000. So the man is really trying. For now, he's trying.
So are you doing very well in your business?
Yes, of course, I'm doing very well.
Which means
people are buying because things are very cheap.
Things are getting worse. Yes, but we are hearing as signs of improvement. Yeah.
Okay, let me come in. I will push back a bit. In 2019, I used to go to Kano to produce the same rice, and a bag provision for a bag then cost me 10,800 after the whole package. So I will now transport it down to Ekiti or Abuja. I will sell at 13,000 naira. So maybe with my cost of production, transport, and everything, I will have it like around 11,800. Yes. But when I send it down to my state, I sell it at around 13,000. So if this guy is saying the something is coming down, I'm sure he's talking about after the whole bag of rice went to around 100,000 with these same people from 13,000 I used to sell. So if you are saying it's coming down, I don't know what you the area you are speaking from. Coming down from being too expensive to a place where Nigeria cannot still yet afford to buy. Because when you are talking about things is coming down, there was a time that a bag or a basket of onions is around what's it called? 500 naira. Whenever I'm going home, in fact, I bought as many as possible to go and share. But there was a time that the same onions goes to 8,000, 9,000, the same basket. So if someone is saying it's coming down, but today the same bag of tomato, the same onions is around 3,000, 3,500, depending on where you are buying. So if someone is saying it's coming down, I don't know where that coming down is coming from. Because something go gaga to the level of people cannot even people were surprised what is happening here. And now it's coming down to where people cannot see yet buying. I hope you are getting me, Mr. One Man. So if you are saying things is coming down from where to where it was before and where it is now. And the same, in fact, when we are saying coming down, I don't know where is that coming down coming from. I go to market yesterday. I bought, what's it called? Vegetable green, 1,000. Just one, what's it called? One pack of vegetable that I cannot even cook. I can't even use to cook and eat twice. And somebody will come here and be telling me it's coming down. These are the things we are buying around 100 naira.
Foley B, can I
Yes, sir, my brother. Yes.
You see one thing, I understand what you are talking about, but you know, when you are talking the economy, it's more complex like that. Now, okay, look at it this way. If we're selling a bag of rice, let's say 7,000 in 2007, and you were taking from Adoeki to Ikerekiti for, let's say, 50 naira, right? But today, probably between Adoeki and Ikerekiti now is now 500 naira. That means that driver income has increased. The same way too, as food is increases, you understand the people that are selling food too, they want to increase, because as there's inflation, everybody will find a way for their income to increase. But when you actually use your division, or you're now trying to divide everything, you will still see that it's still coming to what it used to be before. But you are just looking at it as a price. That's what you are looking at. You may find out that that's your 75,000 or whatever they are selling today now may just be actually the same amount in terms of if you put the denomination, it may just be the same thing, right? So it's a complex thing like that, because if we want to talk this way, then we'll be talking of when the bag of rice we go back to what it used to be in the late 70s or early 80s. It doesn't work that way. So when they are saying improvement, this is how people base CPI, cross price index. You look at maybe some people will do it after 5 years. You look at where were you last year or like 3 years ago. Where are you today? So based on that one, now you now said, okay, it has improved. Not that you are now looking at a situation whereby the price will now just go down beyond what it used to be before. If we keep looking at economy that way, then we will be really misrepresenting the economic growth. You understand? The simple logic is this: if this thing was 90,000 last year and it's 58 this year, it has actually decreased. It has improved. You understand? So that's just a simple way to look at it.
I don't know if Foley will allow me to 1 minute.
Okay, all right.
Sorry,
all right.
but yeah, just to back what Ola just said, I remember around 85, 86, when one of my brother joined Oyo State Civil Service that time. I used to collect his salary from our bank that time. He would come and drop the check for me. Do you know how much he was earning as a graduate that time? 500 naira. So if we now say, okay, the price of what, and he retired as Surveyor General of Osun State. So even I remember when I was in university, I used to use 5 naira. 5 naira. That's what we used to buy food. You buy everything. You buy food. You even buy soft drink to sip it up. You understand? So you don't look at economy the way you are looking at it. That you can never.
Simba, that's not the best way to explain it to him.
Okay. Please let me attend to Timber first before Madam Osita come back. Timber, you just say something now that your uncle,
my brother, not
your brother's salary is 500 naira, right? And you said with was 500 naira, and you said now then he can use 5 naira to buy food, right?
I said me. When I was in the, I'm not even talking about me.
Okay, now,
Simba.
But let me now tell
when
you
I
today.
was in the university, in my early university days, just wait now. In my early university
that
days,
means
I
wait,
used to use 500
now.
naira. Wait. Just look at the trajectory. When I was in the my early university days, that is what I used to use. And that same time, before I even finished university, 50 naira was not even enough.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? 50 naira was not, and that was even the early 90s to late 90s. That's what I'm. So you and then okay, let's say what you want to say. That's what I just want to tell you, that even in developed world, people cannot tell me that, because I in fact, even in the early 2000s, when I used to buy TM shirt from UK for £400, I don't think you can get it at that price now. You understand? The price of housing, the price, I remember in 1993 when Alan Shearer, if you know Alan Shearer, if you watch football, he was bought by Blackburn Rover for $18 million. It's that 80 million pounds. That 80 million pounds now worth over 250 million pounds.
But
in terms of what it will have been bought.
For example, in Nigeria, you are going too far. It was there not a time in Nigeria, I think, from what
you are not explaining it well,
that they were selling Peugeot, brand new Peugeot 504. Is it 404 or
5,000?
5,000 or 5,000? How many Nigerians can afford it?
What you guys are actually saying is just a clear indication of how the value of the naira has depreciated over a period of time. And if you do your rough calculation, it shows that the value of the naira from the 1985 that you're talking about to current date has depreciated by 5,000%. So if the value of the naira,
It's not only it cannot use
Madam Zita has actually corrected me. Hold on now. Madam Zita has corrected me. Is 3,700%. It's a clear indication that we are getting poorer.
Okay, did you
But
check
no, Emeka.
Hold on.
Wait,
Hold on. One voice.
Did you check the depreciation rate? Why am I echoing?
I think we're bouncing from Emeka. Are we bouncing off you? Sorry, we were bouncing off you. Oh yeah, we were bouncing off. Emeka, I think you may have YouTube on as well. So mute YouTube or the second device. So everything stays within the studio. So yeah, carry on, Zita.
Yes, it's still happening.
Madam Zita, you are showing your face, so okay, that's good.
And what is wrong with my face?
No, I'm just telling you in case you don't want it.
Even I don't know what Zita looks like. I have to video call you tomorrow, Zita. I don't know what. I know what Emeka looks like. Folly, Ola, Prince Daddy, but I don't.
Do you know what I look like, man?
I don't know what you look like.
You are not
look like Erufai.
You know what I look like, man.
You
were on my Instagram.
Enigmatic look like Erufai.
Have you seen him before?
I think
it was Baba Gomez. I had a conversation with him one time. And you've seen my face before when you were on my Instagram now, man.
No, I don't think I am.
Okay.
Am I? Yes.
So
we have to establish what people look like, eh?
Don't you?
Look at that. You could pass me on the street and I wouldn't even know you, eh?
So the thing we were just telling, I was trying to pass across.
The one thing I know about Zita is that she's very skinny. That's the one thing I know.
Really?
Man.
Yes.
Wow.
No, you don't know
No, because she used to have an image of herself on as an avatar, yes. But she had a hat on.
Shishoma say I look like Tinubu.
One man, can you identify how somebody looks like from the voice?
No, he looks like Tinubu's ugly brother. Tinubu is better looking than anybody.
One man. Any picture you see, like that one you are seeing there, is me. I don't use avatar. I was doing using cyber glasses.
No, there was
in the office. No,
there was an image you used to use. I think you were wearing a hat then. Yeah.
Oh, the one. Which one? I don't use avatar. Any picture I put is me. I might decide to hide my face or something, but it's me. I don't use avatar. No, I don't. I have my reasons why I don't.
But woman, can you project how somebody will look like from the way they speak?
No, you can't.
You can somewhat actually.
You can somewhat.
You can,
no.
You can. You can.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's what
one
I'm
man.
saying.
Are you saying you can project? How
I
can
thought
you project how I
Mazanzita
look like?
was going to be
Okay,
somebody chubby.
this one looks like your daughter. So
No. So that's she's not
fine
chubby
girl,
at all.
9 years.
Zita will probably be around about size 8, if I'm not mistaken. UK
Yeah, I'm
size.
size. No, I'm UK. Yeah, I'm size 8. I'm US 8.
Yes.
So
one man got PhD in womanology. Now, wow.
Yeah, well, you know that. Yeah,
Do you even know the size? Do you even know the size of women? No, me, I don't even know my size. Don't mind one man. No, one man has.
One man is talking from experience.
I know your size. Your size is extra large. Double XL. Papa, just say double XL.
I don't even know my own size.
The
size of women. Somebody said that Ignimatis look like Tinubu. Laugh working before.
I thought he said he looks like Tinubu's ugly brother.
Omar, you see me before in my this thing now. I think the only person that has actually had a long conversation with me one-on-one was Dr. Gomez. Yeah, Dr. Gomez. He was really shocked when he saw me.
I'm telling you, most times people don't look the way they sound.
The ice cream.
I'm telling you.
The day
you people will see me, you guys will be shocked. I'm telling
you. The day Patosi saw me, I think he was thinking that he would see one kind of a macho man that.
Olana fine boy. When he came to my house, I said,
"We see one macho man."
Very tall, handsome boy.
I think one man should create a WhatsApp group or one man
that's
group.
Just speak about. I make sure I stay slim. I make sure I stay slim, and that thing is a real effort.
You don't drink alcohol, then? Do you drink alcohol?
No, when if we are having a gathering, if we are having like a get together, I drink. But for me to sit down at home and be drinking alcohol, no way.
Yeah, because that's the only way to stay slim. If you drink alcohol, you can't stay slim.
Baba, I carry weight, so I do some kind of thing. I walk around and do this. I even do fasting when for some time if the
one belly... man, did you say if you drink alcohol you can't stay slim?
Yes.
Where did you get that one from?
Because I drink alcohol and I'm not slim.
Because you drink,
and I don't eat a lot, which is the thing.
No, you drink beer.
No, I don't drink beer anymore. I used to drink Guinness, but I don't drink that. I used to drink wine as well.
What kind of alcohol do you drink?
Spirit.
Drink stout. Spirit.
Call it Ogogoro if it's on the spirit.
You see this Ogogoro why they drink, right? They finish me. Ogogoro, they suck blood. You should be slim. Now the
you are taking Ogogoro. Don't stop calling it spirit.
It's the sugar. It's the sugar content. Now you know it's sugar that makes you fat, not even.
No, what kind of
if you take any king, anything has no added sugar.
No,
it depends. So even if you take some cognac, or you take something like pure clear spirits, I use some of them. They don't have sugar.
What do you call sugar? What do you call sugar?
Wait, added sugar is what we are talking about now. You understand? Everything will still be converted to sugar.
About raw sugar. That's what it means now. Raw sugar.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So refined sugar, I think that's what they are talking about.
Sugar in your body. So what are you?
Yeah, even if you take beans, it still can become sugar. So
really,
yeah, some still come to sugar. If you take beans, beans is just about 19 to 20% protein, and it has even more carbohydrate more than even protein.
What do you call up now for that crisis?
Even in fat, if you eat fat, at the end of the day, it must still be converted to sugar for your body to use, your glycogen, right? So
then we
should but all those
what is wrong with Ogogoro anyway? Look at how Folly was disparaging Ogogoro.
Whiskey don't get sugar. And the wire the thing where if you
No, I'm just telling you
And whiskey
everything
get
you
sugar. The
everything
drink
you are
is
trying
one
to
sweet
man,
now.
if
package.
you drink whiskey, that
I'm
your
just saying
stomach
everything you
will
are
come
trying to
down.
No,
package
no,
is in our own
it's
culture.
not enough for you not to drink alcohol, oh, Baba. You go wake up in the morning and you do
Omar,
press up like
are you reading
100.
the comments? They said Simba looks like someone with his brief and
It's
with
brief
tribal mark.
with a tribal mark.
But I didn't understand what they mean by brief. What's brief? What's brief?
Brief means small,
Brief like
small.
a Rufai
All right.
statue.
Okay.
Oh, these people, like
No,
all of
no.
them.
Simba is the same height as El Rufai now, but it's the same body weight as me. You know, it's a El Rufai's height, but my body weight.
I think it's Remy that has that height, not Simba.
One
You know the
man.
person I'm most curious. You know the person I'm most curious to know what they look like is Remy. I want to see if his voice. You know that voice. You know if it matches his looks. I want to see.
Remy is a fine man, though.
I hope it looks a bit more macho
You
than
know
the
Remy
voice.
is a handsome guy. The way
One
No,
man.
Remy is
very handsome guy.
a fine man with a
No,
rounded
common
face
gainer.
and
It's like a common
One-
sort of guy.
One man.
Prince, Prestige. How about it?
Yeah, can we allow people to speak? I mean, you're just gossiping, you know.
All right. All right.
At times we should not be getting too much serious though.
I don't even know why he's taking things serious these days. MOP, why are you taking things serious these days? I mean, are we going to stay here, be gossiping all day?
Speak now.
Let's get back to business, please.
I think Prestige, his side chick has dumped him. That's why it's a bit cranky.
Wow.
His side chick has dumped him.
I don't have any side chick.
Can you imagine being dumped by your
I'm
side
a
chick?
happily married man for 22 years, so.
Yeah, we are also a Nigerian man now, so we all know the game.
There's nothing Nigerian in me.
What make you happy is even side chick. To be more happy more.
And for you to be happily married, you have to have a side chick.
Yes,
Anyway,
you have to
anybody
have the
that doesn't
side chick
have a side chick
to make
is
it
not
complete.
happily married. Yes.
Oh yeah, I speak, but man of Prestige. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, be serious. Oh yeah, serious man. Speak. Yeah. So let me start on a more interesting note. Before I begin flog this and shadow government. I'm going to piss some people off. But anyway, Chris Brown. Do you know Chris Brown? He has been remanded in custody. In your place. One man. Do you know that? Till June, they refused to grant him bail. This is the accident that happened in.
What did they do?
They say I think he inflicted a body harm to one of the British music producer in 2023. So he came there concert last week. So the judge remanded him in custody without a bail until June. I think June 13th before they can grant him a bail. So he's in custody right now. You haven't heard about the news, Chris Brown?
No.
Yeah,
I
Google
don't
it.
follow
He's in custody in
that
British.
much.
Yeah, he's in custody right now. I mean, he's one of the most popular, musicians in the world, But he has been remanded in custody, So
Was it not? Is it the guy that used to beat up Rihanna? Is that the one?
Yeah, that former Rihanna boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the boyfriend right now is ASAP. The jobless one. Anyway,
ASAP is not jobless now.
I'm just kidding. I mean, he's not as popular. He's not as popular. He's not as popular as Chris Brown now. You can't compare him with Chris Brown in terms of.
Oh no. But he's been busy in the bedroom anyway. You can talk about that.
Why? Because he's busy making babies.
Yes, now.
Okay. I mean, Rihanna is a billionaire, so they can afford it. So why not? So. But anyway, I just wanted
How
to
old is
start
she
up.
now? She must be in her mid to late 30s now, Rihanna.
Yeah, I think she is. But anyway, so let me pivot to.
Do you remember Halle Berry? I was shocked when I found out she's 57 thereabouts. Can you imagine?
Yeah. But she still look good, So.
Yes, it's still a babe anyway. Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, carry on.
So enigmatic. What do you think about the 8647 about James Comey? Enigmatic.
I heard he wasn't. They are not going to do anything to him, right? From
But he
what?
was interrogated for about 90 minutes. Yeah, I mean they released him, but
But he's an old body now. Yeah, at least he didn't harm Trump. Whoever that didn't harm
No,
Trump.
it's not a
but,
matter.
but regardless, I thought that was very clear.
It's a signal. It's not a matter of harm. It's a signal, right? Um, as a former FBI director, his response made him even look more stupid. You understand?
He's been stupid from day one.
No,
Somebody is echoing.
Comey is not a stupid man. Comey, we can say his interests do not align properly with that of populace Americans want, but his interest aligns with the globalists, what the globalists actually want. And if you tell, he made that signal based on Trump's Middle East policy and Trump was still in the Middle East, right, where he's making comments about pushing for peace, pushing for trade with the Middle East, not being bothered about trying to upset the government style that the Middle Easterners have adopted, even showering them with admiration and praises that regardless of what has happened, they have defined their governments and they've made their place more prosperous, right? So that is a complete diversion from what the neocons have been pushing. A complete diversion and also a slap to Israel and Netanyahu.
Do you think Trump is turning against Israel? All the indications.
Oh yeah, their relationship is
Emeka, you're not right.
It's not a
not turning
complete. Listen now, before you come and.
Well, it's my turn. You can't tell me to.
I know
you
now,
can't tell me
but
to
he
stop.
asked the question.
You
Can I answer the question? Then I will.
You borrowed
I
the
will
time
turn
from
it
me, so
over
you
to
can't speak. You can't take all
Hold
my time,
on now.
please.
They don't ask you question now. They
I
ask me
am the one in charge,
All right,
and I
go
can
ahead.
allow you
Go
to
ahead.
speak.
Go
You can't
ahead.
tell
Go
me to
ahead.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Ask me. Can I speak? Come on, Emeka.
Okay, Oga, sir, please, sir. Can we speak, sir? Please, sir.
No, it's Emeka acting like he's the one in charge of when it's my turn. So you can't do that to me.
No, I think it's just chilling with you. I think he just wanted to. But to that space though, the observation is that even Trump was endorsing the Syrian president who he met in the Middle East, and it's not endorsing also an attack on Iran. So I think it's about to cut Netanyahu. It's about to cut him loose, And that guy,
That's not going to happen. If you know the relationship between US and Israel, that's not going to happen. I think it's
One man that
Trump is.
can never
Hold on,
happen.
Trump is a
Forget it.
transactional person. It's about American interests. Trump has changed, the American geopolitical interest to Middle East because he feels like that's where more of his economical value lie. So you all are missing it. It's not about Israel. America will still support Israel to the optimal level. He's going to go to Israel according to what I had next month. So no better. It's about what Trump want. He even want to bring Iran into all this, just for peace and for transactional purpose. That's who Trump is. I mean, am I a supporter of him? I wasn't, but hey, we elected him in the office, so I'm not gonna come back and be bashing him. He's doing what people like, what some people like. I can't say everybody likes. So we see how it goes. So that's my topic on
But
that.
we elected Tinubu into office, and that doesn't stop you from bashing him now.
Well, I will come back to Tinubu because Tinubu is not doing well. Okay, he's an incompetent president. But anyway, having said that, I don't know why. So let me start with before I go to the shadow government. I buttress what Foley said. You all are talking about one man. When you come here, you bring all those news propaganda. I don't know how you get it. Maybe you send people there to to echo
People send it in,
No,
to
echo the president. You can tell those are those are the government ally. That's what they are portraying. The people in Nigeria, they're not seeing anything, about what he's saying price is reducing. Okay, let's assume it reduced. When Tinubu came office, what was the inflation rate? Wasn't it about 22.4 when he came in? Then last year, 2024, it went up to 33. So let's assume, it's just inflation. You make it hyperinflation. Now it gone back to inflation level. What is the good are you doing? What is the purpose? You're the one that created
What's the
that inflation.
attribution?
You make it
What's
up to
the attribution?
hyperinflation. Now you go back to
No,
inflation,
no,
just like what's going on with the naira. And you're
no,
going
you
to
are
come here
wrong.
and tell him that he's doing
You're
okay.
wrong. The
I'm not
spike
doing.
in
What am I wrong?
no, hold on. Because the economists are telling you that, not me, but I was reading up on what you're saying actually just earlier on today. The inflation that came in after shortly after Tinubu came in, it wasn't anything to do with subsidies. So it was a spillover from the ways and means that Emefiele did. So that was
So
that
are you
spike
telling me
there
the
was
one
an
that came in?
Emefiele
Wait a
spike.
minute. What was
And
it when Tinubu
inflation,
came
by
in?
the way, now is
Hold on.
23 point something
One
percent.
man. Let's go with the data and the fact. What was the inflation when Tinubu came in? Before Tinubu took office? And I'm telling you,
I
like, it
don't
was
I don't have
22.4.
it
Well, you can
right.
Google it. It was 22.4 when Tinubu came in.
What's the
Then
inflation rate
because of the
now?
nonsense,
What is it now?
that he did, the inflation skyrocketed to up to 33. In the middle of last year, June. Now,
What's
because
the
the
inflation
inflation
rate
is
now?
coming back to, I think it was 24.23. As of today, it was 23.71. So
27,
I'm by a
27.
small percentage.
It's
So what is the
27,
purpose? Why are we here?
27%.
Huh?
27%.
You mean today?
As at the data came out on Wednesday, 27%.
Okay, I thought it was 23.7. Okay. But regardless, it's still, it's a little bit down compared to what it was in 2024, which was about 33%. But that notwithstanding, Tinubu is the one that created the hyperinflation. Now, let's assume it has gone down a little bit. So what are we praising him? I mean, I buttress what Foley was saying. It's the same thing. I mean, because he already committed the atrocity just because. I mean, let people like Foley come and tell us what's actually, because to me, Foley is not going to come here and tell a story if things are really good. I mean, we just here because we are here
Sorry, I beg your
enjoying.
pardon, 24%. I beg your pardon.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's what I thought it was. I think it
Sorry,
was.
I beg your pardon. My bad. 24%.
Yeah, it's okay. I thought it was 24.23. Then it went down to 23.71. Recently, but regardless, I'm just talking about this what he created. Last year because of this subsidy removal and all this naira that he redesigned. I mean, naira something that he did. So that was because of this inflation. I don't know why we here to praise him. He's not doing well. So that's what I think. Until he start doing well, I will never respect him. So that's how I see that things. So the next is about what you are talking about about the shadow government. I mean, what is wrong with what Pat Utomi is trying to do? I mean, it's what is called the Big Ten coalition, coalition shadow government. I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, why is it okay? You never asked why is he doing it. It wasn't something like he did. It wasn't like how the America was created, like the deep state they created. People forming an invisible government. There's nothing invisible or parallel about what he was saying. You know, he's going to form this Big Ten government in order to appraise what the government, how the poverty, this government has brought to this country. I mean, a lot of company has left. I mean, and more terrorists than you have insecurity and corruption. That is the purpose of the shadow government that he created to appraise the government. That's all it is. I don't see anything really wrong about what he's doing, and there's nothing.
Well,
I mean,
there's no need for him to do a shadow government. He can do an
why?
NGO.
Why not?
What if he's to appraise, assess, criticize the government? He can run an NGO where they can look at critical areas that they
Sure,
want to
that's what he has
criticize.
been doing since now. So
Right.
what's
So
the
he doesn't
problem?
need to. He doesn't need to
But
spring
he,
the
but
name like
but he
shadow
doesn't want to do it
government.
by himself. That's why he's forming a
He,
Big Ten, a
he's
Big
not
Ten
going to be
coalition.
the other. An NGO is not run by one person, right? So that's why I don't know if you were listening the last time I spoke about this, and I said I think
No,
it
I
was
didn't listen.
I think it was very stupid of him to be saying those kind of words. Our constitution does not allow that. If you want to create an NGO to address government failures or governance issues, that's fine. You can go ahead, but calling it a shadowy government, from there, Yes, you might have good intentions, but that's how things go off the rails, right? You mentioned the deep state. That's how things go off the rails. So we would not want an alternative
But I think you are
government.
missing it. You are missing the whole
No,
point,
I'm
Emeka.
not. I'm not
There's,
missing
I
what you
mean,
are
what
saying.
he's forming is not an invisible. It's not an invisible government. There's
It's
nothing
not invisible.
crazy about it.
I'm not saying whether it's visible or invisible. I'm just saying things can go off the rails. So when he's saying shadow government, right? Like what the parliamentary system allows for that. We don't run a parliamentary system. Our constitution don't allow for an alternative form of government to checkmate the government in administration. So we can allow for NGOs, commissions,
So
different.
just because he didn't call it MGO, just use the word shadow government. I
Yeah,
mean, he's
yeah.
part of
He's
shadow
and
government that
yeah,
is very
yeah.
visible.
Because of the word,
It's not a
and he's
parallel
so
government that he's forming,
a
and
part
it's not a deep
autonomy
state.
a part autonomy should not be using such kind of words. It's very stupid of him. It clearly shows that he's something is wrong with his brains. This is
Man
a
of
He
man who has
Prestige.
said,
been. This
wait
is
a
a
minute, he
man.
Prestige.
said the big tent
This is a
could
man
run
who has
shadow
been.
Hold
government.
This
on.
is a
Man of
man who has been a
Prestige.
bureaucrat in
Man
the
of Prestige.
Second Republic. You
When you
Yeah,
can't
take
I'm
it
say
to
listening.
those
that
kind of
route,
words.
right? When you take it to that route of quote unquote shadow government, then you are dipping yourself into the realm of constitutional crisis, and nobody will take you serious any longer. And that's why you've seen a lawsuit. The lawsuit is basically for him to come and explain himself. If he's able to actually you know, effectively, efficiently, and adequately advocate for this shadowy government, which is basically which is deemed to be ultra virus to the provisions of the Nigeria's constitution as as it is currently amended now. Like Emeka said, and I said it earlier, Nigeria run a different constitution than the one that is happening in the UK. Even in the US here, right? Make I use take they no born your papa well. That Donald Trump will hear you that you want to create a shadow government under his administration. Who born you? If you want to do your
Adam shift.
that,
He said it now. What happened to him?
so look,
What
Come
happened
on
to
now,
him when he said it?
that's a very cynical stuff. There's
it's not
nobody that
cynical.
was running a deep state, just a
No,
cynical guy.
Adam Schiff said it. I will
Prestige.
post it
Are you
online.
not
Adam
understanding
Schiff
what
said they will run a parallel government
and then he
to
went
oppose.
straight at him.
They went through straight to him and addressed his F up
Nobody told him
instantly.
he need to stop that nonsense now. Even me that I know that I support Democrats, that was uncalled for. There is no way you run a shadow government under a constitutional government. In America, in Nigeria, you can't do that. What I would have expected a part Utomi to do, if he wants to go that route, first of all, there's a reason why they don't take all these people seriously, because they are part of the system. They are part of the establishment. If somebody like Shuore has taken that route, or somebody who is not part of them, they would know how to approach it. But you were just eating with them 2 days ago, but because the plate is not, they are not serving your plate now, you want to run a shadow government. They know
Is it
everything.
not how it work? I mean, does everybody serve the plate at the same time in Nigerian politics?
No,
I
not
mean,
not not in the, when you are when you are part of the corridor of that establishment group. Do not forget the establishment group. They know themselves.
who is not in the corridor of the establishment group,
There are a lot
except
of them
people
that
like
are not in
Sowore?
that
There's
establishment
nobody in
group.
Nigeria.
There are a lot
Who?
of
Tell
them.
me.
Okay, Shuore is not part of the establishment group.
We know that.
Okay. This Mwande Gurua, right? Most of these prominent activists, they are not part of the establishment group.
But they're not relevant in Nigeria. I mean,
You can't say they are not
they're just
relevant.
activists.
No, you can't say they are not relevant. The only thing is that they are overshadowed by the establishment group, because the establishment group, they are sophisticatedly and they are stickingly rich. They have the political and the financial wherewithal to silence these outliers, political outliers, and it happens everywhere. So what I would have expected Pat Utomi to do, being a part of them, is you can have, like they do in America here, you can make yourself like a group of lobbyists, right, to this opposition group. Then you can formulate policy and ideas for them, and then create a more or less like a shadow framework that they will use as a talking point to drive their own narrative. That was exactly the proponent of ideas that Lai Mohammed was running against the opposition of PDP then. There was no week that Lai Mohammed would not have a press conference highlighting the failures of PDP government. They do not have that now because they are not united as opposition, right? So one is running on one side, running a populist idea, and once in AK Market Day, Atiku will come with his own confusion, so they are not. So what he's doing is against the constitution of the government, and I'm very happy that DSS, they've not gone through the illegal route. They've gone through the legal route now. They filed a lawsuit against him. Come and defend yourself. So they've not done anything wrong, but has he done anything wrong, right? It will be dictated by the premise of the law. And on the premise of that, they will understand that you guys have you have done something wrong, and this is the summary of your conviction. If it gets to that level, but you cannot run a shadow government in Nigeria, in America. Yes, you can run it in the UK.
So the problem you're saying, is it
No,
because
how is that?
he mentioned shadow government? But he's go ahead.
Prestige, you take the floor and then bring it home, and then from you we go to Zeta, from Zeta to Simba, Prince Daddy, Emeka. But I wanted to ask you,
I'm sorry. Where's Baba? Where's Baba? I didn't see him in a while.
Baba is in the comment section. I'm
Oh,
sure
he is?
maybe it's the timing. Yes, at least it was. I saw him there. Just how is Pat Utomi's parallel government different from Simon Ekpa's parallel government?
Oh, come on now, one man. How are you gonna be bringing someone Ekpa into this? I mean, someone is an autopilot. I mean, there's nothing comparable to what Pat Utomi, an honorable person, is doing. That idiot over there. What are you talking about? Why are you giving that comparison? Can you hear me?
No, it's the same thing, isn't it? Simon Ekpa forms a parallel government to rile against him. Pat Utomi forms a parallel government to endorse it. Is that double standards?
Because his manifesto is out there. There's nothing invisible about what he's doing. He's telling you that this is what we are doing. We are doing this in order to checkmate this government, and this is who is going to be in it. So it's not like what everybody's saying or make or whatever. There's nothing deep state about it. You don't know when a deep state is forming. There's some people within the government that you don't know where they are. They are working against the government. That's not what Pat Utomi has said. He has already laid their manifesto out. Said this is what we're going to do. We're here to appraise the policy of the government and everything. I mean, what is so shadow about that? Well, what is so invisible about that? It's just because you use that connotation, shadow. Is that where you're having a problem? I don't understand. Or is this because most of you here, are APC supporter? So because he's gonna come and point out what you're doing wrong, that's where you're having a problem. If most of you are very transparent and
But
honest.
man of prestige, sorry. I'll ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the absence of the explanation that he has given about the meaning of shadow government, when you hear the word shadow government, to you, what is the first impression that comes to you? How do you interpret it? In the absence of the way Pat Utomi has interpreted it, with your own, that means remove the information you have that he has given you now. Before now, if you hear shadow government, what is the interpretation that comes to you as a person?
I will look at it as something like a parallel, like a parallel government. I mean, it's not with that, an invisible government.
That's what it actually means. But you now have to start explaining. It's just like Shore saying the revolution that he was asking for is not a violent one. Whereas in his action and the things he talks, he's not talking about revolution of mild one. He said we change our mind. If it's a change of mind, it's something that is going to happen that takes place over time. But he was canvassing for a revolution now. Then it has to be violence. People don't change. You don't change.
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at my own perspective. The way I'm looking at it.
No, that's what it is. You're right.
What I mean, what he's doing is not invisible. That's why I'm looking at it. He has laid out his blue. He has laid out his
change your mind now.
This is what we're gonna do.
No. You see, when you talk of revolution in terms of Shore,
No, I
like
change
if
my
they
mind.
were
I'm
trying
sticking
to,
with my
now I'm
my word.
responding
You know,
to
I don't
Foley
change my
now.
mind easily.
You are trying to change a culture. You are trying to change the way people look at something that has been ingrained. That cannot be spontaneous. If you now
No,
put,
you can use the
wait
language. You
now,
can use the language
now
now, so
if you
that people
put,
can know that you need
my brother,
to.
if you
Wherever
put,
the information gets to you, you
if you
change
take
it.
the word revolution and you put the adverb of time in beside it, whether before or after the word, it suggests urgency, something that is active. And revolution in itself, it's something that is active. And in the context of the history of the world, you talk about revolution, the French Revolution, you talk about so many other revolutions in the context of human history, then it cannot be something that
I think they are subjecting everything to legal to legal interpretation now. But you know very well that most of these folks, right, they can be as cocky as they want, but when they get
they
into the
want
annals,
to exactly.
yeah, when they get into the annals of the court, right?
Then
Look
they will
at
let them know.
when this guy got to court the other time, he said he wasn't any. He said he was a content creator. By the time Pat Utomi gets to court, he will say, "I was just saying." He will change the narrative.
Say no violent government.
And say he was just saying, me and my two friends, we are just having a parallel.
Exactly.
But look,
Shore can imagine Shore say his revolution
was
is not
saying
violent.
it was not violent, and so look, the law does not support parallel or shadow or alternative or any adjacent or whatever government you want to speak about in Nigeria. It is deemed ultra-virus to the provisions of the Constitution of Nigeria. ABC.
Where is it in the Constitution?
Where are you serious?
Yeah.
All right.
But
Don't
anyway,
go into the
let me bring it home
Constitution
one man
because
so that other people
that's
can
it.
speak.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way. I mean, they have taken him to court. So when he go there, he explain. We see how that goes. Okay, one man. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I'm going to pay last hand over to Patoski. Pato, you take charge. Zita next. From Zita, I think it was. What was the other? From Zita to Prince Daddy, if he's ready. Simba, Emeka, etc. So Pato, do 5-7 minute slots so that people are not waiting too long. Manage the interjection so it doesn't overspill. To acknowledge the super chatters. Choma kicked it off. Choma expanded it further. Ola chimed in right there. Choma came back again. And then, of course, it's never complete without Ayo. And that's Ayo just announcing his entry into the conversation. So thank you to all those. Keep the super chats coming. Keep the conversations going. Zita is up next. I'll bail out. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Zita, is she still there?
I will just be doing interjection. You people can continue.
Okay, Prince Daddy. Okay, man of President, are you done? Let me even ask.
Yeah. But I just interject when needed.
So just know that that's your part. You got the definition right. That what he meant was parallel government. That he will change it tomorrow, maybe. You understand? But that's what he actually meant. So I think Prince Daddy is probably the next person on the line. Let him. Prince Daddy. Oh, Prince
Daddy is still in New Jersey. He's not here.
What's happening in New Jersey?
I don't know. Ask Prince Daddy.
Meanwhile, what is happening? Okay, I think it should be my turn, no. But
they arrested their mayor. That's all I know.
But sorry, if I can push back a bit. You do know Baba Afe Babala was the first person that actually
sorry, Foley. Explain how you meant by saying that revolution now is not a violent one. Maybe I'm not getting it. Now that you're here, let's even hear that.
Okay. You mean me?
Yeah, Foley. Is that not Foley?
Yeah. You know the word revolution Yeah, the word revolution simply means recovery, turn around. It's a Latin word. It means recovery. You have to turn around. Revolution. So it's just because our people here, they actually attack that word to make it look like it's a violent word. Okay? But the main target of revolution is a path that is being taken that you know that can't lead you to anywhere. So you have to change it. It's exactly what revolution is all about. So if you are talking about revolution now, can we turn around now? Can we start doing things in another way now? I think those are the things that I mean. I think
So,
we
so
actually
you are one
preaching
of,
for.
okay, you have been in the environment of the recipient of that message, that campaign. From your experience, I know you will tell me objectively. From your experience, what do you think the message they are getting? You can be saying something and your people are hearing something else. What do you think the people
Yes, my brother.
in that
Ye-
in
Yes, my
this
brother.
audience? What do you think they are hearing?
Yes, my brother. You know what? In
Mhm.
fact, I I think I know this, that everything we call truth will be truth forever. And anything that is a lie will also be a lie forever. The only thing that will prove whether something is true or lies is time. Okay? So wherever you are saying things that is truth and people don't understand it at that particular time, with the test of time, the truth will be unveiling and to be coming out. It doesn't matter how people see it when you say it. Time will tell whether you are saying the truth or not. So and I believe time is actually proving us right now that this is exactly what we are saying. I'm not a violent person. In fact, I don't even know. I don't even like. I can't remember the last time I've have a kind of fight with people in my life. I can't remember. I maybe in my primary school days. So I'm not a violent person. But the path we are taking now, can that path actually give us the kind of a future that we all want? Everybody know the answer is no. So when I now see something that, okay, let's change the way we are doing things. Can we start doing something away from the way we have been doing it? Yes, I mean, and that's what actually brought me to that side of revolution now of a thing. I know the meaning of revolution. It may not be the same way other people actually have the meaning, but the way I understood it, I know the meaning of revolution is about changing a system that is not working. And all of us here can tell the path we are taking presently is not working. The process of which we are getting our leadership from is not a good process. It doesn't speak well of us. Where we call a
Yeah.
governance space has become something different. People are
Foley,
now, thugs are now the one taking over the space.
Foley, let me tell you
So
one
those
thing
are
I
things
like.
that we want to be changed.
Let me tell you something. I will
All right,
use
my
this
brother.
phrase. I will use this phrase. Have you heard this phrase before? The phrase is, they say, people, referring to a group of people, is say, of whom the world was not worthy. So he was talking of these people that they died and they sacrificed their life for a cause that they believe in that would change the world. But the world did not receive their message and they died. And when this wisdom literature was referring to them, he said they are people of whom the world was not worthy. You see, those ideas, those stuff that we were actually saying, that's very objective. That is what will lead the nation. I mean, we cannot run things the way we are running and expect that we'll become a great nation. People can have something to eat. We can run things and the economy will improve. People will eat. People will buy a car and live their life. But we cannot be a great nation like that. We cannot be. And people know. But the point is that the environment, the Nigeria that we have, even Africa, do you think they deserve those kind of leaders? Because they will not even listen to them. They will not. Even when those leaders emerge, those leaders will fail because the followers will not even cooperate with them, because the followers are completely different kind of people. Tinubu is trying his best now, but let him leave. You will now hear that, oh, when he was there, Badabia Miller has told Kinikan billion. This one stole this billion. That is the world that we live in. I just feel that humanity is doomed by itself because of greed, selfishness, every terrible thing you can put in the bag like that. So to me, yeah, Shore could have been a very good leader, but I don't see Shore emerging. Not because he will not work hard, but because the system will just not let them even give them best electoral reform today. That system will not produce somebody like that. Not only Shore, people like Adewale, that system will not produce them. I've seen similarity, except that Shore is very aggressive in his approach, but Adewale and Shore, they are seeing the same thing. They are trying to, most young politicians, apart from all these people that are in the established party, they are seeing the need for us to change things to that we can become a great nation, but the system will definitely not produce them. That's just the point. I rest my case. Can't continue.
All right, my brother. You know, when we are talking about system and we are talking about you as a person, you know, I don't know what everybody think we are here for. I think what actually built the nation and built the world is people idea. And most times, people that start the idea don't actually get it right, as in get it the way they want it. But with the test of time, the idea you sell out will begin to manifest. You know, in fact, there was a time that wherever any one of your brother traveled away from you, you don't see them or hear from them until maybe they come back home. A great revolutionarist now look at a problem and he thinks that there should be a solution to solve this problem. And I'm not sure if the person that invents all these forms of a thing is still alive today. And I'm not even sure if the same person that started is the one that is actually get it done. But I believe there must be a revolutionary person somewhere thinking on how to change the way people live. Even if his own idea cannot actually, his own time cannot actually make it happen, that does not mean some other people who is coming behind cannot take it up and get it done. So I'm saying all this is there because I believe people are seeing it as if it's all about you start it and you get it. No, it shouldn't be about that. It's about when you see the right thing, come out for it, talk about it, let people begin to see it. And maybe one day, somebody from somewhere and people can actually emerge on that particular space and make it happen. You know, in fact, I'm seeing whatever Showora is saying today as if the guy just came to expand the political space so that people can be reasoning. And that is why in 2023, we hardly can say who can win the election. We hardly. Because the way things was nobody can even predict that election, how it's going to happen. But before the election, you already know where the pendulum is shifting to. Because we
What do
only
you
have
mean
two
by
people who are strong.
2023 that we could not predict? We predicted that Tinubu was going to win the election. We knew
No, some
Tinubu was going
people,
to win.
maybe because you are from Tinubu's side.
No.
Some people,
not
brother,
about that. When you look at the momentum,
okay, some people also my brother. Some people also have that belief that Tinubu cannot win. So that make it dicey. That you believe that you said it does not make it happen. But people that make it dicey. That when we are talking about having a space where people can compete.
I do not agree with you. That 2023 election was quite easy to say. The only time I would say yes, that the election would have. I don't think the election would have been unpredictable because is maybe the APC didn't give uh, Tinubu the ticket. Then it now would make the PDP a much stronger party because the APC would fractionize itself. Tinubu would
Okay,
move with
okay.
a lot of his supporters out of the party to go
Let me
form
expand it
its
more.
own.
Let me expand it. Maybe you understand it. Can we actually check the numbers that the figures that these people have after the election? The figures. You know the
Yeah,
figures are very
Tinubu got 8
they are
million,
very
Atiku
close.
got 7 million, Obi
7.
got 6
Atiku
million,
Obi get 6 point something million.
Kwankwaso got
So the numbers
2
the
million.
numbers are so close. The numbers
Regardless
are
of
so
whether it
close.
was close or not,
I think there's
let's
so
leave
much
the figures.
voter party. Oh.
Regardless of the closeness of the numbers, right? We knew who was going to win that election.
Emeka, what do you think is responsible for that voter party, despite the campaign, the number of people, the noise, and everything?
They've
That
always the 2023 election.
million.
The 2023 election was not different from any other election that we've actually had in the country in terms of voters turnout. We've always gotten like 30 to 35% voters turnout for every election. So there was completely nothing different. That is, with registered voters, we'll get 30 to 35% that will go to the polls themselves directly. So there was nothing strange with the pattern. It was consistent with previous elections that we've ever had, even in the 1993 election too. It was consistent. The number of registered voters would be, let's say, 100 million, then 30 million would come out to vote. So there was nothing different from it in terms of voters turnout against voters registration. And then with predicting who was going to win the election, we knew who was going to win the election. Regardless of the noises that they were all making on the social media or whatever spaces they were not, we knew who was going to win the election. We rightly called it here on this platform. Yeah, we missed a bit of some states like Lagos State, but we rightly called which party was going to win the election. And likewise in 2027, the same thing is going to happen again. Voters turnout is still going to be 35%, even with what they are trying to discuss in the House of Representatives. I don't know what kind of bill they are saying, vote or go to jail. You don't force people to go and vote. That's wrong.
What kind of nonsense is that?
You don't force people to go and vote. You only encourage people to vote and explain. INEC should be carrying out more campaigns, which their communication unit should be discussing more about the importance of election and why they need to vote. But you don't pass a bill to say if you don't vote, you go to jail. That's clearly taking the rights away from people. And that's the totalitarian, you are not trying to form a totalitarian government. Not everybody wants to, we have the freedom to choose. So don't push people out. Why they want the numbers to be higher is probably they want to use that as an opportunity to continue to either rig, or they want to see the true picture of the population of the country. But that's my own view. I don't think it's wrong. But anyway, just to tell you that I completely don't agree. And I'm not saying it's an opinion. The facts also is on my side. Doesn't agree with what you're saying. Well, in terms of the election was unpredictable. It was clearly predictable. Clearly predictable.
When the election was
Are
going on,
you
we
done?
know who is going to win. These people who are blinded, I didn't know who is going to win. It was a lot of noise.
Madam Sita, I don't know. I don't allow me to be coming here to be seeing you as if you are here to attack me wherever I speak. Please don't allow me to be seeing you that way. You stop using that some words. Stop using some words that will make me look like you are here to
What do you mean by
me.
I'm not sure it's directing it
No,
to you.
why would you say the people who doesn't why would you say people who doesn't know what is going on, people who doesn't know what is going on?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I hear what you said.
I
And that's why I
said that
respond to
when the
it.
election was going on, some people knew who was going to win,
Mm-hmm.
unless some people who were not monitoring what was happening.
You don't
So
use you don't use
hold
but you
on,
don't if you use the word monitoring, I won't speak. I won't say
okay,
what I just said.
Whichever way you see it, how did you come in?
I was talking about the election, the way the election was going in
hold
2023.
on. I made a
To
statement.
me, how did you
And
believe
hold
that
on,
that was directed?
hold on. I need to clarify myself. I love clarifying myself. I made a comment, okay? And my comment was general. I did not mention your name. And I said here that I will be interjecting. And I said, when the election was going on, the election, some people knew who will win the election. It was obvious who was going to win. But some people didn't believe. So how did you come into what I said? That's the question I'm asking.
You know, when we were having conversation, we are 6 here, right?
Yeah.
And I'm
So
the one.
how
I'm the
did
one.
you? I want to know how you came in.
No, it's the way you said it. The way you said it is you are trying to rearrange your words now.
No,
But
no,
the way
no.
you said it,
Whatever way you see it.
you said it's the people. You said it's people who doesn't know what they are, maybe what they are doing. That don't know the people that some
Good.
people that will win.
Whatever however you put it, okay. I want to state the statement exactly the way you understand it, or the way you heard me say it, or the phrases and words that I use. But still at that, I ask you a simple question. How did you come in? Because we are just discussing
It's because I'm the one
generally
saying,
here.
because it's because I'm the one saying that the elections was not predictable.
It doesn't matter.
I was the one saying it here.
And I didn't get angry and picked it as like, how dare you say the election was unpredictable? I didn't say that. Even as much as you stated your opinion that to you, the election was unpredictable. And to me, the election was predictable. And unless the person, even if I use the word, the person who doesn't know what they are doing, the question still remains, how did you come in?
Well, let me just close it. I know what I'm doing and I know what I believe. Okay.
It doesn't matter
And wherever
now.
I'm here,
I give it to
and
you.
wherever
It doesn't matter.
I'm here to share my own opinion. My opinion is my opinion. Nobody
Thank
can
you.
change it.
Thank
And
you. And mine is mine.
stop making it look like somebody doesn't know what he's doing.
No. Don't
That my
see it
opinion
that
does
way.
not match with your own opinion.
Don't
Does not
see
mean
it
that I
that
don't know
way.
what I'm doing.
No, don't see it that way. Own your ways, own your opinion. That's the last thing I will do to anybody. Own your ways, own your opinion. You are free to say whatever you want to say. The only thing I tell people when I come here is remember this is an internet. 80 years down the line, they can call you for your words. So it's good you own it. And I own mine. So why would I think you don't know what you're doing? You said it. You said it. So why would I think you don't know what we're? Well, what will even make me think that way? We are just talking generally. It doesn't matter to me what you said or what you think. That's you. And I shouldn't look down on anybody because of what the person said. I don't do that. I can only interject you and say that's not true, or that's not right, or the way you said it. And if you know me, I'm very straightforward. If I want to talk to you and tell you that what you said is wrong, I will say, no, that's not right. That's not wrong. That's wrong. I don't throw jabs unless I'm cracking joke.
Well, anyway, I think we can move forward.
Yeah.
I just want
That's good
to highlight, just to piggyback on what Foley's earlier contribution on talking about prices of things going up. You see, I will be hoping if we can be the country can get more serious in trying to address such specific concerns. Was this Simba who was talking about spending 5 naira in 1985, which is true. 5 naira was valuable at that point in time. I could get you some valuable items, and people's salaries were within the range of 500 to 2,000 naira, and the highest currency note was 20 naira. But as we can see currently now, we've had governments, past and present, who have contributed to the devaluation of our naira, who have contributed to the inflation of general goods and services in the country, who have also contributed to the poverty rates in the country. And they've not been able to address these issues. Nigeria reserve the right to express their frustration and their complaints, and the government is expected to look at those complaints and try to provide solutions that can,
Um,
resolve them.
that's Emeka, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Emeka, let me say this. When they said prices are coming down, they're not right. They're not wrong, but it is not the right place. These are two different things. For somebody to say, oh, the prices has come down. Goods and services, the price of goods and services runs like a roller coaster. They're never stable. They change it per time. Sometimes they go so high, they drop again. So when they say prices has come down, it's not that it has come down to what it used to be 2 years ago. What they are just saying is that the last time we bought, it was higher than this time around. That's just it. It's not that somebody is trying to tell you that everything is so well and good. You and I know that everything is not well and good in Nigeria.
Yeah,
You
simple.
understand that? But the thing is
No,
that
clearly is clear. I'm not looking at. I'm not speaking in terms of short-term decrease of general goods and prices. We can tell that the standard of living in Nigeria is going down the drain. So inflation definitely is just like debt and taxes. Prices of goods and services would go up everywhere in the world. But can people continue to afford those things, especially the necessities, right? Which are
okay, let me tell you how it
food,
works in economics.
shelter, and clothing. Can people continue? Can people's income continue to afford those basic necessities as
No,
the
let
general
me tell you
prices
how
of
it
goods and
works.
services would continue to go up over a period of time? Then, if you are now looking at, since when we say Nigeria came up as an entity, and do a comparison analysis to date, you will find that our inflationary rate has gone out of hand. Yes, they are trying to control it now. They're trying to bring it to a stable limit. But if we do that comparison from 1960 to date, it has gone off the rails. It's like we've had an accident, an airplane crash. You're looking at the standard of living. If you're going to do a comparison from 1960 to current dates, similar fashion.
You
And
see, when we talk like this, we are just blowing air into the flame for it to burn. The first thing we should do is to acknowledge the pain, acknowledge the instability, acknowledge the hike in prices, acknowledge the unaffordability. Then we sit down and we do explanation on how it got there. And then we will say, if this is done, we might get back to where it was before. But when we come and we just say, hey, things are this, hey, they can't do this, hey, this thing is this, it's like as I said before, blowing air for the flame to burn. Yes, the prices of things are up. Not only in Nigeria, but all over the world. I have said this severally. The problem Nigeria is having is that they don't have a cushion. When you don't have a cushion, it burns so hard.
What cushion are you considering that we should have?
Okay, something like food pantry stipends, some kind of packages to alleviate those pain. They don't have such a thing in Nigeria. Most of it is the
You are,
way Nigeria.
even if you have stipends, right?
No,
Stipends that are going
understand.
to, if you have stipends that you are going to use to possibly to offer to the poorest of the poor to purchase food items, you are still going to continue to increase the inflation.
No. It's
No,
not
hold
done
on.
that way. No,
Let
it's
me
not.
can
It
I
doesn't work
let me
that way.
expand let me expatiate properly. Right? Let me expatiate properly. Prices of things, but goods and services are going up, and they are tied to specific indicators. The main driver is food inflation, right? It was actually food inflation that I was saying was 27% and not general inflation, which is 24%. And one of the indicators for food inflation was insecurity, which has still not been addressed. Then also, we are still how will I put it? What of those other indicators? I think they just skipped my mind. So if you are providing more money for people via stipends, you can call it food stamps, you can call it whatever name you want to give it. Those people would use those funds to go and chase, yes, low supply of agricultural products. They will use those funds to chase those low supply of agricultural products.
Okay, hold on.
And then let me expatiate properly. The food supply that is not enough for the general public, a population of over 200 million, what do you think is going to happen? It will continue to drive the prices of goods and services. So if we are not working on the supply side of things, and then you are still providing, you say you want to, like the cushion, that's why I asked you what cushion. You want to give food stamps, you want to give pantries, you want to give tickets, food tickets for people who will go, for people who can afford it. If there is a scarcity of food, those people you are providing those tickets, it means there will be a rush. People who have the means, people who have an extra naira in their pockets would pay an extra to obtain that food. And what is going to happen? The suppliers of goods and services will continue to jack the prices up because demand has run out of demand has outstripped supply. So that's what's actually
Have you
going on.
finished explaining?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay. When you talk of food scarcity because of insecurity, you are talking about food produced in Nigeria, because those are the only ones that are being affected by the insecurity. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. You know, when we live abroad, we try to look at what is going on there, their conceptions, and then we try to see the ones that can fit into our society, because not all of them can fit into our society. Let me give you an example. In Nigeria, if you are bringing some personal effect or NGO-like effect, there is no duty on it. I don't want to go into details because I'm forming something. I want to start with churches, because I believe that if those things are being kept in the churches, it will be easier to be distributed. So I'm not saying things that will come in. I'm not saying sharing the less the low surplus, the low supply of food in Nigeria, giving them stipend to go for that. That's why I actually want Nigeria to be kind of a little bit digitalized. If they are, most of their problems will be solved because there won't be double, because we don't have that money, that kind of wealth like United States or here or other places that can replicate fund. If you replicate fund, it's going to bring down, it's going to really make a no nonsense of what you want to do. You can go bankrupt. So we want to make it in a way that some category of people are going to have it. And we are going to make it that they will not have it surplus, but they will have enough to keep them. These are the difference. If you are supposed to have, you are a family of 4, and you're supposed to have 10 cups of rice, 10 cups of beans, 10 cups of gari, 5 tins of tomato. I'm just making a rough estimate. For a week, that exact amount will be given to you for a week. Nothing more, nothing less.
No, I didn't get what you just said now.
Okay, let me give you an example. How they do the estimation is the quantity you need per time, not quantity to store.
But
So
what you're
when
just
you,
saying now is sounding more of communism, right?
no, I'm not talking, no, it's not communism. I'm talking about trying to put cushion for those who cannot afford it. I'm not talking about communism. I'm talking about putting, because people are crying so much in Nigeria because they can't get by. There are a lot of people who are in Nigeria that are building houses. They can afford it. In as much as it's $200, 200 pound, 200,000 naira a bag of rice, they can afford it. Well, it might peg them that they're spending more to get it, but it is still, they can still afford it with less comfort. But the important thing is that they will get it. They can afford it. So those are not your target. The target is the world who cannot afford it. So you streamline to that particular group. And when you want to give them, you give them what they need, not what they want. There are two different things. I don't know if most of you have monitored in the West how they run this their welfare and food stamp. They actually
So,
give you what you need.
with what
Because let me
you're saying
explain.
now, how's it different from the cash transfer exercise that is being currently managed at the moment?
Because they're not managing it well.
Okay, now,
They're not managing it well.
now
You don't give it to, listen, first of all, you will bring out a particular salary. Okay, let me not use the word salary. Salary is like making it more corporate. Income. A particular income. That means even if you are a bricklayer, even if you are a plumber, even if you are a farmer, what can you make in a month? Until Nigeria is able to identify that, they cannot chase away hunger. And let me tell you this hunger you people are crying has always been there. I was trying to explain it sometime here. It moves away. Is something that is continuous. Like people who were poor today in Nigeria, who could barely find food to eat. There are people I know that were picking clothes in the dustbin to wear. Today, those same children have mansions in Nigeria. So poverty is not something one can eradicate, but you can alleviate it. So when people come to talk about how to eradicate poverty, I don't know where the heck they got that. But poverty is something that is continuous. Same with wealth. You move from one stage to the another, from one stage to another in your life. People who cannot afford food today in Nigeria, don't be surprised that in the next 2 years, if you come, they are able to afford whatever they want.
Okay, I think with what you're saying, you're being a bit you're subjective. We would.
I'm not being subjective. I've
It's
never been subjective in my life.
okay.
I'm a
Fair
very
enough.
objective person. I've
Fair
never
enough.
been subjective.
What I can pick up from what you're saying, isolated situations. Now we have a, a population of over 200 million, which is a clear number that we've assigned to ourselves. And over, I think the last I checked, 96 million Nigerians are in poverty. Okay, and that number is growing. So, and
You cannot eradicate poverty, but you can alleviate poverty. That's what I'm
you
saying.
can reduce it. I'm not saying complete eradication, but if your poverty numbers are increasing rapidly on a consistent,
I mean,
on a
alleviate. That's why I
consistent,
use the word
if
alleviate. I mean, cushion.
what,
That's what I'm saying.
can I land the point? If your poverty numbers are increasing on a year-to-year comparison basis, rather than you trying to reduce it, if it's increasing over a period of time, it completely shows that your economic policies
Who
are not
collected the
addressing it.
statistics?
Are not well.
Who collected the statistics?
The statistics are everywhere. You just need to go
You
to the
see,
National Bureau of
listen to me.
go to
This is
MBA.
where.
Wait,
Hold on,
go to
calm
hold on.
down.
See, I will take this your comment and I will juxtapose it to a
Calm
particular
down. Calm down. Calm
topic I
down.
would like to talk about. So
Calm down.
I don't like. Hold on, Madam Zita. Let me land the point. I don't like when people are trying to want to not to see the factual picture. Let's be very realistic. The factual picture, the numbers are there. NBC, IMF, World Bank, they've placed the statistics. There's a world poverty clock where Nigerians' numbers is increasing. The economic indicators are also showing the value of the naira is depreciated within 24 months that the Ashwaju has been president. The value of the naira has depreciated by 294%, the fastest so far. If with the exception of he is the third worst president in terms
The
of
value of the naira did
the
not
naira. He's
depreciate
the
by
third. He's the third.
294%. The value of Nigeria
294 in
naira
24.
depreciated
Hold
by
on. Can I land so that
3,700%.
I don't lose my train of thought. So Babangida, for 96 months, the value of the naira depreciated over 2,000. Was it 2 or 3,000%? Close to. Followed by Abu Salim. No, 2,700%. Abu Salim, who I will consider to be the worst of them all, because he didn't he didn't do 2 years.
Abu Salam.
Abu
Not Abu
Salam,
Salim.
yeah, Abu Salami, it was 333%. So I would say he's the worst of. I would say he's
But
he's the
why are you, Mika, let me ask you, because at least you are an economist now. Why are you, tying value of a currency to the economy of a country?
yeah, because now that is very important. That's how you also measure the standard of living of that economy because of their purchasing power parity. So if you're comparing a currency of a country
What?
with another currency,
Did you just say that?
measure
Where
the
did you get that economics from?
you measure the hold on. I don't know what you guys are screaming about. Your purchasing power parity in comparison with other countries. And then again, you also factor in that most of the products we consume in Nigeria are imported products. And that also reflects to the fact that if your value of your currency is going down, it becomes more expensive for you to purchase things that you consume from other countries. Now, as you compare that, it shows that your standard of living is going down the drain. Now, what I wanted to also highlight is that four presidents, I would, two of them which are military dictators, and two who are civilian presidents, in comparison, has reflected that with their economic policies has reflected to the devaluation of the naira. The worst of them is IBB, followed by Abu Salim, then followed by Suwaju, who has only spent 24 months. Then the fourth individual who spent 96 months, that is 4 years, is Buhari. So Buhari devalued within his 4 years, the currency devalued by 194%. But if you compare him and Asuwaju, who has just done 24 months, Asuwaju is worse off. So, and he's still the current president. He's still the one who is supposed to address this concern. The concerns are not being addressed, and Nigerians are gradually, I won't say gradually. The choice of word using gradually is not correct. Nigerians are fastly approaching poverty line. The World Bank has said in 2027. The World Bank has said in 20. Hold on, guys. The World Bank has said. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me land this
allow
statistics
someone
point.
to interject now.
Let me land the point now. When I take a pause, then you interject. I think courtesy allows that, because I'm still talking and you are, because I'm calling numbers. I don't want to
Continue.
2027. That more Nigerians. They gave a figure. I'll try to go and get the figure maybe when you're interjecting. More Nigerians are going to go into 4% decimal points or basics points. We go into poverty by 2027. So what I'm hearing all the time when I say this is deflection for us not to open our eyes to the realities that stare us correctly in the face, that we are gradually becoming more of a poorer country in comparison with our past. That as each seconds clock, we are driving towards poverty. We are not reducing. We are
Every
not
country in
even.
the world
We are not
is
even
going
coming.
towards
No,
that
it's
end.
not
So
true. It's not.
Emeka,
It's not true. It's not true.
okay.
It's not
Emeka,
true.
I think you should allow us
What
to
happens
interject
with
by now.
You
every
are still
other
not
country?
landed.
What happened with every other country
I think
is
you have made my point. Can you allow others speak, please?
inflationary rates could go up
Emeka,
and could come down. They don't go into poverty the rate Nigeria is going into poverty.
King
There are
Emeka,
poor people in every country, but it's not like a wide
You said you
net
want to
margin.
land, and now you
let
are
us
Now,
still
I'm
engage
talking and
each
landing,
other's
but when
talking.
you
point
are still
now.
talking, I need to land the point. You need to listen
We've
so that you can
already landed the point.
You
Now
are
You
you
go
are
are
ahead.
trying.
repeating it.
repeating
That's what we are
yourself
saying.
Go
now
ahead.
in
Go
different
ahead.
phrases and
Go ahead.
sentences.
See, Emeka, when we say economics is dynamic, that means that you have to look at relativity. You have to look at your economy.
Economics is not so. No, hold on, please. That is wrong.
You've landed
You
now.
see, I'm not talking about economic
Let me
theories.
even build my point.
Okay,
I'm
hold
coming.
on now. Don't confuse economic theories with statistics, with facts. Okay,
I'm even
please
going
hold on,
after the
Ola, hold
statistics.
on now, hold on. Would you agree to that? Economic theories could be relative, but facts, statistics is facts. When they
Okay.
tell you your poverty number is this, that is the fact.
I've
If they
heard
tell
you.
you, can you agree with that?
I've heard you.
Would you agree? So
Have
I
you
did not
heard?
say, I did not call. Hold on
Waiting
now,
now.
Let
before you.
him land now. I don't know
Yes,
how
now
long it's
wait
going to
now,
take him
so
to
that
land. Hold
so that
on now. Let him land.
he will not go about trying to defend the indefensible.
Okay.
I did not talk about economic theories, I only called facts. And
Okay.
I said Asiwaju's presidency in 24 months has resulted to the devaluation of the naira by 294%.
That's a lie.
Whether you agree or not, you
That's a lie.
have your phone. Go to Google.
Emeka,
You don't need to go. Go to Google and
Use your
put it.
calculation. Ashwaju met dollar at
wait,
500
guys,
It's
naira.
guys,
Today it's 1,600 and
percent.
something.
I've
It's
fallen the
87%,
opportunity to
not
contribute.
200 and
Exactly.
something.
If
It's 87%.
Asiwaju met the naira at 500 and now it is 1,800 and something
He
naira.
didn't make it at 500.
Guys, guys,
It's
let's not agree on
500.
the
He
vote
met it
now.
at 500.
This is not
He
about
met it at 500.
He
fully
didn't.
wait, fully wait. Let's even forget about statistics. Yes, we know why Naira is devalued. But what we are saying is this. It is a wrong metric to use exchange rate to measure how the well-being of a country or the citizen. Now, it's so simple. The best way to measure economy relative to economy is household income. Because
What's the household
one,
income now in Nigeria?
You've landed now. Let me
What
just
is the
build
no
my point.
question? You are right. What's the household income?
Let me build my
what
point.
you cannot tolerate, that's what you are doing. When you
Let
are
me
Go
build my
ahead.
talking, you
point.
say you should not
No,
talk. Why are
that's
you
why
doing
I
this?
don't want you see. Let's
That's
be
what
very
you
honest.
have done.
Let's be very.
Emeka, give them time to push back so that we can know where to address them.
So exchange rate is the worst economy metrics, especially when you want to measure it relative to a developing country. You understand? Now, when we say household income, you look at household income relative to CPI, the cost price index, right? So now you cannot sell beyond what the country can afford. If you are selling something like say for $1,000 in America now, you don't come to Nigeria and convert that really and sell for that $1,000 just because it's $1,000 in America. No, if it's not affordable in Nigeria, then you have no market in Nigeria. So you have to conform.
You are missing the point.
I'm not losing the point. I'm building.
You are missing the point, but
because
they are listening to you. Can we listen to him as he continues to miss the point?
Because you want to build everything based on devaluation of currency.
Statistics, financial statistics from Nigeria is not correct. Anybody who pulled out financial statistics from Nigeria, it can never be correct. As at the year 1998, CNN and the World Bank pulled out a financial statistics of Nigeria that an average Nigeria is living below $1. Was that correct?
It's correct.
That was a lie.
It's correct. So how is it a lie? Where's your own fact to prove that it's a lie?
What
Where's
was
your
the
own
dollar
statistics?
in 1998?
What's your statistics to prove that it's a lie?
Hold on
Now
now.
let me tell you why yours is a lie, because we have representative of hold on, madam. We have World Bank representative and IMF representative that do and they do assessments of our economy.
The whole of Nigeria. Hold on. Let me explain to you. Maybe you don't understand. The point I'm trying to make, it is very difficult to collect statistics in Nigeria. That is why I said how I wish Nigeria can be a little bit digitalized. I keep saying here in this platform, can we know who
the question now would
Hold
be
on, finish.
Go ahead.
You spoke for almost 15
Go
minutes.
ahead.
I said, can we, every time I come here, I said, we should know, let us know Nigerians. And some people will abuse me. I know what I'm talking about. If Nigeria could get to the point of South Africa, where you will know who is a Nigerian, make a policy to compel them at least 75% in any way you can see their income, no matter who they are and where they are and what they are doing. Then when you throw out statistics like this, it can make sense for somebody like Moa. But until then, it cannot make sense to me.
But the government is not refuting. The government is not refuting the facts, right? Whatever it's for you. That's why I say you keep picking selective concerns, and your stuff is subjective, and you say no, it's subjective. So if the World Bank has conducted an assessment, if the World Bank comment, hold on now. If the World Bank
I asked you a question. You said,
okay, ask me.
You said that it is true.
It is true. The government did not refute it.
And I asked you, how much is $1 to a naira in 1998?
The government, I think,
No,
as I
that
said, it
that's
was.
Please answer the
sorry,
question.
Emeka. Let me answer
We can.
that. Sorry, Emeka.
Mhm.
You see, I will answer you, madam. But that question does not disprove the fact that the average income of a Nigerian per day could be $1 in 1998, because they will look at disposable income, national disposable income, and they will divide it by maybe the total population. Nigerians have money, but it's concentrated in the hand of a few. So it's it's possible for you to average out to like $1 a day. You understand?
Didn't say income. You did not understand the statistics.
You know why I
They
say
put
you
that.
live on. You
What?
live on your income now.
Hold on now.
Patoski, let
Listen
me
carefully.
come in. Sorry.
Please,
You
can
live
you
on your
listen?
income now.
I said the statistics said an average Nigerian lives below $1 a day.
Yeah, it is possible.
Then every Nigerian then that when we started laughing, because what was $1 then to a naira? And does a Nigerian
It was less
live
than
below
100
that?
naira. It was less than 100 naira.
And then a Nigerian live below that in a day. You people are not well.
Yes. Yes.
Which is true. Very true.
Let me say this. You people have been talking. Let me say this. You know that definition of poverty self is not supposed to be a it should be
It's
I
relative.
mean it's really, you understand what I'm saying? If
Because
you are
you can
basing
live
it
on $100
generally,
a day that time in Nigeria, and you
you're
live well.
exactly. So if you say, okay, in the whole world that you base poverty on anybody living below $1, what $1 can do in America is not the same thing that $1 will do in Nigeria. Somebody can live with on $1 a day in Nigeria and be better than somebody in US with $1.
How?
Those days, that
How?
1998. That 1998,
That one is a common sense now.
That 1998, I could live on.
Yeah, Remy,
Hold on,
you don't know what is happening in Nigeria.
Sorry,
For you
let
to
me say
for
no.
you to
Sorry,
even
no.
eat
Wait,
bread
let me say
and
this.
coke now, 1,500 naira cannot solve your problem. Bread and coke.
Sorry, hold on. You see that night we are talking of the statistics of 98 now. You see that time that I was talking about 100 naira is $1.
Okay.
That time I was working in the bank. I earn more than that. But I spend less than $100, 100 naira every day. Because I'll just buy coke, I was still a bachelor. I'll buy a bottle of coke, buy gala, I don't even have time to eat the food. So at the end of the
In
day,
1998,
you
were
buy a
working.
bottle of
Which
coke.
bank in 1998 were you working in?
I was working in a bank. I wouldn't want to mention my bank, but that's not my salary. That's what
They
I'm
were.
saying.
In 1998,
They were basically just
13
3 to 4. There were 4 banks in 1998 in Nigeria.
I told you that.
How can you say there are 4 banks in
There
Nigeria?
were 4 banks. I will name the banks. There were 4 banks.
There were more
In
than 4
1998.
banks. Yes.
In
Now it's 4.
1998.
Junior Bank, First
Union
Bank,
Bank, First Bank, Wema Bank,
Wema
and
Bank,
Eco Bank.
Oceanic Bank. No.
No,
And
Oceanic
what?
was not there in
Cooperative
1998.
Bank.
1998.
Cooperative
No,
Bank.
oh no, Oceanic was there. Oceanic was
All
there.
those GTB, all
There
those
were, hold on, there were no. Yeah, no.
They were not founded. When were they founded?
No,
GT
I'm wrong.
But that's not even the argument
I'm
here.
wrong.
That's not
was
even my
about
argument
18
here.
naira.
What I'm saying is that at that time I was a bachelor, I was spending less than $1 a day now at times. I just buy gala, buy this one. I'm done for the day.
What economics?
But
I could even go and buy food. Mama cook, I'll buy food of 100 naira and I'll be done.
But that's not.
You can't even finish it.
We're pivoting,
I can't even
right?
finish in 1998.
Who is coordinating this?
I'm the one coordinating.
It's Patoski. We are pivoting. We are pivoting from the
Let's just have
conversation.
one voice at a time, please. And some voice
Let's
have
get
been
back to
dominating since.
argument.
And some voice have been dominating.
Let me say something before I leave. Let me say something. Do you know why they said in 1998 that an average Nigerian lived below $1? And assumingly, I can see that you are believing it. Let me tell you why you can believe it. Because a country that does not use voters card. People are allowed to do mailing ballots up to 4 times and still can walk after the mailing ballots, can walk into the polling unit on the election day and still vote. We stand up and tell you that your election is flawed and their own is a real democracy. You will still believe it. I rest my case.
Madam Zita, this is what I just want to say, because people like to dollarize our economy. We've told you that your economy is not a function of dollar. The separate exchange rate from your local economy. Now, look at this place now. Someone want to claim, oh, Nigeria, okay. Let me tell you one thing. If my average rent in Canada is 2,600 monthly, please convert that one to Nigeria. So you to go and source for 2,600 in Nigeria and pay for rent. If that's the way to if that's the way to measure the economy, right? If my truck is worth $70,000 now, you go and buy 70,000 trucks in Nigeria just because it has to be dollar to naira. Is that how to compare economy? That's totally wrong. Even when you say average Nigerian live below $1 in Nigeria. Now assuming $1 is 1,300 in Nigeria, that is not even enough to even buy Coca-Cola right here in Canada.
Bread and Coke.
You know, so that if you want to buy bread and Coke properly here now, except you go to superstore, all those, maybe you'll be spending like close to $6. Now, are you telling me that you need up to $6 to buy the same thing in Nigeria?
Okay, the mistake Ola you're making.
The
mistake you're making.
You have to consider the purchasing power too.
Ola, the mistake you are making is you are not listening to me. I'm not comparing the economy of Nigeria to any other economy. I am comparing the economy of Nigeria to previous years in Nigeria.
Okay,
that's the mistake you're making. I wasn't comparing it to any and then if I also want to do that comparison, I will only say because we are importing products from other countries, Western countries, and we are paying for those products in dollars. So if the value of your naira is going down the drain and the dollar is still at constant, it completely shows that you can no longer afford the quantity of the products that you would afford in a previous year in Nigeria. And it continues to signify the poverty rate, because even if you claim you are $1, even if you claim to be a millionaire, if you factor in the value of your assets.
Will someone even have time to talk here?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, someone, because the thing is this. Now, when you say you want to compare, the only area you compare, you think the comparison is valid is if every other thing stays constant, your income stays constant, and the price of goods goes.
I never said that though.
No, I'm just making my.
I only compare. You are interpreting your own stuff. I never said that.
Oh my goodness! Should I
never, no, because I don't want you to misconstrue me.
Almost 30 minutes, and I want to
speak for yourself, but don't say you inciting me.
The assumption, your
assumption don't assume for me, because I knew what I said. I compared Nigeria economy over passage of time. What I did, please be you can cite your own self. I compared the economy of Nigeria over a passage of time. And I know what I said. I started from when the entity. I started from when the entity of Nigeria
was the income constant.
That is what I am saying. The income is going down the drain.
It's not going down.
It's going down the drain. The average income per capita in Nigeria is going down the drain. So do it from when the entity of Nigeria was called Nigeria in 1960 to current period in 2025, you will see that the average income per capita of Nigerians is going down the drain. If you plot the graph, average income of Nigeria over passage of time, let the average income of Nigeria be on the y-axis, and let the passage of time be on the x-axis. You will see the trend going downward. You will see the trend going downward.
Where statement and you dominated everywhere. Learn to speak too.
My brother, let me help you to push back a bit.
Please wait. I've been trying to speak.
It's not about to speak. It's about to speak right. It's not to speak, but speak right and quote me right. If not, let me speak. Let me speak. Speak right and quote me right.
Did I mention your name? Did I mention your name while speaking? I was talking in general term. Did I mention your name? Just listen to me. Now the question is this: where you want to, when you want to see something, you understand. Before you can say something is bad, two things happens. When you start, AB, just come on and stop this shit. When you are supporting someone, just know someone has been speaking for almost 1 hour, and I came here. Even when I was supposed to speak, he was the one that spoke then. I allowed him to speak. I spoke for almost 1 hour. I just want to speak. I barely speak for 2 minutes. He was taking over. And you are saying, are you shit? Shit for what? So the thing is so simple. You understand? When we are talking of your income, it is true, income may look, you understand, may look not the way it used to be, but it depends on what you use to measure income. Income is not the value of money you get alone. There are other factors.
Other factors like
Number
what?
one, now, healthcare is part of your income. You understand?
Healthcare is not part of your income.
You will teach me economics, don't worry.
No, I will teach you correctly.
I said you will
Healthcare
teach
is
me
not part of
economics.
your
I've
income.
heard you.
Healthcare is healthcare. Don't. You see why I say if you want, it's not about to speak. It's about to speak correctly.
I said
I will teach you economics. Healthcare is not part of your income. Don't say
I
things.
hear you.
Maybe
I
you
said,
might want to say the fraction of your income that you used to spend on healthcare. Healthcare is never your income.
You can teach me. You can teach me whatever you want to teach me, but let me teach
Continue.
what I understand.
Continue.
When you want to talk of household income, income is not totally the salary you take. Part of your income are whether you have access to free education. Your education may not be totally free.
That's not part of your income.
Guy, stop arguing what you don't know.
That's not part of your income. No,
okay,
don't see. That's not part of your income.
Now.
Please,
Okay, I'm talking
please, sir. Ola, please, sir. Ola. If you claim to be an economist, which I think you are not,
I
speak
don't claim to be
correctly.
an economist, but I say if you
But
say you know
speak correctly. So then allow somebody to correct you properly. It's not part of your income.
You cannot correct me.
Okay, go ahead.
I said
then continue to fool yourself. Go ahead.
Healthcare, you get subsidy from the government. It's part of your household income. If you don't know,
then thank you. Now you are now speaking, right? If you are getting any form of subsidy, then you factor that subsidy into your income. But you can't call. Hold on now. You can't call healthcare.
You can't tell me to hold on when you've dominated
Go
everything.
ahead.
I won't let.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
What determines your household income go ahead. Is not your salary only. Other thing you have benefit to, your access to education, you understand, is part of your income because you look at it, calculate everything that you were supposed to pay for the real cost of education. You understand? Then health service, you look at the standard you are supposed to pay, are those same subsidized? Every subsidy you got from the government, you understand, now goes as part of your household income. So the household income you are seeing in Nigeria as value for minimum wage is not the real household income. You have to add other benefits. You understand, like your education, everything, you have to add it to your household income. Now, our concentration now is fully focused on food. The way economy work is this. You understand? You said the economy for yesterday is totally different from today. I agree on you because whenever you have a talk, okay, I didn't say make I say that. Okay, assuming someone said the economy of yesterday to today, the price of yesterday and today, totally different thing. That's true because every time you have inflation, every time you have a shock, the basis of the old pricing, you other shift and go and establish a new equilibrium. So when it gets to that point, what happened yesterday was totally out of it again. So is your baseline will be the next shift, not what happened in 1980, not happened in 1990. But what's your reality to the previous? Maybe you want to base it like 5 years or 10 years in the past. That is how you base. Otherwise, when we keep talking of economy, is as maybe going to the time immemorial. You understand? There was a time that tuition fee was in UK. Tuition fee in UK was like 200 pounds. You understand? Today you pay 10,000 pounds. So you can't just go and base inflation on that. Oh, it used to be 200 pounds there, and it's now 10,000 pounds. Then what's it called? What's the standard of living there? What's the standard of living today? That is why we say economics is always dynamic. It's not as something that is fixed as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. So in case of Nigerian situation, if you dollarize, if you use dollar to do everything, normally we say estimated household income, you understand, is already reduced. Because like in 2005 now, probably it was around 8,000. And maybe what we have like the recent time as late as 2003 or 2000,
Currently, 760 per annum.
was like 5 or 6,000. Now, yes, those are facts. But the question you want to ask yourself is this: our economy we were having that time, was it a real economy? Was it a real economy? The value of naira, was it the real value of naira? No, it wasn't the real value of naira, because our foreign, the exchange rate was aggressively subsidized. And through that, we had some fraudulent elements that use that one to achieve the aim. So if you are now analyzing our economy based on fiscal and monetary indiscipline, then we are missing the point. What we had in the past was total indiscipline in the area especially in the monetary area. Now we now introduce discipline monetary policy now, and the economy is beginning to now.
What discipline monetary policy did we introduce?
No, by floating naira. You understand? By floating naira, it's a form of discipline.
But we didn't still float the naira completely. It was still managed. It was still managed.
Like
what it was being done in the past.
But the fact that some people are not getting dollar for $500 and are selling to us for 1,200, so I will say.
But there was still intervention.
See, intervention can always come at any time, not limited to Nigeria.
Hold on. So you used. I'm questioning your choice of words. You said discipline monetary policy, and I asked you what you said by floating, and I now said we didn't actually float the naira completely, and still we are not still floating the naira completely. So it's
let's assume we even naira up to 75%. Let's even assume,
but it's still not. It's not a disciplined one, and then if you now say the other arm of it, where they are raising MPR to fight inflation, it's still not working. You're still subjecting your people to poverty.
Emeka, let me ask you this question. Sorry. You are comparing previous leaders that we have. Can you tell me? The one that everybody will remember in recent time. Tell me one thing that let's say Goodluck Jonathan did in stabilizing our currency.
Basically didn't do anything.
So why are you attributing? And then what did Buhari did to stabilize our currency?
Buhari destroyed the currency, just like Tinubu is destroying the currency.
No, because
too.
You are comparing. You say, okay, let me tell you what Ola
is trying
to let you do.
What you guys are doing. Wrong.
Wait now.
Hold on. Let's take a chip here. You do not want me to obviously criticize the president. You are trying to rationalize the failures of Tinubu, and that is wrong. When the president does something that is right, we should congratulate him. But currently, he's failing. So you are trying to I don't know the reason why you called Goodluck Jonathan or why you called Buhari, and I've stated that
Emeka.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know the reason why they are actually sounding this way? Is because they are not actually getting where you are coming from.
They don't want to get it. It's
so
not like they don't want to get it.
What they are doing is just to defend
whatever
they believe in.
That's what I'm hearing, and it is I am an APC member. I am an APC member. I supported the president. It's not like I am coming here to come and say I am the people who talking. The people talking are not.
Emeka, do you know why you are different? You are expecting something tangible from Tinubu.
Correct.
Okay. But now he's there now. He's not doing what you think.
He's not doing it at all.
And that's what make you human.
He's not doing it completely.
That's what makes you be a real human being here.
Wait. So every other person, every other person here, we are not human, Abi. Thank you.
Don't mind
no,
Somebody accused you earlier or you are crying though. So you can see what you are
No,
saying now.
you see,
Simba.
that's the
Simba,
reason. That's the reason why I keep coming with.
You cried just
That's
now.
the reason why I keep coming with the statistics. I keep coming with the numbers.
You don't
I
correct
keep
it
I keep
because you like the
dropping
person
I
that is
keep
making the
dropping the
mistake.
numbers because the numbers are the results. The numbers are the results.
Emeka, you know what I
The,
want us to do? Wait.
Animal the way agbada. Benue.
Don't mind
Animal the
for
wood. Animal the way soup.
Don't worry. Emeka, if we continue the way we are doing now, I deliberately mentioned some past leaders. Me, the way I look at things, before I will condemn somebody, if you know the rot in our country and you know the problem that country has, let me give you, for example, if you look at our growth rate, population growth rate, and look at our GDP, nobody knows. You don't need any soothsayer. You don't need to even be a student of economics before we know the trajectory that country will be going. If you have the way our population is growing and look at the way our GDP is growing, you know that whether you like it or not, if nothing tangible is not done by any leader in that country to increase our GDP, to increase our revenue, we will keep the trajectory will be what we are getting.
Let me add to what you are saying, if they will let me talk. Okay, let's assume that the exchange rate today is now let's say $20 to a $20
20 naira.
20 naira to $1. Automatically our GDP will follow the same trend. We will shoot we will be over 3 trillion, we will be over 2 trillion, even about 4 trillion in of economy in size of GDP. Is that not a false representation? It's a false representation because we are using dollars to just measure this thing. But the quantity of good produced locally that measure up, you understand, finish good and measure up to that GDP, are they changing? They have not changed. We just do dollars rigmaroling. That is why economists will tell you that using nominal GDP as a measure of economy is a stupid thing to do. It's just measuring of the finished good that you are able to say when you quantify in dollar, you quantify in dollar just to benchmark against other countries. But when you really want to know your economy, really, you now use your local household income and what you can afford. Now, a cup of coffee in Canada can be $2. You understand, which is normal. That's about 2,600 when you convert by exchange rate. Whereas the same cup of coffee can go for 100 naira locally. You understand? So it simply means that $2 that can achieve just a cup of coffee can achieve like a more than 20 cup of coffee in Nigeria. That is how you measure economy relative to your own local economy. Don't dollarize. That's what I've been trying to. Now, as we are having inflation, it's not as if we are having inflation in food, that there's no inflation in an income, in the sense that, okay, ask yourself, if you were earning 1,000 naira last year, you understand, you are buying a plate of rice for 1,000 that last year. Now, a plate of rice is 10,000 now. You are still buying that a plate of rice. Just tell me what happened between that. You understand? It simply means that everything follows a trend. That is why it's a dangerous thing to just do decimation. You know, I say, okay, we just divide. That, okay, this thing was $1 last year. Oh, it's 10 naira last year. It's 100 this year. The question is this: is your income still the same as of last year? That's the
but the
point.
income is not the same as last year for Nigerians.
The income
But
is even going down
all I
more.
don't even know what
I don't know
what
what
are you
he's
even
saying.
trying to explain?
I don't know what he's
Let me tell
explaining.
you. Let me tell you. Your income today.
He's just
Your income.
talking
You
crap.
don't even know what you are saying. Let me tell you. Okay. Let me use Good Luck Jonathan as an example. Let's say we're not talking about Good Luck Jonathan. We are talking about your purchasing power today. It's low to. It's nothing to write home about. Nigerian purchasing power. It's nothing to write home about.
What
Because
happened to your
Is that
let me finish.
0.0000?
Let me finish.
The simple question I will ask you: did you rent apartment last year? Did you rent house you were living last year? Right?
Yes.
I rent out.
So
But I can
let's just
Let
do.
him
I
let
just
him
want
ask
to
the question. Let him
respond to
answer
you
the
based on what you said. I want to
let him
respond to you
ask
based
the
on what you
question
said
first
before.
now.
Let's engage in intellectual discussion now. You understand? Were
Okay.
you renting house? Let's say in 2015. Were you renting house in 2015?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
renting house now. Yes.
How much were you paying for your house rent?
You don't need to ask me here.
No, just give
But
a figure. Just give a figure.
Everybody knows that.
You come here with
Let's
sense. You don't come here to come and be
Let me
respond to you.
Let's just argue like
3,000.
Wait. Okay, how much is the same rent in that house? How much do you rent today now?
6,000.
Okay, let's say the rent of rent. Yes.
Okay, 6,000. Now, how come you are able
it's
to
even more than that? It's even more than that because
I want to know where I want to know where it's going to.
Let me say this.
I want to know where that person is going to.
Let me say this, Polly. A house of 250,000 naira before in Lagos, in Ojo, where I stay, is now 1.2 million naira.
Yes. Or just hold on. You were renting it for 250 that time, right? And you were able to afford it, right? But it is 1.2 now, and yet you are not sleeping under the bridge. It's simple, you can afford it. What happened?
It's not easy for him.
That
is not easy.
That's not the case. The case is that he can still afford it. He can still pay for the rent.
Remy,
nobody's affording anything.
The house you are living, when you are paying 250, the house now grows to 1.2 million. That means you have to leave that environment to somewhere cheaper.
Yeah, that is the option.
Because your income.
If it's not moving away, if it's not moving away from that
but you are
house,
missing the point.
continue to live there, and he can afford it.
Remy, you are not duro now. Now the question is this: when the new place you go to, are you now paying the place you were paying 1,200 that went up to 1,200? The new place you are going to, are you paying that 250 you were paying in 2016 there now in that new place you went to? Are you paying that the same?
Let me say what I want. Let me come in what I want to say. Let me come in
with inflation.
No,
your income goes nowhere.
Everybody's income. That is not true.
Let me give you analysis of what you are trying to
explain. That's a huge fallacy and a lie. The income does not grow in proportion with inflation.
Emeka, I want to say something in a very simple time. What he always explained here. The point is this: that 19,000 naira minimum wage is still better than 70,000 naira minimum wage of today. It's very, very understandable. Your 19,000 naira minimum wage can afford you a bag of rice, a carton of Indomie, 5 liters of groundnut oil, and even
God
5 liters of 5 liters of red oil, and even can afford you and all these ingredients.
You can't talk
that is simple explanation of
what you are saying. You are right.
That's exactly what it is now. 19,000 can get you a bag of rice, get you what you need.
Okay,
but now 70,000 today can even get you a bag of rice.
Let me finish. That your 19,000 naira. That your 19,000 naira from Ojo. In 2015,
you can afford more.
In 2015, let me finish now. Let me finish.
Can we allow him to speak? Can we allow his voice is even screaming? Can we allow him to speak?
In 2015, from Ajambali to Alaba is 20 naira. Keke. Today is 400 naira. 400 naira from Ajambali to Ojo is 400 naira.
Is it the same
Before
thing that you are saying now?
It's still the same thing.
That is the point. So,
okay, we have made the point. You have made the point.
The point is that when you check, okay, calculate for me your 70,000 naira today. Ola, calculate for me with this inside mention. Can your 70,000 naira get
They have agreed.
We have agreed
now that you are right.
I want to ask. Sorry. Let me ask you. I will not ask Ekene. I think is Emeka that I want to direct this question to. Emeka, look at what Ekene is saying. And I asked you earlier, if you look at our successive leader, you understand that good luck Jonathan, that regime that he was referring to, we are just lucky that the pump price of petrol, oil, and we are pushing a lot of oil that time. It wasn't based on any ingenuity or any policy of government. I hope you agree with me.
I'm not. You will never hear me say that the good luck Jonathan
No.
administration
What I'm
is.
saying,
I agree with you. We had subsidy and there was subsidy. Hold
my
on.
own point.
We had subsidy.
I want.
We had subsidy and there was subsidy fraud.
My own point here is not as if I'm defending anybody. We have to be realistic in whatever we are saying in that country.
What's the realistic? What's the realism here now?
No. What I'm saying is this: we can condemn everybody that has ruled that country. None of them has taken any serious measure.
Any serious action.
The Obasanjo administration. The Obasanjo administration.
Forget about Obasanjo. What did he do?
Hold on.
What measure?
It's even the foundation. It's even the foundation of what we are facing now.
The foundation that was destroyed by the Goodluck Jonathan administration.
No,
right?
his foundation is what is giving us problem today. His foundation is what is giving us problem today.
He paid. We came out.
You know what? Adibin Obasanjo allow us to have a credible election, and it did not destroy that space of Nigerians selecting a leader. We will not be here.
Hopefully, those are but I just want to put the you see that's why I don't enjoy speculative theories. I like to back things with numbers. We pay okay.
Emeka, let me quickly say this, please. I'm sorry because I've been yearning to make my own contribution. I think the reality of Nigeria economy is what we have today. All the voodoo economics we have been doing for more than 40 years, and all the shenanigans we have been doing has really caught up with us.
The shenanigans have not stopped.
Let me finish.
But the shenanigans has not stopped.
Everybody knows that our naira is being padded and highly subsidized. Everybody knows the truth. Everybody knows that our petrol consumption is highly subsidized up to the tune of the petrol they are using in our neighboring countries. And if you want
Remy, before you continue, I want to ask you a question.
Hold on, let him finish.
We are not politicizing here. We are looking at the problem of our country.
So we are not talking about.
So we are not politicking. We are not politicking
so
here.
For now, we know that Nigeria have what we call multidimensional poverty. As of today, now we can say with our full chest, this is the real economic activity or the economic situation of that country today. Because before this guy came in, everybody knew that the naira to the dollar is highly subsidized. And the money we are using to subsidize that naira against the dollar was borrowed. It was not out of our productive activity. And there were so many economy shenanigans of the fraud, subsidy fraud, and so many other wahala. So in a nutshell,
I want to make out to rope himself.
So in a nutshell, as we stand today, we have seen the bridging of gap between the black market and official market. That has never happened in the history of that country before.
It has always happened.
I want to
it was always there, right from 1985.
Let me conclude because we need the one.
In conclusion, I know there is no total floating. There must be like managed floating, and because if you have a buffer, then you can say, okay, you can peg or do other different kind of exchange parameters. But as we stand today, we know the true nature of that country. We are not a rich country.
At all.
Let me you say you are concluding now. I want to make out to
okay. You can go ahead.
All right. I mentioned the Obasanjo administration, right? Because I think that.
Wait, hold on. You are the one that is going to speak. Then I want you to analyze the trajectory of Obasanjo economy from 1999 to 2003. You are about to rope yourself now.
2007. So yes. Obasanjo's hold on. I like to go with the numbers. Obasanjo's economy, if we compare it currently with the Goodluck Jonathan administration, I will not compare it with even with the Yar'Adua too. right? Because there's still a fallout of still the Obasanjo economic policy. If you compare it with Goodluck Jonathan, Obasanjo's economic policy was much better. Our economic numbers were doing much better. We were in a recession during the handover. From 1998 to 1999, when he came in, we were in a recession. We had a negative quarter GDP, and he grew it a bit. So if you compare it with the Buhari administration, it's better. If you compare it with the Suwaju administration, it's far
Emeka,
better.
at what point? At what point?
And let me start
did you
now.
see no, wait now. You are
Go ahead.
making okay. I agree with you. When it came in, yes. Because the main problem that time was the pump price. I mean the oil price.
I'm not even going to pump price.
No, wait now.
I will talk about
If you look at the
fuel
trajectory
subsidy.
of
I will still talk
regime.
about fuel subsidy.
No, it's not subsidy. I'm talking about crude oil. As at the time he came in, I think the price of crude was down.
Yes, it was down.
And
Yeah.
first tenure, Obasanjo did not even get anything right. In fact, that time, the local government were not even getting allocation. That was what they call it. In fact, that was the first time I've been hearing zero allocation, that they will not allocate any fund to local government. Zero allocation. It was towards the end of his first tenure and the second tenure.
You didn't allow Emeka to rope himself, because what he is criticizing Tinubu for is about to get himself locked into exactly what happened in the first 2-3 years of Obasanjo. Inflation everywhere, devaluation of Naira, outright jump up with more than 70% in rise, everything. So I just want him then, before him now, if you say Obasanjo was better towards it and what he achieved now, first of all, look at the shock that came in when Obasanjo arrived at the presidency.
Yes.
And look at how the economy they managed to stabilize over time. Because Obasanjo, you understand, Obasanjo corrected some kind of structural imbalance initially, which is what Tinubu is doing. And the implication of what Obasanjo did earlier led to inflation, cost of food jumping up, cost of oil commodities.
Obasanjo did not do anything that made cost of food jumping up. The cost of food was we hold on, guys. Can we relax?
Okay.
We even got support from external parties, right? Some certain sanctions were lifted up. We paid off our debts, and we were giving some bailouts or concessions, like from the Paris Club. So we were debt free. Okay. And then we started expanding. Oil prices was even at the lowest at that point in time. Before, I think the oil prices were at the lowest. Then there was no proper structure. Like you are right, I think, was it Remy who was saying that there was no allocation to local government. Obasanjo was the one who started doing the allocation to local government. And the reason why is that he was implementing the constitution. The constitution came out, it was drafted in 1998 and passed into law when we transited into democracy. So he was implementing the constitution. So Obasanjo,
No. The non-allocation of funds.
How much was the USD to Naira exchange?
The non-allocation.
How much was USD to Naira exchange in 1988 when Obasanjo arrived? And how much was it even just 3 years after he was there? How much was the exchange rate?
I think when he was there, he took over, the Naira was $90. He took over 90 naira to $1. He left it at 123.
Official exchange rate, not black.
That's what I'm telling you now. We'll go with
exchange
official
rate was $22. It was the back camera they were selling for $85.
We would say we were running. That's why when you said, I don't know if it was Remy. Remy was saying black market. There have always been this disparity between official rate and black market. We created it.
Telling you that the official
rates, official rates,
even today, Emeka, even today, the black market is even more way higher than the
That's
Learn
what
the
I
official
keep
rate.
saying now. You know, when they're talking
Why
about,
not
Naira,
can
that's
we,
take
why
the
I
can,
divide the
direct the
naira?
question to you. What you
that's
are
what I
saying is
keep saying,
beyond
that
your
nothing has changed.
beyond
You
your
know,
comprehension. What we are saying is beyond your
Ola said
comprehension.
discipline, monetary policy. I said there's always still intervention. So nothing has really changed. We
No, no,
just
no. The question Ola
Asiwaju,
is asking you,
Asiwaju is
Emeka.
not doing. Hold on, Asiwaju,
You are being clever.
Asiwaju is not doing anything.
Emeka, you are being clever. The question is
I'm not
this:
being clever.
when
Official rate.
Obasanjo took over,
I will go with. I will go with the black market rate. I like to
you
use
are
the black
still
market rate,
you are still
right?
the one that go
I
before
like
just
to use
normally.
the black market rate because that is what the average Nigeria can actually go
Hold
and
on
get.
now. You will
Yeah, go
go.
ahead.
You see on the floor. The question is this: it was 22 naira in the official quota.
That is
Whereas
correct.
in the black market, it was between 84 and 88.
It was 80. It was 88 to 90.
Exactly. So that's like multiplied by 4, like 400, like how many, that 400% over. You look at the arbitrage, right? Now the question is this: what did Obasanjo do when he got to power about this? What did he do?
He didn't do anything.
He bridged the gap. He bridged the gap. Now, when he bridged the gap, what happened? Inflation, food inflation, everything went up. But over 4 years, what happened? It started stabilizing. You understand? Bag of rice that used to be around 2,100 or thereabout jumped to around 4,800. Everything just jumped up. So that's why that many of us today, I think we know that
I
we were not
remember the
kids.
likes of
For sure.
Ganifa were made. That was
Okay.
what they were
Okay,
trying
what
to
is stabilizing? What is stabilizing in the economy today? Let me know. What is stabilizing?
No, for me, that's what I was trying to. They say I should compare. There, no one agree me compare. But anyway, with Asiwaju, let's be very factual. I don't know what you guys are defending. You are defending the indefensible. Let's be honest. If you are talking of fuel subsidy,
we are not defending.
there's always subsidy. There's always subsidy in every economy in the world. We can pick Saudi Arabia, which is an oil producing economy, which is one of the one of the highest. If I want to go with that term, if not the highest, they have fuel subsidy too.
Well, they don't have.
They don't have. And we don't have fuel subsidy here also. So don't say every country.
I don't even know why
Are they paying market? Are they paying official market rates? What's the amount of fuel?
Let me say
Hold
something.
on now. Let me ask somebody.
They talk about the issue. They talk about the issue of stabilizing.
Let me ask somebody who lives in Saudi Arabia now, so that we can get the true facts. Because I have always heard that Saudi Arabia have some form of fuel subsidy.
The only thing that Saudi Arabia subsidies, let me tell you, is education, and it's free. That's all.
Education is free, fine. Education is also free in Nigeria too, or highly subsidized. Primary and secondary education is free.
Even what about university education?
University is highly subsidized. Hold on now. I just want to know about that fuel stuff. It's not. There's no form of fuel subsidy. Do you buy at current
Emeka, when you say education, when you say Emeka, listen please. When you say that education is subsidized, in Nigeria today, calculate how many people who can afford that amount of education in today, considering our income. You understand? Because I know that every federal school.
If you compare educational tuition fee in Nigeria with other countries, even with African countries,
I'm not trying to compare with other countries because all I started with, we are comparing with Naira. So I'm comparing only with Naira. I'm not comparing with other countries.
I agree. Go ahead.
Emeka, you agree with what?
When you are talking about the Naira, what it used to be. Compare most of our federal university before this government came in. Some of them is 15,000 naira per year, some 25,000 naira per year. But I'm telling you that those universities today is 250,000, depending on the course. Some 300, some 400.
My nursery, my child that is in primary school, one term school fees.
So the point is this. Even with Naira comparison, how many households can afford what Nigerian
Emeka, let us be having
education is
our
paying
we
today.
are
not
talking about
getting
what
it.
I don't
If you say
understand.
education is free, if you say education is free, how many Nigerians
How's
that
good?
want is that want it that wait now? How many Nigerians that want his children to live to grow with his mates
That's the
that
choice.
can
That's
put
choice.
his
I
children in
was
government
surprised. I
school?
was surprised. Emeka,
That government school
Emeka,
is
I was surprised.
that government school
Emeka, I was
is
surprised that
another
a school at Tinubu
another
State,
sample of
a
it
nursing school.
on its own.
Emeka, let me say this. I was surprised that a nursing school at Tinubu is paying 800,000 naira a year. You know, when
For
you say
nursing school.
abroad, nursing school,
Well, that's
the girl
People
that
are
told me
looking
I
for
was
the best
crying.
for their children.
So
But that's
who
like
is going to? And the family cannot afford it. And the girl is very intelligent. She wants to get that nursing education.
If you refuse to go to a free school, right, and you go to a private school, it's a choice. But
It's not choice, though. It's choice. It's not choice. It's just because you want something better. Because what they are giving to them in government school is not there. What you want is not there.
Okay, Emeka,
It's
when
not
you
choice
talk about
because
when you talk about
when you
the
results,
federal schools,
nobody wants to go and waste
Emeka,
money.
let me say this. When you talk about the federal school, what has improved in our federal school since this government take over? Our infrastructure and other things. Tell me what has improved that warrants
I am not
father
talking
to go and
about.
keep his child.
See, hold on, Ekene. I am not talking about improvement. I'm just talking about preference. Somebody who says, "I want," because we all want the best for ourselves. We want the best for our kids, right? Definitely. And in every locality, I don't want to enjoy comparing, right? But I think I need to insert this. In every locality, private run organizations, private run hospitals, private run schools are much well taken care of with better quality than the government comparisons, right? They are the government counterparts. So
The only
if you go
facts
to
you have just
if you go
mentioned
to
is
a
more.
government hospital and you go to a private hospital, you will see the difference in quality because you are going to pay more in a private hospital, right? So, but is there free education in Nigeria? Yes. Is even colleges or university highly subsidized in Nigeria? Yes. So if you refuse to go there and you decide to go to a private college or a private
Emeka, the point
university,
is this. The point is this. That price you are calling subsidized. That price you are calling subsidized price. Compare you because you are comparing it with the other. We are comparing it with other countries. Let me finish. That
I
price
can
you are
compare
calling
with other,
subsidized
but
price.
if you no, you are not wrong. But comparing it with passage of time, you will see a dramatic rise. There's with when Asiwaju entered, there's been a dramatic rise in the prices of goods and services. The spike went out of control, and it is still going out of control. So
That is the point I'm trying to make.
when people are coming here to begin to want to defend the indefensible,
And the point is not even that. It's not even that a price of your child being in that university. What you will be giving your child for daily care, like food stuff and all that, is very even more expensive than the school fees. Is not even the problem.
In fact,
The school fees is not the problem. But what you will be giving your child for daily care is the main issue.
Obedient and shower rights. Wait, listen. Nobody
You
is
don't start
saying.
again. We are discussing Nigeria now. Nobody is mentioning anybody
Wait
here.
now, wait.
Oh, okay, Agbadorian. I'm listening.
Nobody is saying there's no inflation. Get it right. But what we are telling you is this. Me, I've said my own from the beginning that the outcome, aftermath of Naira subsidy, Naira floating, and that of subsidy removal will be inflation. But I said before we can start, because we can start seeing the impact, we are going to take anything between 3 to 5 years. I stated that one as early as 2003. So, and I'm still riding on it because
Ola, let me tell you this. There is nothing stopping
this is how you are going to be
if you look at the exchange rate, let me tell you this, Emeka. If you look at the exchange rate last 3 months, as of January, February, and you look at what it is today, you know that.
Ekene, you have to let others speak too, please, because if we cannot educate people again, then it's better for us to go to the background and have a shouting match there. Because if you keep shouting, we are not communicating, we are not talking to anyone. You understand?
Anyway,
So my brother,
we need
brother.
to be fair when we are assessing the Shiwaju administration. We need to be very fair. Let's be
Okay.
fair and
That's
honest.
exactly what I demand.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair and honest. Yes. Go.
Emeka, I want to say something, please. I beg
Let me
you.
please wait now.
No, like Jojo, okay,
No,
so,
please
you
wait.
guys have been talking for a long time.
Whatever you want to say, just cool down, cool down, cool down.
No,
Emeka, that's exactly what I demand of you.
I'm not fighting with anybody.
That's what I demand of you. When you are analyzing the situation, know where we are coming from, know what this government has inherited, and let people understand the current implication and expect improvement over time. But when you want to join people that are just promoting some people that want to come into the politics through the back door, because that's the danger of analysis sometimes.
Ola, let me tell you, this government has not improved in anything, even in electricity. Electricity used to be more better than under Buhari than the current administration. What are you even saying?
You will come after.
What are you even saying? What is improving? Let us give comparison. Starting from let's start from common things that your government is supposed to do.
Take it easy, Jare. Take it easy.
For me, I think 24 months is sufficient enough for any administration
to shows.
Emeka, thank you. Let me contribute my own. Actually, what we are debating here is not debatable, because when you are comparing this present administration with the rest of the administration, the earliest that spent is Jonathan about 6 years. The least is Yar'Adua about 3 years. Obasanjo spent 8 years. And you don't expect any country that goes through this kind of reform, you don't expect that everything will be El Dorado. I remember quite well that the guy even said it during his campaign, that the reform
that buy private jet, reform that buy yacht, reform that rebuild nonsense things.
No be this thing no be fight now. This thing no be fight now. Who are you fighting?
Take them easy now. What's the big deal?
If you have anger, this is not the place now. You can go to the street and be vexing your anger now. Why are you coming here and just shouting?
So even say that we are going to go through some pain. But the beauty of it is this, is that we now know where we stand. And then once we know where we stand, then he has to continue to work to make it better. If you are telling that nothing has changed in Nigeria, you are lying. You cannot tell me that people that go to university that pay tuition fee about 20 to 70,000 per term, I'm talking about federal university. Even some of them that does not have the money to pay, they have opportunity to secure a loan, which is a non-interest loan. No, let me finish, please. I beg you. I beg you in the name of God.
You can't finish. You can't be feeding me with lies, and you want to finish. You can't be feeding me with lies.
You just come here and be lying. You just come here and be lying. That is even my worst. My worst thing.
What I know.
You are being emotional with
Tell me what has improved your education.
Let me finish my line now, and then you come with your own lies.
Guys, let me hold the floor now. If we keep shouting, then it's better for us to go to the background. But if this wants to be alive, program. So Remy, please continue.
I think when they started the loan something for the university, it's one Northern University that just secured a ticket of a check of almost 500 million naira, and there have been a lot of people that attest to it that they have collected.
Then what happened to the money? What happened to the money? What happened to the money? 72 billion out of it was stolen. What happened to the money? And how many people got it? You are just, what happened to the money you are talking about? 72 billion out of the money, out of 100 billion was stolen. So how many was here? Where were they investigated? Where is the law taking its course? Where is the EFCC fighting it? 72 billion. You map out about 100 billion for student loan. 72 billion out of it was stolen.
No 72 billion was stolen. You don't understand what they said about that. No 72 billion was stolen.
What happened to the money?
About it.
Okay, let me explain.
I don't even know how you got your information.
It's a diversion for me, but I will take some second to quickly explain it. What happened was very simple. NAFON disbursed the money to the universities, and some university or some higher institution in Nigeria, they took the money to their bank account and keep it as a lodgement there for so many months. And at the same time, this university started harassing the students that already secured the loan. They started harassing them that they have not paid their tuition fee. It is now when
what I hate in my life is lie. What I hate in my life is
that was what happened now.
There is nothing that happened. See, let me tell you, as far as I'm concerned, I'm living in this country.
Okay,
the loan was brought out 100 billion, and the news that I had, that 72 billion out of it, it is not in my hand. It's the government. Where is the EFCC? Where are they fighting it? Don't come here and give me unnecessary analysis.
Ekene is in trouble.
Which one is in trouble? Why can't you come here and be lying to Nigerians? What I read, I saw the headline, I saw everything. I did not read this one you are saying. I am reading what I saw in the headline. And the government said, the government made a statement that are going to investigate it today. What did they do about it?
The student loan initiative. The student loan initiative is a great initiative, and it still remains a great initiative. There's nothing that would take it out, right? One of the positive legacy, one of the positive, because I don't think Ekene will allow Remy to talk. So let me try to divert.
Everybody hold on, please. Everybody hold on. Ekene, I know you are passionate about this, but let's speak one after the other, because if you did listen, you won't be able to hear anybody when all of us are speaking. Ekene was talking about the 72 billion. Remy just said that the university collected the money, right? And put
Let
it.
me finish first,
Wait, now I'm trying to recap what you have said. You said the university took the money and put it in fixed deposit, and at the same time, they were chasing the student for fee, right?
Yes.
Now, some of these universities are maybe federal universities, government-owned, state university. You understand? And government is supposed to be the one holding them accountable for it. So I expect.
Because you did not let me finish, let me quickly finish, and then you guys can continue.
So
actually,
just narrow down.
Actually,
That's
the total
72
money.
billion.
Yeah, let me correct something here. The total money disbursed by NEFON till today for the student loan is about 51 billion naira. It's not 71. And if you care to listen, you can Google or go to your YouTube and write the name of Sawyer, that is their managing director, interview with Channels TV. And you can listen to the whole interview by
But
yourself.
72 billion, I want you to.
So it's not 72 billion, it's just the total money it disbursed.
The money that was taken
is
was not
51 billion.
Remy, the only reason why I'm shouting here, the only reason why I'm shouting here is because I don't like the lies you are putting out here. I don't like the lies. What I saw is 72 billion. That is even.
To go and check it out by yourself.
Hold on.
I have checked it out and I read the news. I don't know where you read it, but it's everywhere in the internet. The news broke out and it's everywhere in the internet. So where did you get your 52 billion?
Let us hear him now. Let us hear the two of you.
You can
You
hear
are just
fake
wasting our
news.
time shouting.
Let him finish. And you can also go and verify on your own.
You
Okay,
say
let me break it down for you.
Hold on, Remy, hold on. Let's be very specific and so that you don't keep dragging. You said it's not 70 something, it's 51 billion, Abi?
Yes, exactly.
Have the 51 billion been disbursed to the students?
It has been disbursed. That is total money disbursed to all.
Has it been disbursed to the student?
I retain it pertaining to loans and also 20,000.
The question, answer the question they ask you. Have students gotten the money?
Patosi, come again, your question.
Are the students now in school? Are they still owing the school fees?
No, they're in school now. Everybody is back.
The beneficiary have access to the loan now.
Yes. And let me tell you how the total money and everything, so that you don't know that.
You already know what you are going to do.
Billion.
When you finish,
so, but what was the issue?
You give
what
us
was the issue. I know you raised an issue. That some university took money and put in the bank, fixed deposit.
Yes.
What was the issue that you were trying to raise then?
Okay, what I'm trying to raise is that when people now say there is a huge corruption in this NAF fund, and then ICPC and the National Orientation Agency, maybe their chairman, they raised an objection that maybe there is a fraud. And then NAF fund came out that on their part, they have disbursed all the money to the respective higher institution. That on their part, there is no human-to-human interaction. That because there is human interaction when they receive the check, instead of communicating with the student directly that your fees has been paid, because they lodge the money in their respective, some of them, not all of them, some, they lodge it in their respective bank account to give them interest in the long run. So, and some of them also use this opportunity to now harass the student. But when the student now communicate to now fund said, we have paid. And that the man, Sawyer, said something. He said that greatest mistake is that they should have communicated to the student themselves through their portal when they register that your tuition fee has been paid. And that they said that that is an error on their part. But now they will correct the mistakes. And the guy break down the total money they have received. The total money is about 203 billion naira. From TAP Fund is about 114 billion. EFCC gave them about 50 billion from proceeds of crime, and the federal government through budgetary allocation is about 10 billion. So the total money is 203, and the total money they have disbursed so far is about 51, up to 51 billion. The rest of the money is still in the hand of NEL Fund. So that on their part, there's no trouble. The trouble is some of the higher institution. So there is nowhere where they said 71 billion was missing. Nothing like that. So after this, I will go and check the interview and I'll post the link here so that everybody can listen to it.
Okay.
So it's as simple as ABC.
So they have to so what I'm looking at, they should work on their process. Like
and apart from the processes, I think they also should follow it up with the higher institution. Because some of them use that way to.
So all they need to do is just to intimidate the student and let the student know the student will go and fight.
Yes, that's exactly what the managing director was saying.
What I feel. You see here, the student, when you go to school, you as a student, you have an account with your school. You have a student account with your school. When you are owing school fees, that's where your credit, your basic amount owing is paid into, is indicated. That means your account will be in deficit for that amount.
Actually, Patoski, what you are saying
now, taking land. So this is what they do. So anytime they also want to pay your school fees, you put the money there. All the money that you have, you put it there. From there, you apply some money to school fees. You apply some money to hostel. A lot of schools do that here. So why can't students, once you have an admission, you have a student account?
They are doing the same thing in Nigeria as well. I have a daughter in the university.
Now.
Okay, continue.
That account is with the school. The student cannot draw money from it, but they can from that money apply some to their school fees, apply some to hostel. They just use that to
the school will just be deducting whatever they need from that account.
Exactly. If the school needs maybe the school fees, the school will deduct it from that account. If, for example, I take the loan and I say, okay, I don't want to use the loan this semester, or let me just pay directly. So that student is not owing.
Patoski, I understand what you are saying. I think the problem they have in Nigeria is once you pay school fees, it goes directly into the general purse. The only thing you generate is the receipt of payment. You understand what I'm saying? They don't usually have a lump sum. They don't design their platform to have where you can put money. Do you understand? Now,
they don't do like that. Yeah.
Once they finish paying school fee, let me tell you this. Once they finish, say, okay, the time of payment has elapsed, so you can't put any money in your account. Like in developed world, I can put a lump sum of money in the account of a student. Do you understand?
So what from the experience I have, what you do in Nigeria is very simple. Most of the students.
It's not simple. Don't say everything is simple.
Let me finish.
It's not simple because the money is creating problems.
At least I have They have a student portal telling you your admission score, registration, and everything. You pay your registration fee, it will be updated. They will give you a receipt that you can go and print. And once you pay your school fees, which is a fixed amount of money, it's also shown in your student portal that you have paid that school fees. And when you as a parent, you can go to your kids, your son or daughter portal, you can see that everything money you have paid, including the including the student affairs, everything is there on their portal. Their result is also there.
What you are saying, just try to understand our own.
I understand what you're saying.
Wait. No, it's not only for you. It's not only for you. We have listeners. We have people that are listening to us. Like in Nigeria, what they do is that
certain money is tagged to certain thing. Okay, you pay school fees, you pay accommodation, you go to all those simple places to go and pay that certain thing, and you have to click on that thing that is what you are paying for. What we are saying here in developed world, like me now, if I have a daughter in a higher institution, I can put money in her account, school account, and whenever
Okay,
school
and this
needs
I'm also in the developed world. It's not done like that here.
Oh,
So
that
Hey,
your
it's
own
not done
developed
like that
country
if
here.
your own is
Everything will not-
different, let us
it's not
express our
everybody-
own too.
It's not
it's
fully
not all country that
developed.
will follow that kind of system too. For example,
So
like
many countries are running that way.
I
So
don't know,
many.
here they don't run it that well. They don't run
It's
it
not
that well.
fully developed because
No, you
in your
cannot say
place,
it's not. You
Remy,
cannot say
in your
that.
place,
You cannot
government
say
is
that because we
most
have
of.
opportunity
Hold
to
on,
access
Remy.
scholarship.
Hold on.
We have
You just told
opportunity.
us.
You know, the reason why you guys are the reason why you guys are
we are
speaking
talking
grammar
one
here.
by one. Let's not talk over each other.
Why won't you
Can
give
we
me my
allow
time to speak?
Ekene speak? Because we've
Why won't you guys allow me to speak?
we should allow Ekene speak. We've pivoted this
Yes.
conversation into something that is
Hold on.
irrelevant.
Anytime I want to speak,
Let's
before
allow
the paper
Ekene
you
speak.
I'm the one moderating,
The
please.
conversation is on the economy and
one
not
moderating.
school fees.
I'm the one moderating, please.
It's on the
I'm the one
conversation is
moderating,
how
please.
Asiwaji has subjected so many
I'm the one
Nigerians to
moderating,
poverty
please.
Ekene
and
was
not
one
school
that
fees.
raised
A lot of
Emeka.
Nigerians.
Ekene was one that
Ekene,
raised the
hold on.
issue of the student fund being stolen. That was why. So don't say
we have explained it
I've
now. We don't need
exhausted that one. I want to speak the real part.
that
I want to
has
speak
been
the real part.
explained. We don't need to
I've
continue to
exhausted that
dwell.
one. That one
We don't
have
need to
been
continue.
Stop that now.
But we don't need to continue to dwell on the processes of the
No,
fees.
we
That has
cannot be
been
talking about
explained. It's
problem
okay.
and finding a solution.
Can we go back to our conversation on how Asiwaju has sent so many Nigerians to poverty?
Only I like problem. We should not talk
He has
about
sent a lot of Nigerians to poverty, and many Nigerians are more poor.
Yes,
Look at our
many Nigerians
statistics.
are poor.
Look at the statistics. Nigeria is one of the poorest countries in the world today.
It is so bad now that the World Bank has
It's
said
very
that.
bad.
Now the World Bank has released a report that Nigeria has 15% of the poorest people in the world. 15% of the poorest population in the world. Let me reiterate what I just said. If you guys don't want to listen, that the World Bank is saying that we have 15%
people to
of the poorest. No, can I hold on? 15% of the world's population
my brother.
is in the world's
I think we
population
should
is
do
in
away, we should do
Nigeria.
away from all this World Bank of a thing.
Hold on.
Let me
Now,
even
let's
tell you.
excuse the World Bank. I know many of us don't like to hear the World Bank. Now, let me tell you what NBC has said. 109 million Nigerians are now poor. That's almost more than 50% of our population. If we don't want to hear these words, we don't want to hear it and discuss about it. I have been saying this and echoing it. All I've been hearing is excusing the inexcusable. Don't Emeka me. Don't Emeka me. Don't Emeka me. Don't Emeka me. Hear what I am saying. Don't Emeka me.
Emeka, let me say something before you continue. Emeka, let me say something before you continue. Emeka, let me say something before you continue, please. You know, me living in Nigeria, anytime I see that something is want to happen in our economy, I used to have the sign. Because the last few months, I was thinking that the dollar was stabilizing and things are getting, maybe at least let there be stability. But in the last 2 weeks, the way the thing is crumbling again, it's getting me that another inflation is coming. I'm seeing the sign.
That's what is affecting you.
There is nothing like being an importer. Even the importer you want to downgrade. Is what helping your economy.
Please, let's be fair. I don't know why we are doing this. Let's be fair. These numbers are appalling. Let's be fair. That in 24 months, Atiwaju has subjected more Nigerians to poverty.
Hold on. I agree with you. You know, at least in the last few weeks, that is the same thing that you'll be repeating whenever you come on the platform.
Yes, I have to say it because the problem, more Nigerians are getting poorer. Is a problem.
I know. Everything that you said is true. You understand? Okay, tell us now, what can we do?
Fantastic. Thank you. God bless
It's
you.
why it's not it's becoming nauseating. We'll be repeating the
It's not
same thing.
nauseating. There's nothing
Uh-huh.
nauseating when
So
you see
let us
pop.
find
See,
solution. I
there's
think that's
nothing
what we're
nauseating.
supposed to
There's
be
nothing
saying.
nauseating, please.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing nauseating when you see the numbers increasing. That is
Okay,
why
so tell
Ekene
us,
is losing his
tell us,
voice. And
tell
that
us.
is why Foley is screaming, because they are the direct recipients of this
They are
evil.
not the only direct recipients. I am also a direct recipient. So forget about it. That
Okay, you live in Nigeria, Abi?
Yes.
Call those
Okay,
one. Let them
but
talk.
your situation may be a bit much better. You are not complaining. They are complaining. They are complaining. Okay,
Give us the
what do we
He's not
solution.
what do
living in
we what do
Nigeria.
we
Give us
do?
the
Femi is not
solution.
living in Nigeria.
Give us the solution.
But what do we do? Fine. Or what would the Asiwaju government do? The first thing I would say is, what should they have done? Asiwaju had made, when he made that blunder, he has refused to acknowledge that he made that blunder. Maybe in-house is acknowledging.
Tell us what we are going to
Okay.
do. If you are
What
the one, what will you have done? How will
What
you have
would if I'm the one, what will I do? If I'm Asiwaju, what will I do? I would have not removed fuel subsidy. I would have staggered it. I know it's part of the biannual report from the World Bank and IMF. I would have staggered
That
it.
have been done. What can
Okay.
you do now? What will you do now?
And what will I have done now? No, what will I have done? No, what will I have
The problem
done?
is there now. The
What
problem
will
is
I
there
have
now.
done?
What's
What
the
will
way
I have
forward?
done if I have taken office from 2003?
No,
So
well,
don't
the way forward
interject
from
me now.
now.
Let me say what I would have done. I would have not done what Asiwaju have done, which have subjected more Nigerians to poverty. I would have not removed fuel subsidy completely. I would have not removed this completely. I would have staggered it. Now again, hold on now. Let me guys calm down now. Make I don't lose my train of thought, because it's solutions now. Now we if we're looking at the reason why our
Emeka,
inflation is
sorry,
going
on
up,
first subsidy, continue.
I would
want to ask you a
I
question
would
on
have
that
staggered
subsidy.
the fuel subsidy removal.
Would you?
And when
Sorry.
would you get the money?
Hold
Tell
on,
us where
Remy,
would you
hold
get the
on,
money?
Joe. Remy, hold on.
Okay,
Joe.
Emeka, let me help you a little bit, please.
Kemi, hold on.
Because
It's
I
not
want to
about
go.
help. It's not about helping me.
Patoski, I want to leave you guys. I want to leave you guys
Allowing me
with your
to
argument.
speak. It's allowing
I
me
don't
to
even.
speak.
They don't want you
Ekene,
to
hold
speak
on.
now.
Somebody else want to ask a question. So what is it? We are many on this platform now. AKA Emeka, this opinion of staggering the subsidy, would you have held the same opinion if not that you have seen Tinubu do it this way and it's backfiring? Before this implementation that Tinubu did, would you have held the opinion of staggering it?
I said it in 2023. Actually said it in 2024. He shouldn't have. It's a mistake. But let's see what we can do. And I also mentioned, I mentioned that I would excuse the Asiwaju administration till 1 year, and I'll see. I think I've given them the benefit of the doubt. This is
You are
24
not
months
giving
now.
us your solution. Give us the solution.
I will give. Hold on, let me speak now. If you keep interjecting me, then you don't want me to speak. Which you guys do not want me to speak, and it's a problem. And I will tell you guys, it's a problem. It's a problem. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak.
If you ask him question, let him let him put some
No,
lines
he will,
together before
Chairman, he will speak if he's speaking solution. If it's just
it doesn't matter.
analyzing, we don't want to
Let
hear.
him give
Let me
him
flow.
time.
Let me flow. I will give you solutions, and I
Give us
will
the
still
Give him
flow.
solution.
time. Just
Don't waste
give
our
him a
time
bit of
speaking.
time.
Okay,
Give him a bit of time.
Chairman, we
Patoski,
are
you are
not
supposed to
stealing
have been
Emeka's
giving us.
money.
Patoski,
Give us
you are supposed to
solution.
be giving us 7 minutes. Let me use my 7 minutes, and then I won't speak
No, you
anymore. I
cannot
won't
use 7 minutes
interject.
again. No. After you have
Hold on.
spent 5
Can I
hours.
use 7? Can I use 5
7
minutes?
minutes is not too long. Use 2
The
minutes.
Can I
problem, you
use
have
five?
not even
Can I
given
use
me
5
any time
minutes?
Let
to
him use
speak here.
5 minutes.
Can
Let
I
him use
use
5
5
minutes.
minutes, and
No,
then
5
I will
minutes is
not?
not too
I will
long.
not speak
Emeka,
anymore.
let him talk. Let us give him
Can
3
I
minutes.
use 5 minutes, and I
Use
will
5
not
minutes.
speak anymore?
5 minutes
No,
is
Use
long.
5
5
minutes.
minutes is too much, show, because this is midnight here. It's
Let
too
him
much.
use 5
Others
minutes.
want to
Go
Don't
talk.
ahead.
worry, I'm
You guys can
timing
go
him.
ahead. You guys can go ahead talking.
Go
Okay,
ahead, 5 minutes.
progressive.
Give
Go
us
ahead
Progressive is
talking.
solution.
just coming.
Go ahead to
Let's hear
speak.
you first.
Can
Ekene
you give me
continue.
2 minutes? Can you give me 2 minutes? I want
Ekene
to go. Can
continue.
you give me
Ekene,
2
hold
Ekene,
on.
you
minutes?
are
No,
not giving him
Ekene, hold on.
solution.
Ekene, hold on.
Ekene
Hold on.
continue. We are not serious
Give
people.
me 2 minutes.
Ekene continue.
Give
No,
me 2
Ekene,
minutes. I
hold
want
on.
Emeka,
to speak. You
I
are not
think
giving
we
me any
should
time
have
to speak.
allowed Emeka to answer the question.
Emeka, answer those questions. We'll give
Emeka
you
has
5
given me the
minutes.
time to go. I said,
No,
give
no,
me 2 minutes. I want
Emeka
to
Ekene,
go.
cannot
it's
give you. Emeka
Emeka
is
that
not the
want to talk.
moderator.
Emeka
Ekene
want to
was
Are you
talk.
the only person
Emeka
here?
said
Can't you
question.
allow people to speak?
I will take you to the background now.
No,
Take me to the background
I've
now.
given
Is it not to
whatever time you guys want to give me, I've given it to Ekene. We are not serious people, so let
No,
Ekene
Emeka,
continue.
is your voice
Emeka,
that
you
I
are
want
not
to
the
hear.
No,
moderator.
no, no,
It's
no,
your
no,
voice
no.
that I
I
want
said,
to
give me
hear.
5 minutes.
give
You
me
guys
2
said
minutes to speak?
solution.
Give me 2
You
minutes to
guys said,
speak. I will leave you people.
solution. You guys said solution. I said, give me 5 minutes.
Oh
Let
yeah,
me speak.
continue. Start now. Your
But
time
if you
starts now.
don't want to give it to me,
Your
I
time
don't know
starts
why.
now.
I think it's
Emeka, don't
wrong
run
to
away.
remove
Don't run
Ekene.
away. Your time
Give that
starts now.
solution. We've given you the full
Hey,
Oya,
Okay,
oh yeah,
finish
fine,
talk
talking. You
now.
good.
have spent almost.
Now,
You have spent
good.
2 minutes now.
No, I've not been talking. If you don't want me to
Oya,
talk, let me keep
talk.
quiet. Let
Talk.
me just
We
keep
want to
quiet
hear
because
solution.
I think we are not serious people here.
Talk.
Good.
Emeka,
Fine.
talk.
So the Asuwaju has made a lot of blunder, which I don't think I would want to do. At currently, what I would think they should be doing is they need to reduce MPR. MPR must fall down. The MPR rate does not improve Nigerians' life. It does not help Nigerians. It only transfer wealth from Nigerians to foreign individuals. So MPR must come down so that people can borrow and begin to contribute to the economy. Also, in terms of importation, we need to begin to identify, especially those food items. Like I said the last time, we must manufacture to survive. At this rate, if 109 Nigerians are in poverty, which is more than 50% of the country, before Asiwaju will leave, mark my word, because I think nothing will improve. Mark my word, more Nigerians will go into poverty. Mark my word, the economic policy of the Asiwaju administration would never improve. Mark my word, more Nigerians will go into poverty. So, if they don't reduce MPR rates and they are still playing around and dancing around, there's no improvement. But I would reduce the MPR rate. I would also ensure that we begin to manufacture, especially agricultural products, food consign, declare food emergency in that country, so that we can begin to manufacture what we eat. We should not be importing stuff anymore. I will enforce some level of protectionism against certain importation products that is coming into the country, especially when it has to do with food. And I will not say that the government should be doing it. No, I won't be, not the government. I won't want to engage, have my administration to be focused on getting manufacturing stuff, to be involved in manufacturing. No, the policies. I will identify key entrepreneurs. Actually, I will identify 40 capitalists that has been able to demonstrate over time and consistency that they can deliver value. Some of that, Tony Elumelu, Dangote, Rafiu, this guy, the glow guy, Cosmas Maduka, Inosin in terms of vehicle. That's if I want to stimulate vehicle manufacturing. That's 40 capitalists that I know that have demonstrated success over a long period of time. Then what I would tell them is that these are the specific sectors we need to target to ensure that we grow competence over a period of time. I know capital is an issue, but for them to go ahead to go and raise capital, I would say go if you know how to raise capital, like what Dangote does. Dangote knows how to raise capital at a low cost, and he goes to the Middle East to do that. Let's see if we can approach the Middle East and raise those capital. Then we will give government guarantee on those loans you are going to raise from wherever you want to raise it. If you want to raise it from North America, you want to raise it from the Middle East, you want to raise it from Asia, no problem. But we'll give bank guarantee to the 40 of you. But these are the sector we want to target. Maybe Rafiu, you will target agriculture. Innocent, you will target vehicle manufacturing. Dangote, continue with your refinery, or maybe if you want to add steel, you can do steel too. But specific sector and that will target, then let them bring that capital and now go and invest it in those different sectors. We'll start to monitor. Within 5 years, we should be able to see some success. Because one, as the capital inflow is coming, which is already federal government banks, is already guaranteed by the federal government. So in the case they default, we would pay back, the government would pay back, but it is still tied to them. Let them go and now start investing. By investing, they are going to recruit Nigerians. If they are going to be building the factory, they are still going to recruit Nigerians. Then I will put a cap on multinationals that are coming, that is expatriates coming into the country. You must recruit Nigerians at leadership level. No expatriates should be at leadership level. If they want to come, let them come at mid senior management level. No leadership. No. Nigerians first policy. With that 40 capitalists targeting at least specific 40 sectors, or maybe they can combine. We can combine the sectors to probably 10 or 20. We should be able to get some remarkable improvement by 5 years, and in 10 years we should be yielding results. That is what I would do. But MPR must go down. MPR definitely must go down. Then I would also instruct Nigerian banks via the CBN. These are the sectors, small and medium enterprise. We also need to stimulate, create an interest rate that would be fair enough, probably 12% for small and medium enterprise. These are the sector we want to stimulate.
You know that interest rate is 45% in Nigeria today, Mega. 45%.
I agree with you. No, I agree. So nobody will want to borrow. If you're going to borrow at 45%,
how are you going to
if you're
do
borrowing at
business with that interest rate?
45%, you are going to kill your business. So that is what I will do. Then the fuel subsidy, I will stagger the removal. I will stagger the removal because we are still helping out. Yes, there is fraud. We can attack the fraud without removing the subsidy. The excuse they were saying was, oh, the fraud. There is no money, but there is no money, and we are still borrowing currently. I will remove it gradually, so that it doesn't impact so much on the standard of living for Nigeria. While we are instituting all these policies coming in, and then we know we are recruiting Nigerians, we are giving them jobs, and we are pushing them in. I have done the math. 40 capitalists.
I want to ask you something before you.
I've done the math. I did the math. 40 capitalists recruiting 70,000 Nigerians. If we recruit 70,000 Nigerians, and we know that for each Nigerian who is in employment, 3 other Nigerians are being sustained. I'm not talking about indirect employment. For every Nigerian that is in direct employment, 3 other Nigerians are being sustained. How is that so? We have the person who is in direct employment. We have the wife who is a dependent on the person in direct employment. And we have one child who is also a dependent. So that is the 3 Nigerians.
Okay. Mega, can I engage
when you do the multiplication,
give me my time to. I'm in Nigeria.
You will have over 140 million Nigerians that we get out of poverty. We are not talking about indirect employment. But now let me now land. That's 140 million Nigerians out of poverty. Now to conclude,
your 5 minutes is up.
You have done your 5 minutes is gone.
Can I conclude? Can I conclude in seconds?
You don't conclude.
Can I conclude in seconds? So the Asiwaju administration has failed to look at the things that will stimulate our economy. They keep transferring wealth from poor Nigerians to wealthy Europeans. And I am saying it now. Mark my word, nothing will move economically. Yes, Asiwaju will win 2027, but nothing will move economically. Nigerians will continue to be poorer.
Okay,
thank you.
Over to you.
Now,
can I say something? Can I say something?
I will give you. It's my turn, but let me listen to you for 1 minute.
No, you don't. It's not your power to do that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, now Emeka, let me start from that MPR we talk about. You see, don't let us use the word MPR to confuse people. Let's just say interest rates. Now, we are talking of Nigeria today. You've talked of how poor Nigeria is. You talk of how poor we are in terms of productivity, and probably what you've not talked about is about infrastructure. You know that the normal thing in any country that you need inflow of foreign money to develop your infrastructure is to raise your interest rate. Interest rates.
What did you say?
In a country that is business, that is more in a country that you want productivity.
Can you see? Let him finish now. We'll let Emeka speak now. Let him stick on. Let him flow. Let's do this.
Yeah.
So in a country that you need money to develop your infrastructure, you need money, you need inflow. You don't want to be stifled of cash flow. Now, the best thing to do, there are many factors that play into that Nigeria situation. You have your elites that make their money, that take their cash out of the country for political reason. Then money is moving out of your system. But at the same, when money move out of your system, you are going to have problem of cash flow. The first thing you want to do for investor to move their money is to increase your interest rate. When you increase your interest rate, investor looks to where they can turn their money over in terms of profit. They move their money in. So it's logical. Then another thing, when that money comes now, you can start looking at how to now give incentives to the local industry. You understand, to survive. I know many people will not realize that student loan, just because it's called student loan, is a form, it's a form of some kind of incentive to academic, to education sector in Nigeria that is going to have long-term impact. That's number one. Now, when you reduce, when you are saying you are going to reduce interest rate, you reduce interest rates, investor will go and place their money in where we have stable economy, because where you have instability, when you have a kind of volatility like Nigeria, you understand, investor always look for high interest rate. Otherwise, they won't even look at your side at all. They will look away. You understand? So it's normal. What is happening in Nigeria is normal.
Can I interject you when you are done?
I didn't interject you now, Baba.
No, when you are done, listen now.
Okay.
No, when it's done,
when it's done, so many people are lining up. So you
No,
have
but
to
he's saying a lot of rubbish now. Why would
but
we
you have
allow
to
the
go
rubbish
to
to flow now?
Yeah, but
Why should we allow the rubbish to? Why
Emeka,
should
when
we
it comes
allow
to
the
your
rubbish
turn,
to flow now?
when
you
you
should
say
go
when
round and come to
That
your
the
turn.
MPR rate that is already high and investors are only buying
Emeka, you have not been
portfolio
allowed to speak
investment for
now,
3
so hold
months. Is
on.
that not what foreign investors are
Emeka,
doing?
let other people speak.
Foreign investors are only buying our portfolio for just 3 months, and you are
Emeka,
saying
let
they are
him
going to
speak.
bring it.
Let
So
him
why is
speak.
the MPR still high when they are only
Emeka, let
doing
him
3 months
speak.
for investment? So
Emeka,
we
let
don't
him
need their
speak.
investment.
Let other
Emeka, let
people
We
him
don't need
speak.
foreign investment from them. We don't
Emeka, let
need
him
investment
speak.
from the UK
Emeka,
or
let him
France.
speak.
They're only buying foreign portfolio investment for 3 months.
Emeka, I came here to fight for
Emeka,
you.
Emeka,
I came
the
here to fight
ignorance
for
there,
you.
the
Now
ignorance there is
you are
that
doing.
Emeka,
The
Emeka, I
ignorance
came
here
here
is,
to fight
is
for
don't
too
know
you.
that
high.
when you have
There's so much
productivity,
high level ignorance here. Too much high level ignorance. Foreign FPI is high.
but just say,
They
why
will,
not? Why would you give me
another
time to
FPI
speak?
for next week
Why
is
would you like?
coming,
No
and then
way.
we bring it
If
in
you want
only
me to go,
foreign
let me
portfolio
go.
investment. Somebody is telling me foreign portfolio investment is what we sustain Nigeria. When we are
Can you
looking at
force Emeka
bringing
to
I
money
don't
in,
even know
and
what
I'm
you're
saying
talking
that
about.
let 40 industrialists go and collect money from China
Emeka,
and come
please?
and develop here.
Moderator, pause Emeka, please.
They are still talking of foreign portfolio investment. That's not helping any.
The highest producer.
So I came here to fight for Emeka to be able to speak, and now he's doing the exactly thing that the other people were doing to him earlier. This is not right, man. Look, if you finish speaking, the way nobody interjected you, still let other person put their own thought across. So look, if you are shouting and everybody wants to shout, look, you finish speaking and then somebody was speaking, you say this person is speaking rubbish. After you finish saying your own word and nobody said you accuse you of speaking rubbish. Come on, guys, man. Let's be civil about this.
Continue.
Okay. Sometimes we don't need to brag about something. You understand? What you know is what you know. What you don't know, you don't know. You understand? The fact that some of us say we claim not to be economists does not mean that we lack the basics of economics. When people are talking of interest rate in any country,
But
why you
Patrick,
see
can you
if
bring them
interest
back?
rate
Because the
I'll bring
conversation, we
them
lose the
back now.
conversation. Can you bring them back?
if interest rate goes up in America, why do you think Canada will raise its own interest rate? Because if Canada does not raise its own interest rate, the next thing is that there will be a aggressive outflow from Canada to America. So in order for Canada to make sure that investors do not run away, they will raise interest rate in there. So everybody is competing for the same number of investors globally. The only reason investor, whether portfolio or whatever you want to call it, move to developing country is just because of high return rates. Yeah, the environment is very risky, but the return, the reward is high enough for them to are to be tempted. That is exactly what is happening. So in a country like Nigeria that has a major deficit in infrastructure that you need to build, you need to find a way to. Yeah, it could be portfolio investor that will just put money for 3 months. The question is this: if those 3 month money are not there, what you want to do with those 3 month money are not there, then you may run into cash flow problem. So that's why you have it's not one way things. You have a lot of variable to fix things. Yeah, you have portfolio investor, you have long-term FDI, direct foreign investor, and you have some area whereby you subsidize for local country to grow. So a lot of variable. It's not only one factor. That is where that is the danger where we know just little thing about the principle and we now exaggerate that thing we know. You understand? Whether we want to agree with it today or not, some of us we know economics to the basis we know. Where we don't know, we carry the project, we carry the topic to those people that know, and we go and discuss with them and listen to their advice. So look, the country we are saying today, nobody is saying Nigeria has reached the end around. That's not the point. We are looking at the policy direction is the key thing we are looking at. Now, when we say we should not remove fuel subsidy, that we should have find a way. We've been trying to find a way for how many decades? For more than 3 decades, we could not solve this matter. Then you continue to do the same thing over and over and over, and you are expecting the same result. It doesn't work that way. So what's the next approach? Remove that thing that is attracting all those carnivores and all those parasites. Remove the thing completely and let the industry grow. Now, as a result of subsidy removal, you will find Dangote and many refineries will come over time because those are the people that will make sure that that environment is stable. So those portfolio and overnight fuel dealers, all those fuel dealers, they will be gone in a matter of time. It has happened in so many sectors. You understand? It may not be related directly. I keep using telecom as a typical example, and it has worked. You understand? So the same way, this one we are doing around this around the oil and gas will work. Now, going back to that 1999 that I was using as an example that time when Obasanjo came, in the official market it was 22 naira to $1, but in the black market it was like 88. So that arbitrage, people were profiteering. The first thing Obasanjo did within is to devalue naira, for naira to find its way around 120, while the black market was still going between 138 and 140. When you look at the gap, now the gap just shrunk just because of that policy. The only thing Obasanjo did is call in own floating naira. Right, he didn't call it floating naira. He was just evaluated on his own. But this one, because we've tried to do this thing from the time of Obasanjo to bring this guy, we could not bridge. The first thing is this: remove that thing completely. Because we are talking of a leg that it has been consumed by gangrene. Sorry, Dr. Simba, I could be using wrong term. The next thing, when you don't want that gangrene to finish that leg, what will you do? You say, let us amputate. So you can liken, you can liken, you understand? You can liken what is happening to that floating of naira to that deadly disease or maybe a cancerous cell that needed to just be scrapped away from the body. So you don't need government to be subsidizing. So that is done. First subsidy, you remove it. That is gone. Let's not forget about it. The impact we are going to feel it whether we like it or not. I'm not saying anything different from what I said 2 years ago, but it takes average of 4 to 6 years for you to reach a new equilibrium to form another level, and from there you can start measuring. Now, even the short-term impact of that removal, we've seen it. Number one, you are saying Nigeria is bad.
Bring it to me. You have spent 5 minutes.
Okay.
Before I finish, I want to ask him a question.
How many minutes more do I have? How many?
Let me give him. Let him continue. I want to ask him one question.
2 minutes to respond to a Mekan question.
Okay. So now, what we are saying now is after you remove all these things, just within a short time of period, we've been able to reduce our debt to our what we used to service our debt. You understand? Our debt to GDP to from 97 to 60 something, about 62, and we are saying the country is not moving forward. Then we are able to pay our foreign debt. Now look at the fundamental. When you have this bad exchange rate, normally it's supposed to be difficult for you to pay your foreign debt, right? But it's not the situation in this situation in the country. We are able to pay our debt. Now, the money that's the money we are saving on this thing. So the other African countries that used to have this our subsidy before, they are even costing the current government because of the cost, because it's turning so much that we were actually subsidizing for those people that are not taxpayers in Nigeria. You understand? So you have to find a way. Okay, remove that. Okay, if you are saying, okay, let us find a way to compensate Nigeria. That part of compensation is what you introduce the student loan. The student loan, that is just a matter of time, is going to develop our institution too, institution of learning. So we should know this thing. So we shouldn't be talking of what didn't work for us yesterday. We should look at how we can benefit from the current one, and then we look at, okay, how can we improve instead of total condemnation. Thank you.
Yeah, my question. Do you know the sector that is receiving that foreign direct investment?
So what about that?
That's what I'm asking you. Do you know?
No, educate me.
Is it a yes or a no?
He doesn't know now.
I can't know anything. I can't know everything.
No, it's not. If it's a no, then I can move to my next question. If you want me to educate you, if Pato wants me to, he's the host, then I can.
Yeah,
but
ask the
Pato might
next
say no, so that I can use my question
Ask the
time
next
properly.
question.
Next question. Do you know the proportion of FDI to FPI that comes into Nigeria? The proportional percentage rate?
I don't know. You can
Thank you.
educate me.
Final question. Do you think the MPR rate is currently working? You don't know. Patoski, he doesn't know. Maybe
No, to me, it's working. I think so. I think it's working.
When you don't know the proportion of FPI and FDI that is coming and the sector that is receiving the FDI, how can you say it's working? How do you know? How do you know it's working?
Because
you don't know the proportion. You don't even know the sector that is receiving FDI. You don't know the proportion of FDI coming into the country, and you say it's working. My friend, I will speak when he reach my turn. I will speak again. Yeah,
Emeka, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Please just be brief. Just be brief with your answer. So, why do you think, if you think the outlook is going to be very bad, why do you think the ratings body like Fish and others have now upgraded Nigerian outlooks?
They've removed, according to them, they said they've removed the fuel subsidy. They floated the naira, so they can come in. That's why they're bringing in FPI. Nobody's bringing in much FDI.
No. I mean, why did
so
they
they're rating
upgrade?
it is a good outlook for them to make more money from Nigeria. It's a good outlook.
Oh, so they think it's a good these are good policies, right?
Yeah, the Nigerian Stock Exchange is a very good place to invest.
Oh, okay.
At 27, if MPI is 27.5, I don't know if they're going. My prediction is that they're going to keep it the same. Then if it's coming in, everybody's going to give it. The less you are going to take out is 33%.
What does those positive ratings? What does it do to our borrowing?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, guys.
Those
let me quickly
positive
answer.
ratings.
Emeka,
What does it do?
You see, those positive ratings indicate some things. That money is coming in, but fine. Where is the money going to? Some of this money are not going into the real sector.
They're not going anywhere. They're not real sector. They are going to the banks
and go.
Yeah. They're collecting their interest and they move. After 3 months, they go. After another 3 months, they collect their money. The FDI is going to the banks. It's not helping the economy.
It's not helping the economy.
That's why I'm asking Ola. I'm asking him the question. He doesn't know. And I'm saying, if it's not working, we don't need those money. If it's not working, we don't need those money. Let's reduce NPL and get people to go and borrow and invest in real economy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The NPR is working against the economy. If for example, I have a federal government bond that will pay me as much as 18-20%, why would I go and put my money in Dangote or put my money in Eagle Flour Mill or something when I can get 28% or maybe 20% in 1 year? Eagle Flour Mill will not give me that now, and I'm not taking any risk. You understand?
Okay.
So the government is not. The government is that policy might hurt the real sector. And in the recent, when those investors come put their money in the system at maybe 18%, how much do you think the banks will lend those money out?
Patoski, I think I can engage you.
Let me
finish.
Let Patoski finish. Let Patoski finish.
The banks will lend. The banks will lend out that money maybe at 20 something. You understand? To the manufacturer, which is going to hurt our manufacturing further. So Emeka has a point with that NPR. You understand? Initially, when he said it, I think that was like 4 months ago when the first introduced. I was the first person to stand against him and say, I know that if I'm the one, that's the policy I will take now. But with benefit of hindsight, now I think he was right.
Patoski,
Ola.
you as a
one
student of
other
economics, let me
solution.
wait now. Let me engage Patoski. I know why I want to engage Patoski. Now, question is this. You are looking at economy of Nigeria as though you were talking of Canada. I know that you have a business, you understand, and everybody that has a business there, we have line of credit. And to the best of my knowledge, the cheapest you can have if you are running proper business there is average of 10 to 12%. In most cases, you have it at the rate of 22 to 23%. Right. Now, what we are discussing here is this. The stability in Canada, you already have investors trusting the economy for long term and are able to keep their money here. But we are talking of Nigeria that over time, especially during that time of Buhari, they've displayed some kind level of instability, volatility. Where you do business in Nigeria, you are unable to repatriate your money. Now, for any investor to come to that place, because it's a very high risk environment, you have to find something to attract those investors to that place. You are looking at it that, okay, when investors bring money to your country, you are looking at the point that, okay, when they bring that money is only meant to be lent. You understand, to the businesses in Nigeria. It's not always like that. Sometimes you need that money for you to maintain liquidity within your economy. Because if everybody take money out of your economy, you understand, then when people now want money to spend within the economy, you are going to experience some kind of a liquidity problem. So you have to keep it that way to come. So now when you are now talk of business to borrow, it's not the business, so it's not that aspect of FDI we have now that you depend on for borrowing. There can be some kind of a special fund that government can separate and lend to the commercial bank through the CBN to help the local businesses too. Maybe from your long-term bond that you sold in the past, that you use that one to get
Thank
money.
you. The recent 300 billion bond.
See, where I'm engaging Patoski is just because you are a verified economist. That's why Ogami, that's why I'm being too harsh on you to this extent. Because you know this point. And not only that, you work in a bank. Emeka work in a bank, but why he decided to go political is what I don't understand. So to me, the way we are measuring the current NPR, we are actually, because there's something they call how to lie with data. It doesn't mean that it's not a bad one. Maybe someone is trying to insult someone. You see the data, but you interpret it in such a way that it's not intended for the context. So if you are looking at that context of 40-something in terms of lending to the businesses in Nigeria, you are missing the point. You can look at FBI, that we are the NPR, as a way of maintaining liquidity in an economy that people are trying to run away from. So if there's no stable liquidity, there will be a crisis. There will be cash crunch within the economy. So let us get that in right.
Nobody is ever running away from a Nigeria. You mentioned the Buhari economy within volatilities, and I want to mention to you that the Buhari economy issued 3 times. They issued Eurobond 3 times, and it was oversubscribed. And why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm saying this, hold on, okay, please. This is a serious subject, please. The reason why I'm saying this is that each time we issue bonds, each time Nigeria issues bonds, it's oversubscribed. And why is it oversubscribed? Because of our NPR rates, which is higher than the average. We are using it as a result to attract foreign funds into the economy. So everybody, the hedge fund guys, the private investor guys, which are looking for ways to increase their rate of returns, we look at the interest rates of every country and say, okay, where do we go to? And if they want to bring it to Africa, they will say, okay, who is giving the most interest rate? It's Nigeria. It's Nigeria, Egypt. They'll put it in Nigeria, and 1 year, 3 months, they take their money out. How is that stimulating our economy? And how is that, you are talking liquidity, how is it even stimulating our liquidity? How? Explain, Ola. How?
You really want me to explain?
No, you don't have anything to explain. I don't even need your explanation. You've been talking a lot of nonsense.
You want me to
and I keep
explain?
explaining. Now, I am telling you, I am writing off the Asiwaju economy, and I am writing them off because I have seen the harm. After 15 months, I have seen what the Asiwaju economic policy is doing. I have seen the trajectory they are going. That's why I'm writing them off. They are following in the footsteps of other administration. They are following that footstep. If Asiwaju is saying he wants to grow the economy by $1 trillion, I am not seeing it. They are following the footsteps of Buhari.
Emeka, hold on now. Before once you get into this mood, you become emotional about the whole thing. Look,
I am emotional because more Nigerians are getting into poverty. I am emotional because Asiwaju has disappointed me. I am emotional because some of you here are defending the indefensible. I am emotional because there's a high risk of more Nigerians getting into poverty. I am emotional because our leaders are pursuing the benefits of other people and not Nigerians. I am emotional because Nigeria is going down the drain. I am emotional because people like you do not want to know the truth. It takes Patosky to see the right thing and say that I am saying the right thing. And I'm saying it now that Asiwaju will send more Nigerians to poverty. I am writing it now. In 2 years, you will confirm that I am saying the facts. I have seen the handwriting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But what I wanted to say, Emeka, if you are making your submission, you are not fighting with the other person. You guys are debating. You cannot just say somebody is speaking nonsense.
It's not a debate. I am quoting facts and somebody is talking theory. This is not a debate. The person is not talking. That's why I'm asking those questions. Do you know where those money is going to? I know where the money is going to. I know the beneficiaries. I know what is happening. And I'm writing and I'm saying something. The guy is busy talking nonsense. I'm not trying to insult him, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, but you are insulting him. This is what I'm saying. You can be respectful.
But he's saying he knows, and I'm telling him he doesn't know. He doesn't want to recognize that he doesn't know.
But you can be respectful while you are putting your view across.
That's why I've been respectful.
No, you're not being respectful.
I have been respectful, and I'm saying it in 2 years' time. I am saying it in 2 years' time. Let's come back again. The result will show itself in 2 years' time.
You cannot be saying somebody speaking nonsense.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. In 2 years' time, let's come back again and revisit this topic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in 3 years' time.
The indefensible. Let's not excuse the inexcusable. Let's not pretend for when reality is showing in our face that Asiwaju is not for the interest of Nigerians, but for the.
Emeka, don't insult somebody by saying he's saying nonsense. It's not good. We don't do that in this platform.
Let's not excuse the inexcusable. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to excuse what.
That's okay.
Sorry for
let's
that.
have another person.
I know.
You can have a conversation. You can disagree with each other.
I am not disagreeing. I am quoting facts. There's a difference between disagreeing and you quoting facts. You can say nitrogen. You can say nitrogen.
You are being disrespectful in your fact quoting.
Patosky, please don't mute me again. Let me speak.
Hold on. Emeka,
make a cuckoo they go. Man, leave the platform. Make you they run out the way we want run out. But don't mute me again.
No, because you need to be quiet. If you don't, we have to find a way to make you quiet. That's the truth.
I want to say this. In a country
I have not allowed you to speak. Ola, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, the thing I want to say, okay, thanks everybody as is for everybody to point to insult. Do you know one thing about me is this? Me too, I can shout. Everybody here knows that I can shout, but the thing is this. When I know a particular thing quite well, I don't even need to argue with you. You understand? It's just like me arguing, messing with Simba. You understand? Like I say, I acknowledge that I'm not an economist, but I'm a student of economics. So that's a fact. Whether we like it or not, you can say whatever you like. As of today, like I keep saying, before some people will say,
that's not true. That's not true. The one you know is the one the World Bank is teaching you. The one the World Bank is teaching you, which themselves actually
they actually come around to come and tell us what they are teaching Nigerian is big. So
It doesn't
the one you know
matter.
is the one that
Is that folly?
Yeah, that's folly. It doesn't matter.
Please. I know you don't like to be interjected most of the time.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Let's
So the thing is, I'm a student of economics. You know, when I wanted to take it with Patoski, because you know the opportunity I have is that I know Patoski had degree in economics. That is why it was very easy for me to face Patoski. But others, I don't know their background. You understand? That's why I tell it. You see, one thing is normal for people to call economists even stupid. You will see two different economists, they will argue differently. You understand? But what we do in arguments, something like that, is not to win because situation always depends. You can put a position down that you may even be professor of economics. It doesn't mean your position will work when it comes to practical things. But when you see things ongoing, you try to look at the standard, the way people practice it everywhere. But when you start grandstanding, when you start talking in absolute terms as if you are omniscient, that's where the problem is. What I just did was just to compare what developing countries do and what they don't do. Nigeria, if you don't have, if all investors move their money away from Nigeria for 3 months, you don't need to tell you there will be depression in Nigeria immediately. So how do you keep cash flowing? Okay, let's even as an individual, if you don't have money, how do you ensure you have cash flow? You go and get credit. Sometimes if the credit is if the creditor is telling you that you are going to pay 24% annually, you are going to take it because at that time you don't have a credit. There's nowhere you are going to. You take it just for you to have your cash flow to balance yourself. That is the way things work. Nigeria, our reputation and the position our economy is, we are paying the consequences. That is why our NPR is high. When we are able to, when we stabilize over time, we will have that leverage to drive the NPR down. The NPR we are getting, not necessarily for us to grow local industry. I've said that in over because you don't want to start a business, an industry now, and the next thing you are looking for NPR of maybe 40% to say, okay, you want to grow your business. Except you are so sure that your business maybe is bringing like a profit of 300% that you know that you can easily offset. So what we are having now is to have cash flow. That's it. So now, when we are saying, many of us here now, we put money in the fixed deposit, and maybe we'll be negotiating 20% with the bank, and we come here and we say, the cost of borrowing in Nigeria is very high. Like seriously, as if you are an individual in Nigeria, you put your money, you are commanding 20% of your money annually, and you now have the guts to come here and say, okay, the money is growing. Because the question is this: the bank we are talking about, what's the cost of them getting the fund? What's the cost? Some of them run generator, some of them pay staff. Just pay staff like heavily to go and be running after people to bring their money to the bank in a heavily, because Nigeria, probably the population of Bank Nigeria, as I speak today, maybe we're about 45%. So when you have from Bank Nigeria, like say about 55%, look at the level of cash that is going there. You've not brought all those money back into the system, and you still want to make sure that you have money to spend. That is what the NPR is for. So I've never said the NPR of the portfolio investor. I've not said they are for they are for people to create industry. I say it's just for cash flow. For cash flow. Nigeria borrow money to offset the repatriation money they are owing the foreign airlines. You understand? We borrow. Do you know that we are going to pay interest for borrowing? But just to make sure to ascertain, to assure the confidence of those foreign airliners. So sometimes you have to look at why you are doing something. You understand? You don't have to be absolute in your assumption. What I'm saying is, nobody is saying Tinubu has given us to our paradise. That's not the point. But the policy is taken now. You understand? You can't take this kind of policy. Even if you take this type of step in the United States of America, they'll be shocked. The only thing is this: maybe instead of us spending like 4 or 5 years for us to stabilize, maybe America will spend like 2 or 3 years for America to stabilize. Even when the global recession happened, how long did it even take America to stabilize?
So that we can move to the next person.
Okay, yeah,
I think it should be home already because he did the segment before Emeka came in.
Okay,
So
let's
he has gone past home already.
Who has not spoken? Somebody
Let
has
another
not
person speak. Let another person
I've
speak.
not.
Remy, you
I've
have
not.
spoken. I think Midwest have not said anything.
I've not. Oh, I've not. They just
You have
cut me off.
spoken. Midwest have
Okay,
not said
Remy,
anything.
okay, tell us about China. Okay.
I'm not really here to talk about China. What I just want to say is this: in a country that is not producing, you need all the economic indices or factors to be considered, and you need a various instruments to make your economic better. When we are talking about a country that is broke before the present administration, and you want the country to turn around, you see the interest rate the bank charge on loan. And you continue to say that, okay, they are not doing nothing. What I just want to say is that at the end of the day, they are also using bond to raise more money in Nigeria. And I think some of us, we also buy government bond, which is about 19.7% per annum. So if you invest 10 million in the Sukuk bond, then you are getting about 1.9 million every year for the next 7 years. Calculate it. The more you invest, the more you make more money. So you cannot just come to the platform and just continue to be fixated that they must do this particular route. There are so many ways to control and make your economy better. And I don't see anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, that a government will come in and less than 2 years, they will just turn something that have been bastardized for years. And I think people here have not been offering better solution. If you want to reduce your NPR, because you play in the global stage, what kind of effect will you have on your economy? Because you are not a producing nation. Most of the things you are eating in your country, more than 70% or 60% are being imported. So many things you have to put into play. No matter whether you call yourself an economist, the people that are also handling it, they're also economists, and they have vast experience too. They are also not stupid. So if you are here and you are telling us that...
I mean, what do you think the Tinubu administration is doing that the Buhari administration did not do?
Okay. There's so many things that he is doing that.
No. Forget the fuel subsidy and the say. You just spoke of Sukuk bond now. Do you know what they use that Sukuk bond to do to finance?
It's about infrastructure development. And when
what infrastructure development? They used it to pay civil servants' salary.
No.
They used it. Oga, I don't like. See, I know they do theory with you now. I know they do any theory with you now. When I tell you something, now they tell me no. The Buhari raised Euro bond and they used it to pay civil service salary. The bond they are raising, they are using it to pay salary. You are telling me infrastructure, and they tell you what they go on. You they tell me no. You they call. What did they tell me now?
Can you just let me finish now?
Okay.
Why are you people defending the indefensible? And I'm telling you that the Tinubu administration is following the full step of the Buhari administration.
Emeka, your problem is you just want everybody to agree with you. What kind of life is that?
Not agreeing with me. This is not an opinion. I'm telling you facts. It's not an opinion.
Let us talk.
They are talking opinion. I'm telling you facts.
No, you don't have facts. You say if you are speaking opinion. What do you mean you're speaking fact? Yours is opinion as well.
So the Sukuk bond, the recent one, is about 300 billion with interest of 19.7%, which a lot of Nigeria already keying in. So if you like in buying bond, this is a great opportunity to invest in Nigerian government bond. If you go around Federal Road all over Nigeria, you will see the signboard, Sukuk 4, Sukuk 5, and during the Buhari regime, they also use a lot of Sukuk to construct new roads and make new roads. And now this one, basically, they said is for basic infrastructure, especially road. And they mentioned
Nigeria is just living on debt.
So,
which road? Remy, which road?
I mentioned something.
Which road?
I mentioned something.
Remy, mention the road.
Can you calm down, please? I beg you, in the name of God.
Mention the road now.
But calm down. The bond they are raising now.
Coastal Highway.
Yeah, so a lot of highway. And what I'm just trying to say is that Nigeria is not a producing nation. If we are not producing and we're import dependent.
But you have not answered that question. Which road?
It might not know specific road now.
Let me answer. The new bond they are raising. The new bond they are raising. Today is what? Let me say today. Today is the last day you are going to buy that bond is on the 20th of May. And today is 18. That means it's going to expire on Monday. So the part of the bond will be used for Lagos to Calabar Highway, Sokoto to Badagry Highway, and some other big road projects.
To finance the budget. They are using it to finance the budget. Yes, that's it. So it's a budget
So
deficit, and they are raising it to finance
you
the
are
budget.
looking. When you talk about the budget, the most important thing is that all those roads we are talking about, it's Nigerians that are going to work on that road. They are the carpenters.
No, that's fair. That's understandable. If they're actually going to use
You
it to
cannot
finance the road,
say
that's fair.
the loan is not being used for whatever they intend
And
to use it for.
you said road. That's why I asked you which road. And I told you that they are using it to pay salaries.
So what up? You said,
but they are using it to pay salaries.
Then you asked a very good question, which I want to answer you. First and foremost, during 8 years of Buhari, I don't think the IMF.
Patoski, please. I beg you, please. Patoski, hold on, Remy. Sorry, just a moment. Patoski, please don't put me to the background again. It's very disrespectful.
You cannot be behaving
I know why I'm emotional. I know why I am emotional.
Yeah, but you cannot
many of us here are trying to defend Asiwaju when he you cannot put me in the background again. It's very disrespectful.
Anywhere they want to put anywhere. You cannot be behaving the way you are behaving. You should not put on the background.
You cannot disrespect everybody by not maintaining decorum.
No. What's going to happen is, it's very disrespectful. I consider it to be very disrespectful because when you do that, you allow Ola to continue to speak because Ola is your friend. You continue to allow him to speak because he's your friend, and that's a huge bias, and that is wrong. It is wrong.
Emeka, especially Emeka.
No, don't speak on my behalf. I don't want anybody. I can fight for myself. Don't speak on my behalf.
I especially came to this platform and I said to them, let Emeka speak. And they gave
no. You can't. If I know how to express myself to speak, don't fight on my behalf. I don't want anybody fighting on my behalf. Okay. I myself alone. If I want to address, I will address somebody. So don't tell me you are fighting for my behalf. You are not fighting. You are not fighting for my behalf. And if I'm interjecting, I know the reason why I'm interjecting. You are not fighting for my behalf.
I did not fight for you.
All right.
I only asked for fairness.
There's a bias going on here that
I only ask for fairness. And you, after you've profited from that fairness, you start to then create unfairness in.
There's a bias going on that I intend to correct. There's a bias going on that I intend to correct.
Okay, Emeka, one thing I want to know is this. Sorry, Midwest. Emeka, one thing I want you to know is this. We are all here. We are expressing our opinion. And when you express your opinion on a platform, if some people does not agree with you or they agree with you, we shouldn't make it too emotional about it.
I am not looking for agreement, Remy.
Hold on. Let me just speak.
We are discussing now. We are discussing. I am not looking for agreement. I don't want agreement. I state that's why I come with numbers and I predict, and I will come back again. And whatever I say, mark my word, mark what I'm saying in 2 years. I am not doing numbers. Somebody can be busy talking theory. I don't depend on those. I will tell you what will happen.
We understand you.
So in terms of this field, in terms of this field, I know what I am saying. So I am not quoting theory or the nonsense the person wants that are going to read to go and talk. I will tell you where they are putting that money and what that money is doing. And I'm seeing why the Asiwaju, that's why I thought Asiwaju would do well. I see where Asiwaju is going. I see where his administration is going.
Can you calm down? Let me conclude, please. I beg you in the name of God. We've had you. Nigeria is going to be worse in the next 2 or 3 years. We are going to be like Somalia. We are going to be like Nepal. We have had to find. Thank you. What we are trying to say is that at least this international rating body, the IMF and the rest and the World Bank, they might project a particular growth for you for a year. But sometimes you can outgrow that projection or you might not lead up to that projection. That is what they have in mind, that, okay, in the next 2 years, if we are not doing it right, maybe this is what will happen. It does not necessarily mean it will happen. In fact, there was a lot of surprise. We don't even know that Nigerian government can pay back IMF loan, COVID-19 loan. They pay it off, and the rating system upgrade Nigerian from B minus.
Can I interject on that? You see,
no, I mentioned COVID-19 loan. I did not mention
Nigeria have always paid their loans now. We've always paid our loans. Why are we acting like this now? Why are we trying to be spinning
there's
information?
Something that we are saying. We are saying we should have policies that is not a repetition of what the previous government are doing. Oh, infrastructure, coastal road is okay, but previous government are doing project too. The project that Buhari has done, Tinubu have not done half of it though. So, and
but
all
you
the
cannot
people,
compare 8 years
hold
with
on,
what
hold
we are
on
in
now,
18 months
hold
now.
on. We are saying they should do something different.
Like what?
They should invest in the economy and come up with policy that have direct
Yeah,
impact.
that is why we are here. We are here together, and we
Hold
ask you
on now.
solution.
I'm telling you what. I'm just telling you what they should do now. You are not even allowing me. I'm saying they should invest in policy. They should pursue policies that have direct impact on the
Can you
larger
give us example? Give us 1 or 2 examples.
I'm giving you policy. Hold on. Policies trust. I'm trying to give a policy direction now. A policy direction that has direct effect on the larger life of people. The current Tinubu policy will concentrate resources in the hands of few people. That's why you'll say everything is okay. You'll see some few people spending money, everything is okay, but majority of the people, they'll be poor. So if you are going to invest in small businesses that ordinary people can do, and with that they are empowered. The student loan policy, that is one policy that's touching everybody. Any father that has
I'm sorry to interject. Do you know about you need to hear this. Do you know about 75 billion MSME, medium and small scale enterprise that they disbursed to a lot of?
Who are they giving that to?
They gave it to a lot of registered medium and small scale enterprise in Nigeria last year. Do you know about that? And do you know about the incoming 50 billion naira they are going to disburse to market women probably in the next 1 or 2 months?
Which people?
I mean, their project, there is a 50 billion.
Then another thing that the government need to do is one.
So sometimes if you don't know,
hold on.
Be quiet.
Well, don't be a solution now to think counter.
Because you don't know about it.
No, that solution is not an accusation. You will simply say they are already working on that period now. Why are you quick to say defend? Are you paid to do it?
I'm not defending. I'm just telling you what you don't know.
Hold on, Remy. If you don't, because you don't, you are the one speaking. You don't have opportunity to listen to yourself. That's how you are sounding, and that's how you sound most of the time when you come to the platform.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong, and because you have been laying this accusation against you are wrong.
Remy, let me help you out there.
Let me finish.
No, I just want to help you out because you have that information. I'm
talking something. Let me finish my point.
Okay,
please.
finish.
So what I'm saying is, they are saying, what should they do? I'm saying they should do that kind of policy. Then another thing that I want Tinubu admission to look at is this: whenever you are not only Tinubu administration or Nigerian administration, whenever you are disbursing money, you should come up with policy and structures that make sure the money gets to the people. You see all this, I just saw now that I said the 2.3 million households have just received the conditional cash transfer. You'll be surprised that half of that transfer is going to their local government, their party chairman, ward chairman, those people. That's how
I know people that receive that conditional transfer.
Patoski, money cost it to go law government.
Hold on now, Remy. Anything.
Yes, anybody.
Just by applying.
Just apply. Apply. She applied and she got the money.
Yeah, but can we use official language, please? Let's
this cash transfer, Remy, the cash transfer. How is it different from the one that Buhari? Remy, the question on the cash transfer, how is it different from the one Buhari administration?
Sorry, Mika, I want to address Patosi. See, I come here not to defend anybody. I come here on objectivity. And if somebody is doing something, I commend him. And if he's not doing the right thing, I will say he's not doing the right thing. I'm not, because first and foremost, I'm not a member of APC. I did not vote in the election of last election. So, but out of all the three candidates, I think he's the better candidate. And I know that to build the country.
No, Remy, Mufeko,
let me finish.
address small scale
I'm addressing Patoski. And I know that in building a nation, it's not a child's play. There are some decisions that the government will take that it's not going to be well with the generality of the citizen. And I know that the countries that have grown, they have sacrificed for their country. They have not really enjoyed. It is their generation yet unborn that will enjoy. And you people, you are not looking at where this country is coming from and where we were when this guy administration came into being. Unless we are telling ourselves, we are not telling ourselves the truth. The country has been mesmerized and bastardized. Everybody knows the truth. But if you are expecting
argument, every government makes this argument. Every government will say the previous administration have bastardized it. That's why we need time. Every government makes this argument. This argument you are making.
There's something that I want Remy to address.
Ola, is it not true? Every government.
I want to quickly say something. I want to hold on, Remy, hold on. Hold on 1 second. See, I joined this platform about 50 minutes ago, and during that time we've not had more than 7 people on the platform, or even maximum 8. And do you know that in that time I've only heard about 3 or 4 voices? That's all. That is how much we waste time on this platform just by going back and front. That time all of us would have been able to make submission already. But no, we look, it's just 3 or 4 people's voice that I've heard since I've been here. All I've done since is referee. You stop. Come on, man, we are adults here.
Okay, thank you, Progressive. One thing that I wanted to address that time that I missed is what Remy raised. And please, when I said NPR was just for us to have stability, that government we provide some things. So Remy just hit that point. Let me tell you this thing for fact now. You understand? There is this MSME that the government provided, and that's exactly what I was saying. That's how government help the small, medium scale industry to grow. As at April, they've disbursed to 900,000 medium small scale enterprise. And you can actually access that loan at the rate of 5 million. You up to 5 million at 9% interest rate. That's a business for you. Now, how are they guaranteeing this thing? They are not just disbursing that money, but they make sure that they have this kind of called National Credit Guarantee Company. You understand, to build the confidence of those financial institutions, so that when you are disbursing, at least you are having some kind of a backbone that can assure you that okay, you are sharing your risk. The risk you are having is not absolute. It's not entirely yours. So this is a government-backed that scheme. So, like I was saying,
this scheme has been existing since Jonathan's time. There's nothing different. It's a current existing scheme.
I'm talking of how they are backing it all with a national.
It's a current existing scheme. It's not new. It's not new.
Okay, I've heard you. I'm just talking of what they disburse.
Okay,
you understand?
still let me you.
Wait, people are saying people cannot borrow money. And what I'm saying is that you don't need to go and target the money from commercial bank, because you are keeping your money in the commercial bank already. You are telling bank to give you like 15 to 20% on your fixed deposit, and the bank alone will still use their workers to work, and they still put their margin. So you don't expect interest rate for you. You are a customer, you want 20% per annum. All of a sudden, you now want interest rate now to come to 10%. From who? When the source how they ever sourcing the fund is even huge already. So the thing, let's concentrate about the scheme that the government makes available. How can we assess?
The scheme is not new. It is not available to most Nigerians. That is what I'm telling you guys.
See,
all these things you're calling the cash transfer. That's why I asked Remy, what is different from what Buhari did? There's nothing new that Tinubu is doing that other administration has not done. He's not doing anything new.
Let me land. I've heard you. I've heard your ranting. They've not done anything. Let me pass my information across. The thing is this: we have similar thing here in Canada. That okay, when you incorporate your business, if you have a good idea, you pitch, you write a business proposal and you pitch it, then you go to government, you can access up to $500,000. Many people try to access that, but I think the rate that passed that, I don't know the percentage to be very honest, but I don't think at the end of the day 5% get through, because number one, it's not everybody that presented that were able to convince the government to release that money. So if someone can now wake up today now, oh, the money is there now, Abata is giving that money, but how many people are receiving that money? Abata government is not responsible for you to put your proposal together and to give some kind of business, your sustainable business proposal for them to release funding. You understand? So if you are saying people are not, because they say they are releasing money in Nigeria, doesn't mean that I just wake up tomorrow and say I want to be selling ata and egusi, and I say, okay, government, give me 5 million. And you think government will give you? No, you have to articulate whatever you want to do before government can release money. Otherwise, that money, people will just be borrowing and be using to drink ogogoro. Thank you.
Ola, you have been talking since. It's like only you for the whole time I've been here,
Don't even come with that.
Guys, please, it's not. We cannot fight now. Let somebody else speak, please. Let's so that because Mr. I want to speak before.
Let him go to instead of saying that.
I want to ask Ola one question, if I'm permitted, Ola.
Yeah, but if you ask question, it's going to answer your question, and that day we're going to go. It's going to be like we're in a roundabout. So if you ask question, then it's going to take time to answer your question. But you just accuse him of being speaking since.
Yeah, wait. The reason I'm trying to ask this question is this. We always use Canada, maybe Europe.
We are going to give you your time, and I think we are going to give you your time. So use your time to argue, ask him question and everything.
And if that time finish, both of you will rest.
I think Midwest have not spoken.
I've not said anything since so.
No, progressive rather.
Yeah. So what I want to say is this.
Who's speaking now? Is it progressive or Midwest?
No, it's Midwest that's speaking now.
Progressive should speak now.
Okay, should continue. Okay.
Progressive should continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, because I came here. I've just been doing free work since. So, look, the way I see it, right? No man is an island. No man have infinite knowledge, and what I've heard here is that the level of absolutism in pronouncing certain set in prescribing in kind of pronouncing certain outcome. I think for me, I don't understand, because at the end of the day, I just look at the reactions. Okay, I look at the reactions, how the acceptance, acceptance, and how the global market and global world and the stock market and things around the economic system are the way they are accepting the policies. Oh, look, people say Nigerians are poorer today because of the policies of the current government. I kind of disagree with that. I think Nigeria we've been poor for a long time because of we refuse to do what was right from the beginning. And I think if this country had done what this government is doing now, which I believe we should have done long time ago, we would have been able to put a lot of things in place that will means that we don't go through the challenges that we are going through today. So the time when Nigeria was making a lot of money from crude oil sales, we should not be subsidizing petroleum importation at that time. If we just imagine if we didn't have fuel subsidies then, all those money, the amount of infrastructure that we would have built in that country, we would have had some of the best hospitals, would have had some of the best road networks. But no, we ate the money by this means of what you call fuel subsidies and the dollar arbitrage. We wasted our resources at the time that we should have used those money put those money in the right sectors of the economy. There's no time. There's no time that Nigeria would not face this what we are facing today. There's a word they say evil days postpone. We were just postponing evil days for a long time. Okay, look, after all of this happened, I went to check. People say, "Oh, look at Ghana, look at Ghana." Then I went to check. Petrol per liter is more expensive in Ghana. The minimum wage in Nigeria is higher than the pay in Ghana. Okay, people say the dollar, the Ghana currency is higher, is stronger than the Nigerian one. Okay, but if you look at the purchasing power of both currencies, the naira still have more value than that money. But in the end, as a nation, this is why I asked Emeka earlier on. I'm not saying you should come in, because I know you're going to come in. Don't come in, please. I'll just say it's part of my conversation. That if you think it's this bad, why does these people look at it from the outside? And they said, okay, Nigeria is doing the right thing. Then we are going to upgrade their ratings, which they did. And you said to me, oh, because of the bond. And the same breath as well, you told me that Buhari government also sold bond. But the Buhari government sold bond, and yet they were reducing they were giving us negative outlook under Buhari. They gave us negative, and if it was just because we sold bond, why is it that Buhari sold bond? They gave him negative outlook. Tinubu is selling bond. They're giving him a positive outlook. I think, look, none of us here can claim to be an expert in certain economic matters. You can put economic issues forward and they work, and you can put it forward and they don't work. But for me, I believe that we cannot live in the rent-seeking economy. This issue of us spending huge chunk of our resources in subsidizing petrol, I think it should be a thing of the past, and we should forget it now. Let the people suffer, get themselves through this situation. It is this generation that will suffer it. Hopefully, the next generation will benefit from it massively. Because at the end of the day, if we start to put all this money into building roads, building schools, improving electricity, and health centers, health care, you know what? It will be worth the while. All the pain, it will be worth it, because it's almost like people they say no pain, no gain. So at the end of the day, for me, I think the direction that we are going, we have to stick to it. Whether it was Obi that won the election, whether it was Atiku that won the election, this is the direction as a country that I feel like we should go to. Because when people come and say, oh, Tinubu should have done this, it's almost like the man comes in, you want him to turn off everything, and then you start to put everything in place. No. When you come in as a government, everything still goes. You still pay salary. You still have to continue building roads. You still have to continue doing this. You said, oh, bring 40 investors or 40 manufacturers, since Dangote, all of these people that you are saying, they've all come out publicly. Dangote has been public about removing fuel subsidies. He's been open in speaking about government must remove fuel subsidies. The likes of others have talked about the arbitrage in the currency market. So the same people will now come to you and say, Mr. President, these policies have to be implemented before we can go out there and take any risk by borrowing money to come and invest in Nigeria. It's about trust. It's about trust. The government must create trust within the system for people to be able to go out there and take any risk. So we had an economy that lacked also all form of trust. Government must come in and say, oh yes, okay, look, this is what we are willing to do. This is what we are willing to sacrifice. We want to make you understand that, look, we are serious about what we are doing. Then people can start to say, okay, you know what? Maybe they are right. Let's start to put trust into this.
When you're done, can I go after you?
It's up to Remy and finish now.
It's up to me because
Remy, you have spoken now.
No. Compared to you, it's just nothing.
No, we were arguing.
Compared to you and Nola, you guys for 5 hours.
Midwest speaking after this.
After Midwest. After Midwest. But before Progressive finish, Progressive, I want to ask you one or two questions. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell us the percentage of people that pay tax? I think you are living in Sweden, right?
No, I live in Ireland.
Ireland. Can you tell us the percentage of people that pay tax in your country, that are gainfully employed that pay tax?
To be honest, I don't know the exact numbers.
Okay, but here in Finland, if you are gainfully employed, I can say 100% you will pay tax. When we just oppose it to Nigeria, I'm talking about personal income tax. I'm not talking about indirect tax. when you just oppose to Nigeria, can you tell us the percentage of people that are gainfully employed, whether formally or informally, that pay tax in Nigeria?
I don't know.
We don't have the data. We don't have nothing to show this is exactly a simple tax reform. A lot of governments are kicking against it from difference of national. So that is one. Because when we try to compare Nigeria with the Western world, we have to really compare it in exact what take place here and compare with Nigeria. Because here, even for you to sell atarudu, just to
you would have wait for you.
Let me finish. To even sell tomato on the street, or even do meat
You are
pie.
not asking a question. Now you're already arguing and making a case.
Progressive, can I piggyback and ask you a question on that?
Yeah,
What
just
Remy is saying?
ask a question.
So, do you know the reason why fuel subsidy was actually removed? The main reason. Not forget about the other attached
the biggest
concerns.
okay, one of the reasons was the Petroleum Industrial Act bill that they passed that forbid fuel to be continuously to be subsidized. That's one.
That was
because
the law
remember,
that was a law that was put in place. But the main reason itself,
the main reason is it's because it has become financially unaffordable.
Exactly. So, and whose fault was that? Whose fault was that?
That was fault of previous government, all government from past.
So that's what I'm trying to say. That if we could afford subsidy, if the government could be able to raise revenue, they would continue with the subsidy. Anyway, I'm not backing fuel subsidy. Then my second question to you is, if you are continuing in the light of previous administration, right, and we can see the outcome of what the previous administration has done, what is going to change?
Okay, that one. Let me answer that question with certain answers. First of all, previous administration we had fuel subsidy. This one they didn't have. We don't have fuel subsidy. That is not continuation. This administration they've have this floating of the currency. The previous one we didn't have that policy. It's not the
Good.
same thing.
You've mentioned those two things. Now, apart from those two things, no, I'm giving you the question, front loading it. I was supposed to have added that. Apart from those two things, every other thing you are doing is the same.
Okay, so let me continue then. So under this government now, they introduced the student loan, which means for the first time, I don't know, at least for the first time, we've not heard any
every other economic policy is the same.
Hold on 1 second. If your education system is running down, do you have an economic policy? So for the first time now, we've not heard a situation whereby we're going to see a strike, a university strike, like the last one we saw under Buhari, that students were at home for like a year. So this is what I'm saying, that look, it's not going to get rosy immediately. It might get better over time, but we don't know. Like that is it. It might get better over time, but we don't know. I believe that
it's not going to get better.
I believe that as a people, we have to buy the bullet. They have to come a time where we have to buy the bullet. That one is guaranteed. It's like they have to come a time where we must buy the bullet for us to go in the right direction. Because what we were doing was not. It's a crude oil backed economy. Every time there's a fluctuation in that crude oil market, we get hit seriously by in our revenue.
Apart from that,
hold on, Remy, now. Don't do that, please. We get hit seriously in our revenue, in the revenue that we collect, and then we decide to be spending stupid money on subsidizing petrol. Imagine when Buhari came in, right? The price of crude oil went as low as what, $20 or $19. How do you survive that in the first place? How do you even want to live? And we talk about come on, in that same government, they were still finding money to subsidize petrol. How do you tell me how that makes sense in the first place? Where the money was not there, but you still continue spending stupidness. How does that even make sense? If your main source of income, the revenue was almost dried up, but you still continue to spend that money on fuel subsidies. borrowing money to if just imagine if we did not subsidize petrol under Buhari, right? By then we would have taken a big hit. Maybe by now the country would have been coming out of it slowly, because now we are seeing that the state are getting more revenue allocation to them. So maybe they'll continue to build more state road, continue to fund more healthcare centers, continue to fund primary and secondary schools, and in the long run, the country will benefit from it. The more resources that goes into the state, because huge part of our economic, huge part of the things that we as a people in Nigeria benefit from are at state level. Okay, most of the time we don't have anything to do with federal roads or federal. So most of the time we go to state hospital, we drive on state road, our children go to state schools and stuff like that. Okay, so if more revenue goes into state, they will be able to have more money to build more roads, to build more schools,
But
to
that's not
maintain
what
schools.
happened in Nigeria now, guys. That's what I'm saying. That many of you
Yeah,
are
but
thinking
but the
that I'm trying
revenue,
to attack the government.
The revenue has gone up.
We see state the revenue has gone up. Correct.
Yeah.
We see state governments with the same attitude of stealing resources. The revenue for
But
them has
not
gone
all
up.
of them now. Some of them are going
So
backwards.
this is the excuse we keep making.
That is not an excuse.
Go
That is
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
truth.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That is the truth. For example, I always give my time to check state by state, and I've seen a lot of them in Enugu State, maybe the state capital, and I've seen some pocket of development that Soludo also did, and I've seen what is happening in the place I'm living in Ibadan. He has done some things. Before I used to say it has not done nothing, and recently I checked Ogun State, where I came from. I also see some level of development. You might be right that they are still stealing the money.
It's not that I might be right.
Or maybe not enough.
That's why I
maybe,
asked Progressive, what has changed?
No,
So
listen.
you say,
What do you mean? What
maybe
I've
when I
changed?
speak,
don't know
when it gets to my
Let me
own
ask
turn,
you a direct
when it
question.
gets to my own turn, I will not explain much better because
Let me ask you a direct question.
Can I come in?
Let me ask you, Emeka, a direct question. I think what you want to hear from Nigeria or from average Nigeria is that, today, a bag of rice is now 10,000 or 20,000.
hold my
I don't really understand
I had okay to answer your
continue.
question quickly, briefly, without stopping you from your flow, is that I had much expectation for the president, right? I felt he could have done more, and I still feel he should have done he should have done more. But if the current administration is doing what the previous administration has done, and the only two factors that are different has created more hardship for Nigeria, and they are currently doing what previous administration have done, what has changed?
Thank
That's
you.
what
That
I am
is your
saying. So
opinion.
if you put
that is
it
your
on an
opinion.
equation level, you are
You know
continuing
what?
in the footsteps.
Emeka, that is your opinion.
It's
That
not
is
my
your
opinion. That is
That's
what
your
is going
opinion now.
on. It's not my
You
opinion.
cannot
I'm not generating
Hello.
the opinion.
What is the dispute here, please?
The dispute here is yes, good rational mind. The dispute, not rational mind. Sorry, the dispute here is that the current administration, has sent more Nigerians to poverty. That things are not working.
Definitely,
No,
that's
gentlemen,
definitely obvious now.
Wait, may we respect waiting the grant. There is time for people to talk. Both of you have been arguing since. Mona still give chance to other person. We are here to echo our view. Yeah, if rational mind have round up, let me speak. I don't know whether you people just cut him off like
What I
that.
just want to say is that I understand where Emeka is coming from. He's looking at it from this person he holds in high esteem, and it's not meeting the standard he really wants. But that does not make you to make everybody believe in the standard you are holding him for. You can't force.
It is not a standard. It is a standard that he set for himself. It's the standard that the president set for himself.
No, I don't put your mouth there.
No, but it's true. It's true. I didn't give the president the standard. He set that standard for himself, but only for him. So that's why I was expecting a complete change, policies that would improve the lives of Nigeria.
Emeka, you are also a card member of APC.
Yes, so I am disappointed. I am very disappointed.
Do you have any channel you can reach to people in government? Do you have?
What we have? That's what we have done that. So that's why I'm telling you guys that. That's why Remy. That's why I'm telling you now that we are defending the indefensible. Right? And I'm saying it why I said after 2 years we will come back and revisit this matter, because I'm saying that nothing will change. More Nigerians will go into poverty. Nothing will change because
and that is a big problem.
The administration is not doing anything to change them.
That person talk now. I don't understand this. What did they go on here?
Ola has said MPR rate. Our MPR rate has always been going up, with the exception of 2001 and 2002 during COVID.
Don't mention my name. Do your analysis.
No, I will mention your name. Well, why shouldn't I mention your name? You made the comment. Our MPR rate has always been going up. So what has changed that what Buhari has done? That Tinubu, what is the difference between the two of them? The only difference is that Tinubu came to scatter more things. He removed fuel subsidy. He floated the naira, which is not properly floated, is still managed. The fuel subsidy, NMPC is not remitting the full amount. They're only remitting 50%. And they are saying the fuel subsidy, they are saying they are still paying backlog. So that's why I keep saying, what are you people defending?
I've been telling them this. I've been telling them this. Emeka, I must say, I'm quite surprised. I don't know what I should be surprised, but you are very objective at calling this out.
The only reason I call me
why is it that Tinubu supporters can't even say
somebody
he set a standard for himself?
I'm not ready to
You guys can't even hold him to the standard he set for himself.
I'm not ready to speak, but nobody. When you want to analyze, please don't mention my name. Don't misrepresent me.
So your name is the one you're fighting for, eh?
The reason why I am passionate is because I know what is happening. People are coming and theorizing on things. I am telling facts, and people are theorizing.
Exactly.
And I'm like, when I'm telling the fact, I'm telling the fact, and they are saying I'm theorizing.
Emeka, let me come from this other point of view. You see how Remy was saying that. Hold on now, Midwest.
You are just coming. It's not good. No. You wait. I beg, Mona, they will respect ourselves here. I beg, not be here, not be.
Wait. Midwest has been here a long time.
I'm not going to stay long.
No. Let Midwest speak. He's been here a long time.
Yeah, because
has he never spoken?
No. You just come in. You wait a little bit so that you understand what we are doing.
Then this is about the economy. That's what we're talking about. How he has run the economy.
Wait, you are not the one. You are just coming. You don't even know what we'll be discussing. That's a little bit.
Let Midwest finish his talk, I beg.
My own.
I think we are quick to defend Tinubu.
Yeah, my own. Whether Tinubu, whether Peter Obi, whether Atiku, with the structure on ground, no matter the policy they are trying to implement, none of them that is going to work as far as Nigeria economy is concerned. People have spoken about how Tinubu, they try to give loan to small scale business because they want to boost our productivity, and to a point where they said there's a fund for market women. I want to ask a question. Somebody said they have been giving this money for a very long time. The question is, how many return has the government gotten from those businesses they have been supporting for year in, year out, since Jonathan, or even I can say Obasanjo administration to date?
Nothing.
I would tell you, nothing is coming back.
Nothing.
And
it's not even it's nothing. That's why I'm asking what has changed.
In terms of what? Midwest, in terms of what?
When government give money, you pay back to business. They don't give free money to business.
No, most of the money is grant.
It's grant, or it's free.
It's free, or it's not loan.
It's free.
It's free. So it's not a loan.
Okay. It does not boost productivity. It does not improve quality of the products coming in. It does nothing to the economy. You cannot tag it to the GDP. It's just free cash going to people. So that's why I keep asking, what is the difference?
Brother, let me see. In a return, automatically nothing is coming back to the government in terms of productivity. We are not improving. And that money is a grant, so it's just free money. Now, we always make comparison. Oh, it is like this in abroad. The government will give. I don't know any where I live. The government don't give money and don't expect their money back. Oh, I've not heard of that. Giving money to a business, and they don't want that money is not be designed for you to pay it back. I've never heard of that. I don't know. They don't.
Midwest.
Let me tell you something, Midwest. If
Remy,
you had
Remy, just some seconds. Simba is here, and he has come to tell you over time that part of the loan that government make available that he is able to access. Now, someone is making an absolute statement there that nothing returns. See, it's good to say when we don't know something, say I don't know. It's not. There's nothing shameful there. I don't know is a good way to say something. Please, we don't have statistics of those people that access those funds that are returning. If you ask some people now, some students assessing student loans, some people say no, some people are pocketing it. Instead of we saying we don't know. Thank you.
What I want to say about the grant quickly is this. Let's assume you're a market woman and your total stock is about 20 or 30,000 and you get a grant from federal or state government of 50 or 20,000. That add to your stock. And that might also help you in feeding your family. Because most Nigerians, they are small enterprise. Their total stock is not up to 100,000. If government now give you 20 or 50,000, that it improve your stock.
Remy, this was done in the Buhari administration. It did not improve the economy, Remy. I am not talking about loans that are not even still accessible to most Nigerians. Of course, you are going to pay loans. The government has set up things in the past. It's not new. So when you want to pass the information like the Asiwaju administration did this, it's not new. It's an agency that has been doing this in existence. It's part of the project. It's part of the federal government budget it's not new. So the Asiwaju administration is not doing anything new. Nothing. The economic policy, from the fiscal part is not new. From the monetary policy part is not new. There is nothing innovative that Asiwaju has brought in. What Asiwaju has actually done. Yeah, I would Cardoso and Wale, they've tried to manage, trying to borrow to pay some of those debts, so that things don't go back, because the foreign reserve was depleted. Now it's getting back, but there is nothing new. They're not doing anything new.
The way you guys are doing is not good. Look, I am going somewhere. For me, whether grant, whether loan, whether subsidies, I tell you, with the structure of Grand Nigeria government cannot manage anything. What they are doing is that they are playing with the life of innocent people, while few people are getting richer. All this money they are spending, none of them actually go to the place they meant it for. They are easily being adjusted just because of the way Nigeria is structured in terms of business. Business are not formally registered in Nigeria. They are not being practiced with the word ethics of practicing business. Take, for example, a limited company in Finland where Remy live is obliged, or across the whole Europe and America, by monthly to prove how they are doing their business through invoice, not fake invoice that have online reading, through receipt, not fake receipt, but receipt that have online reading, well programmed, where you buying from, material, whether you are manufacturing, you must buy raw materials. Imagine if you are to do that monthly, violating 1 month, there is a severe consequences.
Midwest. But can I quickly say, I know somebody who opened a tailor shop recently and is registered with the company in Benin.
Wait now, I'm going somewhere. We don't have what I'm pointing to. We don't have that platform, whether you register it or not. That registrations, they are very outdated. They are not working properly. What do you mean they are not working properly? I'm just giving you an example. I don't.
Midway, someone just corrected you now. You are still insisting. While I registered my businesses in 2007, I registered 2 businesses. They were properly registered. So what are you
I
talking
know
about?
somebody who just opened a tailor shop. A tailor shop where it's
my
so
uncle
close.
that run a video shop.
Please, I will allow you to say that of Nigeria. I also have a business in Nigeria. So I'm just talking about what standard, how business is being run.
No, if you don't register your own, don't assume that others don't register now. That's what we are saying.
No, see, I did not say they don't register business in Nigeria. The manner at which we register business are obsolete. They are no longer something. It's a 1940 something method that we are using. It paved a way for people.
How did you arrive at this? Because I can get you.
I am going. Okay, just relax. Let me explain to you how I relax there. I've been pointing to something to you. You call yourself a business person here. I don't even know the form of business you run in Canada. You are not talking like someone that does their business in what form of business did you actually run in Canada? You have never talked like that. Because if you have experience of dealing with Canadian government and running business with them for at least 2, 3, or 5 years, you will never argue this. Like, for example, Remy said someone want to sell tomatoes and you have to pay tax. Can you pay tax in Nigeria? Are we not registering business in Nigeria for tomatoes? You want to buy water for drinking water, you pay VAT. And someone will account for that money and it will go to the government. So do you have measure like that in Nigeria? Somebody has registered a tailor company in Nigeria. Can the government prove where you are getting your materials? Can I go to any minister and say this guy?
Midwest Republic. You see that pure water you talk about now. The person that produced that pure water already paid taxes on that pure water before selling it out.
And so what? The person who consume it, why can't he pay the way when you consume where you are? You buy Coca-Cola and go and pay to government.
So because of the nature of the market, because of the nature of our market system, that's why you see local government. Hold on, now, 1 second. Now, 1 second.
We are paying. The consumers are paying.
1 second. You see those people that are selling pure water, and the government, all those council people or Agbero will go and collect money from them. That is their own taxes they are paying as well. That is you that is drinking the water. That is the tax that you paid.
You see argument here now. Someone who live in abroad, he say Agbero is the one collecting tax. Can we remain in that method when government is giving grant to such business? So you don't even know the performance of the business. I have given an example. Now somebody said they pay tax, and I look at what I'm saying, my brother. You see the way we pay tax here. Wait, let me express myself, because if you don't understand, I asked you a question just now. You say you have run business in Canada. I ask, what form of business did you run? Is it limited? Is it a private business, or what they call sole proprietor? Because they have different format. But in that case, like that, my brother who just came here, like Emeka,
I'm responding to you.
I will give you time to respond. I will give you time to respond. Just hold on a moment.
My business can access 500K from government today. If I want to access loan from government today, my business. So it's telling you that when you are incorporated, I register limited liability company, in short. So look, Nigeria, you say they don't pay tax. Let me tell you one thing. Do you know that you must have your tax return every year in Nigeria? Do you understand what that means? Will you just go and collect tax card rather? You must have tax card.
Wait, see where I'm going. We may not agree. Let us not put it on argument level. The thing I want to say is this: the manner at which we register business, they are completely outdated. They always champion corruption. They champion on development, and as a result of that, the economy is not growing. And the government need to go and improve it. They need to see it, because the economy of Nigeria is completely in black market shape, that the government don't really have data about what is going on as far as the economy is concerned. Huge population, almost 80% of.
Oh, what is happening to Midwest? Okay, before you come back, let me tell you something you don't get it. In Canada, you are talking about, you understand, a person like me, my business is incorporated, and I have three other trade name under my incorporated business, because they do different things. You understand? I'm on a project now that to launch an app, and that one has a different trade name too. So my business, I have the standard federally incorporated business. Then I have the extra provincial registration to register my business. I have my trademark. Then under that my business, I have 3 other trade names under that same business. So my business is having 3 trade names, and all those trade names represent different businesses, but they have one parent company. So do I pay tax? Yes, I pay tax whenever I do business. If I don't do business, I file my returns and I say, okay, I didn't do any business. So that's the way it's wrong. But then, even apart from that, Nigeria, you are talking, this Canada you are talking about, many people still work and they still escape tax. How? Now there are many online places where you work, like Free Nation, like Upwork.
Well, you cannot one trade name for one incorporation. You can't have 3 trade names for one incorporation. The trade name is doing business. You are doing business as you can have, if you have incorporated one company, you can incorporate the company and then say you are trading as. You can't have 3 trade names.
Why you they argue with me now, Farabale now?
Hold on now. Then which means you are perpetrating fraud. You are perpetrating fraud.
Stop
You are
arguing. This is
perpetrating
my
fraud.
business. Why you they argue like this?
You are perpetrating fraud. Yes.
Why you they argue like this?
Let me explain something.
I'm telling you what I do and you are arguing.
I have a company,
Then you run the business on me. Stop arguing.
And you can now register just business name under the
Yes, which is true. You can do a business name. Then you can do a trade. You can do a trade name.
You understand?
What did I now say? I said I have an incorporated business as the main company. Then I have 3 trade names.
You can't have 3 trade names for the same incorporation number. It is wrong. You cannot have 3 trade names.
Listen to
You
me.
can't. You are perpetrating fraud. You cannot have an incorporation number and you are trading on 3 different names. It's not about wanting to learn. You are perpetrating fraud. It's not about wanting to learn.
Look
it's
at
not
this
about
man. Look
wanting
at this
to
man.
learn.
Look at this man. Are you the one doing the business? Stop arguing.
Business name.
Stop arguing.
Business
You can
name
hold on. Subsidiary is a different entity which has a different incorporation name, a different incorporation number, right? If you have a parent's name, a parent comes with a registration number, which is the incorporation number. Now,
why is this man arguing with me? Why are you arguing?
Then what he's not doing is he doesn't know how to communicate, because you can say, oh, I have 3 businesses. Right, I have 3 businesses, because the registration number, and you cannot trade. Okay, I 1, 2, 3, 4 Ontario Incorporation, or 1, 2, 3, 4 Canada Incorporation. If it's a federal registered company, then you now have a trading name for that, because it's a registration, which is I am trading as, I am doing business as. I am doing business as, because you don't communicate properly. I am doing business as this. Then the trade name is still the same incorporation name.
Listen.
Then if you have a different trading name that is using the same incorporation number, that's wrong. It's either you incorporated that differently. So you can't say I have 3 trading names tied to that. Patoski knows what I'm saying. You don't communicate properly. You know you are not too enlightened. You don't communicate properly.
That crap and listen.
Patoski knows what I am talking about.
You don't listen actively. I have an incorporated business, and I have 3 trade names under my incorporated business. How is that difficult to you? Ask me how I do it. And stop arguing.
It's not how you do it. If you have 3 trading names under your incorporated business, you are running a fraudulent system.
You are arguing blindly.
Why don't you just ask for clarification? Let him clarify his
No,
position.
I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing, which is fraudulent. Because
let him clarify his position to you.
So what he's doing is fraudulent, and I will explain.
No, it's not
So
what he's doing.
other
You're not the
companies
one doing it.
in
You're not the
Canada.
one doing it. Let him say what he's doing.
Hold on now, progressive. Calm down.
Are you
Under
okay?
Canada, you can register a
doing
company
it?
federally. You can register a company
It is you that you need to
provisionally.
Listen.
Oh my God.
Listen, and listen good. Which kind of argument is this?
I am listening.
Now, I have a federally incorporated business. And why did I register a federally incorporated business? Because I want to have my trademark. I don't want my, because you can register your trademark with Canada and the United States so that nobody will use your trademark out anywhere within Canada and
But
the United
trademark
States.
is different from incorporation.
Listen to me and stop arguing. You don't do business, I do business. Now. You are here arguing. Stop.
I'm listening. I'll continue.
Stop.
I'm listening.
Now, I want to do other business. You understand? Okay, let's say I have Ola Incorporated. Now, Ola Incorporated, I want to launch an app. Maybe my app is to manage taxi. That's one. Then I want to launch another app to create maybe music entertainment. That's another one. Then I want to now have another one to do to deal in farm produce. Don't forget my federal incorporated name is Ola Incorporated. So for all other three businesses, I will now go to the register.
If you are using you are just doing
This
products
man, listen now.
That's not trade name now. That's why you see you don't communicate properly. You know you are not enlightened enough to be communicating properly. You raise you are creating app. You created 3 different apps for your business. Your business name is your incorporated name, and you are creating products. It's like Apple. Apple now created Apple Play, Apple Music.
Guy,
Apple this.
I know I don't communicate properly, but
you don't communicate properly, and I'm educating you that you are not communicating properly. You are not telling me to listen to you that is not enlightened enough to communicate properly.
Do you face before you are teaching me how to communicate?
And I'm telling you that because you are passing wrong information with you not communicating properly.
I don't communicate properly, but I face customer, right? How many customers do you face? And stop being arrogant.
What do you mean by this is not a comparison? Why is your ego bruised? I'm telling you, you don't communicate properly, and you're angry.
You are the omniscient here. You are not doing things.
Apple, there is
I'm doing something and you're arguing.
Apple here. There's Apple Canada here. There's Apple Worldwide, which is in the United.
Guy, stop arguing what you don't know.
So why are you muting me? Why are you muting me when I'm correcting you? You see, you're abusing because you have a host right. You're abusing it. You're allowing your ego to declare your this. I'm trying to tell you that you don't communicate properly, and because you don't communicate properly, that makes you not to sound intelligently. I'm telling you, you are not saying you have app you have trading name. That's not trading name. Those are the products you've created for your business. That's not trading name. You can't have 3 trading names tied to an incorporation.
I think there's I see something in you. I think you feel like you know more than everybody, and see people like this.
No, I don't feel like I know more than everybody. I like when people portray things the way they should be. I'm not saying I know more than everybody. If you want to say something, say something the way it should be. Then what is now annoying? What is even now going to make things more annoying? When somebody is now correcting you. If I say nitrogen is invisible,
Emeka,
and you're not telling me nitrogen is not invisible.
You're so disrespectful. The way you carry, the way you speak to others. I'm not sure you want to be
we should not go through that. Should not go through this route at all. It's clear.
I'm not worried about what
he's explaining what he knows. Let others share their own idea as well. He's not talking. There's nothing he has saying that is beyond what is than to express that is expressing himself.
Yeah, did you know when he said the guy? Do you know when he said the guy is not? It doesn't. It's not. Doesn't have no.
Sure, you will listen. I run a business, and that's business I do. You understand? and someone here
anyway, but that's not the conversation for the day.
Can this
not
guy
even
just
the
allow
topic
person
of the
to
day.
speak?
Go ahead.
If you want to win an argument, I can allow you to win an argument. I don't have a problem with that. Now, the business name is different from trade name. Trade name is different from trademark. Those are 3 levels. I have an incorporated limited liability company, a corporation. Now, under my corporation, I have 3 different names, 3 different trade names. It's allowed. I went to a registry to register a business, get my trade name, and get my certificate, and someone is telling me that I'm doing something illegal. Go tell the registry now. We are talking as if I sit down in my house and register a business. Do you register a business when you then go to the registry?
You have said it. I just want to let the public
let
know.
Me land,
we're all in Canada here, right?
Let me talk.
We're all in Canada here. No, you've done now. You said it. You said what you want to say now.
Who said I'm done? Let me talk. Let me just talk. Let me talk. You go and
let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
And you are misleading people. And you are so bold. And you are so arrogant. And you are so openly sent to your position, as if you know what I did. Ever. So I register 3 business. One that I register, what I do, I use that one to repair computer. Another one, I register it. I'm building an app that I'm going to launch very soon, because to secure my market, I have to register the trade name for that. So that by the time I start doing my digital marketing, nobody will hijack my name. I did that.
Sorry, on the same company. On the same company name.
Yes.
No, I'm asking question. Sorry.
No, wait. Hold on. Listen.
It's just a clarity. Is it on the same company name?
Let me explain to you. Just hold on. I only have one business name. I have only one business registration, business name. Then my company, because the way Corporation Act in Canada is structured, your company can have multiple. You understand? Can have multiple trade name.
Businesses.
It's just like when you have let's do it this way. You ask you like a sole proprietorship now. You understand? There's a sole proprietorship that you go and register a name for it just because you want your sole proprietorship to have name. Sometimes you don't need your sole proprietorship to have name. All you just need a business registration, which is your tax identification from Canada Revenue. That's another form. So look at your company as an entity that can hold multiple sole proprietorship. Look at like you now. Let's say fully now you can have 100 sole proprietorship, right?
Like enterprise here. Enterprise here. We call it enterprise here.
Yeah, that you're right. Progressive. I don't know if you're the one that's
my business. My business name as a business personality, as an entity, I can have as many trade name under my company. Before you can say you have trade name under your company, you go to the registry to register. But now you are not registering that business now as an incorporated business now, but as a trade name. At the end of the day, when you are doing your accounting,
He's still repeating the statement.
Please let me come in. Yeah, Mr. Ola, I think where we are getting it wrong is communication. We are not communicating in a manner that we can actually understand what you are actually trying to tell us. Let me tell you what happened in Nigeria. When you are registering your company, okay, there is a what's it called? Government curriculum, memorandum of understanding, where you will state out every business you are going to carry out with your company that you are registered. Everything you want to do. That page will actually represent
the article of incorporation.
Article of incorporation, yes.
No, that's not the situation. That's not the situation.
Now let me now say what goes on in Canada. Let me say what goes on in Canada. In Canada, you can register a company federally and you can register in provision. right? That's province in province, different provinces. Okay, so if you register a company, you have a incorporation number. Now you can now have a trading name. Okay, so that is because they will give you a number. Some they will ask you, do you want a specific number that you want to do? So if it's a federal incorporated, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Canada Incorporation. So if you are doing it like in Ontario, it could still be that's in province 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ontario Incorporation. But then they will ask you, do you want a trading name? Then you can now say yes. So you do not be fully incorporated associate, whatever name you want to give it. But that trading name is not tied to that your incorporation number. You cannot have more than one trading name. If you are creating, if that is the point, you are creating another company that is separate. But you can now say this is a subsidiary. So you can do trademark. That's fine. Trademark is showing that, oh, you have intellectual property stuff. So whatever this man is saying is completely wrong. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what shenanigan he's getting himself involved. You can and you can tell. So when you run
this is where they're
business
actually trying
search,
to tell you that you are the way you are seeing it
when
is
you are
making it
when you
looking
run
like you
when
are.
you run a business search, when you run a business search on a company, right? It will now bring the name of that company. So it will not tell you that this company is having different trading name. If it's having different trading name, it is completely falsehood.
No, I'm not supporting. I'm just trying to clear it. I'm not supporting anybody. I'm just trying to clear things.
Exactly what you are doing. I will go and call the clip. I will go and call the clip when I
but
did,
falsehood.
and I will
Because
play it here for you.
every incorporation has a unique incorporation number.
Emeka, you are
and then that number you cannot that name you want to use. So they would even if you are doing it provisionally, then I say like you are choosing a trade name that you want to be known as. You can give yourself the trade name.
You know, sorry. When it comes, there are stages that we need to calm down and narrate things.
I'm very calm. I'm narrating now, boys.
In a way that we will all learn from it. I think at this section we have now, I think this is another section for us to learn, because I stay in Nigeria. So now you are saying something here that I don't even know anything about.
I stay in Canada now. I reside in Canada.
I want to learn about it. So maybe tomorrow, if there is a need for me to do something like such, I don't need to go and be looking for information, because I already have a knowledge. That's why I said this particular stage that we are imparting ourselves, we are sharing knowledge. So let's talk in a way that will not be insulting to anybody.
Fully fine. I am not insulting anybody. I have business in Nigeria. I have business in Canada. I have opened the process is not different. You see why when you say I called it this is not different. There's nothing different. So when you are and again in business, you need to have when the entity has its number is separate. So when you are saying you have 3 trading names tied to one entity, it's wrong. So an entity is just like you saying, Fola, you have 3 names tied to yourself. And you want to...
That was what I was asking the other time.
Exactly. You have 3 names tied to yourself. It's wrong. It doesn't happen that way. So you have your name, which is a trading name. You have your number. Trademark is not a trading name. It's not a trading name. Now you cannot create a brand. You can create a brand name like Apple, because Apple's full incorporated name is different. They can say, okay, we want to be doing business as or also known as Apple. Just call us Apple, not Apple Incorporated America or Apple Canada Incorporated. Just call us Apple. Right? So Apple Canada Incorporated has its registration name. They have their registration number, but our brand name, just call us Apple. So when you are now saying I have 3 names tied to my name, why are you talking like as if not be something way would they do here? But let's go about that with our previous discussion.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Emeka, a question. Here, I've seen a company that they registered a company and they use the same premises. One of their business is virtual office, and the other one is physical something. So what I want to ask is that in Canada over there, can you register a company and you can have two virtual office to join it with your one registration?
Oh,
Is
you
it
can
possible?
operate. So you will have a registered address. Your registered address can be different from your operating address, right? Because there are companies.
That's what I'm. They have a registered address,
Yes.
and they use the same address to also do two other businesses which are virtually
Yes,
online.
you can do that. That's so you
maybe
now have.
maybe that is similar to what Ola is trying to say.
That's what I'm telling him now. He's saying no, it is one company that has three different names. You can create three different entities with the same address. That's not a problem. You don't have one entity having three different trading names. No. So that's why I'm telling him he does not communicate properly and he's arguing with me. So maybe he has created.
Another question is this. I don't know how you run the system over there, but is a city or
There's
different state?
there's nothing different.
Listen to me
Where do you
first.
stay? Where do you stay? Where do you stay? Where do you stay?
I live in Finland.
It's not different from what Finland does.
But the question I want to ask you, you don't let me answer.
Let me list
Oh, yeah,
Eurasia.
The question I want, okay, the question I want to ask is that although they might look similar, but do you have a little bit different state law in registering your businesses?
No, see, that's what I'm telling you. That's why you say when you're asking the question, I didn't want you to ask because I'm saying that's why I asked you, where do you stay? Because it's not different from what company what do they call this? They are this in the UK again. Company house. What company house does in the UK? It's not different from what Finland does. It's not different from what Greece does.
Is it centrally located?
It's centrally located. So if you have created your company in federally, right, and you want to search for a company provision, you want to but you are located in Ontario, right? So you can create a company in Ontario. You can register in Ontario company registry.
But the point of contention here with Ola is that you do not believe that Ola can use same name for different company under one roof. That is the point of contention, right?
So what Ola can do, what he has done, that's why I say is fraudulent. That's why I said it's fraudulent, because it's wrong.
No, the question you should have asked Ola is this: how many years have you registered the company? Has it filed?
It's not a matter of years now.
No. Listen to me first. Listen. The question you should have asked Ola is this: how long has he registered the company? Has he filed the necessary paper annually? And has they paid tax on them? If all these things are right and he has been doing that, you cannot call that one fraudulent anymore. That means the authority knows about it. So you cannot conclude to say like that. So I would like him to talk. It's no more here. I would have loved him to be back and
which is fair. So if he had registered the same company in a province where he resides, and he has decided to register it with the federal government, it's still the same company. It's not different. So what will happen is if you run the search, if you run the company search, if you run it federally, it will come up and it will tell you, yes, resided in Ontario. For more details, go to the Ontario registry. Right? If you now run that search on Ontario registry, it will now say, yes, this business is registered in Ontario.
What you are trying to say is that all the other two entities in register is not treated as totally different.
They are not different. It's not different.
So I wish, at least Patoski is also here. Patoski lives in Canada. Maybe he also knows about that. Maybe we can put more light.
No, Patoski was actually saying the right thing that we do here in Canada now. He said Patoski is saying the right thing we do in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope Ola can come back. I hope he can come back and answer.
Let me just push back a bit. Let me push back a bit. I think because it's not everybody that run a company that actually know the process that take to register a company. In fact, I can't tell you, I can't lie to you. I gave money to somebody to register for me as a lawyer. My lawyer did that for me. So all the procedures, all the steps that are needed to take, I mean, I don't bother myself knowing it. I just want my company to be registered. So at times, maybe you are using a product, but you don't know what it takes for that product to be manufactured.
I understand you. I understand where you're coming from.
So I may not blame. I may not really blame Ola on that. Maybe he gave the process to get to have the company registered to somebody.
In Canada, it's very easy to open. In Nigeria, I also use a lawyer, so I can understand where you're coming from.
Yes.
So Ola can, which I have noticed. I'm not trying to sound rude or to disrespect him. Over time, I've listened to him. His problem is he has articulation problem. So when he's talking, there's a way he would have said it. I will know what he has done. I'll say, okay, I understand what you're doing. But he was telling me to keep quiet, right? And he's not still repeating the same thing he's repeating. And I'm like, this does not sound what we do here in Canada. It doesn't sound like it.
Emeka, I want you to stop for now because it's not here. Because it's not here. Sorry, Emeka, I want you to stop on what you are talking about. Your registration.
That's fair.
Not here.
That's fair.
So when it's here, then you can continue. So that will make it fair.
That's fair.
Because
that's
you
fair,
can't be talking behind him.
That's fair though, because he's completely.
So you can change the topic, please.
He took us out from the topic we are supposed to be discussing.
Hey, guys, hold on. What are you saying? Because you see one thing I don't like.
Yeah, Ola, you are back. My question to you is this, Ola.
No. Let me wait. See what I do. You know, when I say someone should have active listening, sometimes I really mean it. And I really went ahead to go and call the area where I started that thing, because there are some things that we should not allow to go. The fact that someone is eloquent does not mean that you are really speaking the substance that we need to speak. I've said that severally. Now I'm going to share what I said there that someone is trying to twist. That is why we are power of internet. Look, this is what I talk, and I want someone, and it's unfortunate that someone that is promoting Showore here too is taking bias. Is talking about the seriousness of
Go ahead and say what you want. Go ahead. Stop emotional blackmail. Go ahead and explain yourself.
I want to ask you the same question.
Don't do emotional blackmail. Explain yourself.
Sorry, Emeka. Ola, the question I asked.
Wait, Remy. Listen to what I want to play. Listen to what I want to play. So, guys, they have one parent for my business. I have the standard federally incorporated business. Then I have the extrajudicial, extra provincial registration to register my business. I have my trademark. Then under that my business, I have 3 other trade names under that same business. So my business is having 3 trade names, and all those trade names represent different businesses, but they have one parent company. So do I pay tax? Yes, I pay tax whenever I do business. If I don't do business, I file my returns and I say, okay, I didn't do any business. So that's the way it's wrong. But then, even apart from that, Nigeria, you are talking, this Canada you are talking about, many people still work and they still escape tax. How? Now, there are many online places where you work, like Free Nation, like Upwork.
Well, you cannot one trade name for one incorporation. You can't have 3 trade names for one incorporation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Ola, my question is this.
Ola, now I'm trying to clear something, and you just want to. Is it about you saying something or just clear? Now, guy. Now I said I have 3 trade names, but one parent company, and someone is telling me that I cannot have 3 trade names. How does it add up? I'm telling you of what I did. I registered my business. I didn't start this business yesterday. I registered a business.
Ola, I want to ask you a question. Wait, that business.
Guys, this is what we are talking about.
Are you listening to other people's questions? People are correcting you, and you don't want to receive correction. You cannot have 3 trade name under one company. You cannot. You cannot have 3 trade names under one company. You cannot.
Is it a limited company or sole proprietorship? What form of business are you operating?
You've asked the same question today, and I've answered you.
No, I wasn't here.
Wait. When you say incorporation here in Canada, it's either you have partnership or you have limited liability company and some other form of business entity. So your business entity that I'm talking about is totally different from sole proprietorship. But your business entity, you can have different names. You can have different trade names.
You cannot.
Different business you want to do.
You cannot have different trade names.
Wait now. How will you be? No. The question is this now. Foley, you said the other time that I was not communicating properly, right? Does that look like a proper communication to you? I just want you to respond fully. As someone is saying, I cannot have three different names here now. This is the time we are going to expose ourselves, because I'm going to Corporation Act of Canada, and I will project the thing here. I will see who is talking, who is saying the fact and not. I'm practicing something, but you are arguing with me. Then I know you are very eloquent, but I can prove to you that eloquence doesn't mean you are correct.
I want to be educated here. That is why I'm asking you a question.
If you want to be educated, you form active listening. Active listening is where Emeka is misleading himself now.
You take it easy a little bit, because
I won't take it easy because someone is telling me I say take it easy. Are you listening to what you are saying? Do you know the meaning of someone misrepresenting you?
Let us be honest here. You know, most of the things obtainable in Canada is also obtainable in Europe when it comes to business registration.
Correct.
Now, what I don't have experience about is this. There is what we call whether cooperative something they call it. It's also a form of business here. I don't know whether you are going towards that direction, but if you are running a sole proprietor in Europe, because I've done business in Spain and in Sweden, and both countries, if it's almost the same thing. If you are running a sole proprietor, definitely there's still room for you to choose a name. If you register that name in your locality or your region, then it's not national. Someone else can pick that name as well, elsewhere within the same country. So that is why they will advise you to put it on national. If you register it within the whole country, no other person can take that name again. Then let us go to limited company. Now, when you register that business entity as a limited company, the way it works here, you're still going to choose one name to represent that company. But in choosing those names, you can choose close to 2, 3, 4 names. Then the government will figure out whether those names has been in existence. That is why they give you
somebody has taken the name.
Yes, they gave you option 1, option 2, option 3, or even 4. So then when you put all those 4 options, they will write you if anyone has picked the first one. If anybody has not picked the first one, they will still communicate with you, anyone that people have picked. Then it's not left for you. They will give you a chance whether you will take another name. When you now choose the final one, they tell you this one you can take. Then they will register with that name. So if you are bringing another name to it, that is called change of name. They will never allow your company, a limited company, to have 2 names. But however,
thank you.
Something cooperative, I don't know. Many names can be on that one. It's like
I don't know who is talking. Midwest.
Okay.
Is this Midwest?
Midwest.
You just this is slam dunk. Midwest.
Ola may be right. See where the difference is.
Emeka, please. Ola, the question I want to ask is very simple.
I want to put this one there. Wait, Ola may be right. Let me tell you why. There is another form of business which I've never tried. That one can allow many names. It's whereby like you bring many companies now come together to form one entity of business. So in that same business, you can be having 2 business inside. But that name 2 people brought in is like a sub name. The real name you people still choose is still the one that will represent the business.
Correct.
So I don't know
correct.
That one can carry many names. So that's why I ask the form of business. But if it's a limited company, forget it, my brother. No limited company can bear 2 names.
Ola, my question to you, because you were not here before. Ola, are you listening?
I'm listening.
Okay, my question is because here in Finland, you can register a limited. I don't know whether it's a limited or sole proprietorship, but I've seen some people that they have one registration and they have 2 or 3 virtual companies under it. So my question to you is this: you have 3 trade names. Do you do different book of account for them, or are they under your the first two the
Do you
parent
go
company?
file? Do you file company returns for the three of
Yeah,
them?
yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to ask. Yes, please.
Oh my goodness!
So, how do you do it? That's my. Can you clarify, please?
Okay. What I want you to follow now. Can you see this screen? Can you see this screen? Right now, yes, a corporation in Canada can have multiple names. While a corporation has a one official name, registered name, it can also operate under additional names known as trade names or doing business DBE names. Did you read this thing? Trade
Yeah,
names.
ready. So
It's the
no need
same
to explain
thing now.
anymore.
You can have the
Guy,
corporate
I
name
hate
and
This
trade
is
name
simple
now.
I
now.
Like,
hate
don't be waiting with the
argument.
So
talk. But
I don't like
you
understand
are
now.
saying, you are now
I
saying
don't
you
like
have
argument.
three
I
trade
don't
names
like
for one
argument.
company, which is wrong.
I don't.
I have a trade name for my own company. I have a company name. What you are now saying is that you have three trading name for one company, which is not true. It's bluntly a big fat lie. What they are saying here is the same. You can have an incorporation name and a trade name.
Let every other person talk.
Well, you are lying.
I'm reading some. Okay, guys, can you listen? Someone is saying I'm lying. I think all of you could go to school. A corporation, listen, a mean a single, right? A corporation in Canada can have multiple names. What did you hear? A corporation can have multiple names. Did you hear that? If you cannot see, please they look at it too. While a corporation has one official name, registered name, it can also operate under additional names, plural, known as trade
Ola,
names. What are
Ola,
you arguing?
Ola, wait. Let us know what is corporation here. I want you to explain it. What does it mean?
Corporation is like limited liability company. Example of corporation is limited liability company.
Okay, wait. Because why I'm a little bit confused, because I will go back again to check. Like form of business here, the way they do their own. So proprietor is a form, limited company is a form. That cooperative you just mentioned is also a form. You see it now.
Don't argue.
Ola, a little bit, I'm not arguing here. I'm just talking from experience here now. There are still another additional form of business again. Now, if you choose, wait,
The way you can reading what I am seeing here is that you can have different trade names, that is possible when you are operating in different provinces. Remember what I said. You can register your company. You can and look at what they say. Using multiple names allow a corporation to market itself under different names,
there's something wrong here.
potentially
There's something
targeting
wrong
different
here.
markets or customer segments.
I'm beginning to doubt what we're even presenting, because if you're an accountant and this
Oh
simple
yes, I am.
principle,
Oh yes, I am.
no, I'm beginning to doubt, because
I'm a very good one for that matter.
Ola, you are right, because I asked the same question before. That different provinces can have different law, and make us to be no, it's federal government of Canada
No,
control everything.
I didn't tell
But now
you
you
that.
change it now.
I said
You
you
talk
can
about
register.
provinces
I
now.
said
So
no.
you said
No,
about
Simba,
provinces now.
Simba, I said you can register federally, you can register provincially.
He didn't say so. Yes, what he said. And this is sustainable across the Western world, even here.
It's the
If
same
you
thing.
register,
Even in the United States, you can register in different states. You can register your company in Delaware. You can register in Texas. You can register in Florida. You can register in New York, and you can have different trade names. If you register in New York, you can have a different trade name than the one you have in Florida.
Wait now, wait. I'm reading something here. You understand? And what I'm reading here, even though that they are not saying it directly, they are trying to differentiate the corporation name from the trade names. A corporation can have maybe it can even be a number corporation. You know, we
Yes.
have number corporation
Yes,
here.
you have a number, which means you don't have a business name.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
I have a number. If I have I'm saying for example, a corporation can be a number corporation here, and I register 3 or 4 trade names. That's what I'm seeing here. that a corporation can choose to register several trade names. You understand? Because that was what I did in Alberta. I have a limited
And that's
liability
what I did
corporation.
too.
I registered 3 names. I registered them as a business. You know the way you register business names? Like, ordinarily you could go and just register a business name without a corporation, without limited liability. You understand?
No,
So
you
in this
created a
case,
company without a business name. That's what you
no,
can do. When
this is
is
what
a
I
numbered
did.
company? When is a numbered company?
No.
Fine.
In my
You
own
can do that.
case, wait now.
Go ahead.
What I did in Alberta is this. I registered a company with a name. My company name is SYZ Inc. You understand what I mean? I now went to register 3 company business name under that my corporation.
Okay.
Those business name is owned by my corporation.
Your incorporation.
My name is not there. My name is
Okay.
not there as part of the owner.
Okay.
So now I do that because I have 3 aspects of my businesses that I want to do. So I register them separately and I put them under that company. So the company owns them. And that's a different one from what I'm seeing here. The one I'm seeing here is that you can even register a corporation, you can register different names, more than 1 names. That's what I'm seeing here. Is this ChatGPT or something?
No, I just use this to summarize. It's from the
Look at
official.
it. There's
It's
no
from the
limit.
corporate. It's from the
There's no limit to the number
Corporation
of
Canada.
trade names. There's no limit to the number of trade names a company can register.
No, Patoski, what we're saying this, you understand? You when you register a business name, that's an entity, right?
That's an entity.
Now,
but that's not what
an
we are
entity
even
now,
saying here.
an entity now is just like human being now. So it's a figure. It's a figurative now. It's figurative. This situation now.
I
That a
think we are
company
even
now is
spending
human
our
being now.
time. It's 2 a.m.
Now,
look at what we are discussing.
Canada Corporation Act now says that there's no limit to trade names you can attach to that your corporation. Now so that trade names now in this situation now represent like sole proprietorships. It's like when regular human being registers sole proprietorship. So it simply means that your corporated business now can have no limits of sole proprietorship it can have. That is exactly what I explained.
That's what I did, yeah.
That's not what you explained. You said you have one incorporation that you registered, and you registered 3 trade names that are tied to your incorporation, right?
Maybe I will play it now again. So
play
that's
again.
why you see. I told you that. So don't
play it again.
Wait, now I will play it.
Extract provision. I remember that one.
For my business, I have the standard federally incorporated business. Then I have the extrajudicial, extra provincial registration to register my business. I have my trademark. Then under that my business, I have 3 other trade names under that same business. So my business is having 3 trade names, and all those trade names represent different businesses, but they have one parent company. So do I pay tax? Yes, I pay tax whenever I do business. If I don't do business, I file my returns and I say, okay, I didn't do any business.
Good. That's a good quote. So do you file company returns for the 3 businesses or just for one?
And they still escape tax. How? Now there are many online places where you work, like Free Nation, like Upwork.
Well, you cannot one trade name for one incorporation. You can't have 3 trade names for one incorporation. The trade name is doing
why my business. So did you listen? Did you listen to yourself now? Because see, when we talk, wait now. Let me address Maker. So that's why that is very good when someone talks.
Exactly.
This is why everybody just want to be right and say something. without even concluding what we are
how
saying.
do you fight tax return for those three
Forget
names?
about how to lie tax. Someone called me a liar that I cannot have three names on the business. I will go to another one. Let the person address that one. Don't deflect.
Tax return for the three
Just
names.
stop it, guy. Just apply break first and let us just stop this one. Don't escalate first. The question is this: can a registered business have more than one trade name? That is the. Have you agreed or not? Before you move to another, then I will tell
Yes,
you
we have
how.
agreed. We have agreed. We have agreed.
I think they agree on that one. They agree.
We've agreed. We have agreed. We have agreed. We have agreed.
Agree the terms of what?
Say agree the terms of what?
I don't agree. Look, I want to be sure of what I'm going to agree about. Look, there are forms of business. That corporation is reading about. It's not even a limited company. Forms of business. It's a different entity entirely.
Are you in Canada that say corporation is not a limited liability company? What type of joke is
This?
What type of joke is this? I said,
Ola,
guys, I said, if you don't know, say you don't know. Why are you telling me that corporation? Once you say corporation or incorporated, there is limited already. You've deflated the liability away from sole proprietorship, and you are still saying it's not a limited liability.
Thank you. It's a limited liability.
It doesn't mean see where I'm going because the one I know.
It doesn't mean you are not in Canada. You are not the one operating Canada.
Okay. Let me say something. Let me say we have you can have incorporation, right? We also have limited liability companies too.
Okay.
We have partnership. We have partnership. We have limited partnership. We have general partnership. So all those, I know what you are saying. Midwest, I know where the angle you are going to, and I know your question. Don't worry. You will ask that question. Don't worry. So you can do incorporated. So incorporated.
For me here, I'm not saying. Wait, let me your round up. I'm not saying Ola is wrong. Is this thing possible? It is possible. It depends on the form of business you register. A limited company does not mean a corporation. That corporation, that is when you bring in many companies together. Many limited company together. So with different names. But when you are in that limited company, it's just one single name and so proprietor. Within that proprietor, you can run multiple business under your own branches. I don't know. I would like a business that operate in different form. Let's say you are making sales, you are rendering service. I don't know the words to use there. You can bring it under your own registration, but you describe each business form there, what you are doing. I am selling like this. I am making service here. I'm doing that. It is allowed. Then if also in a limited company, when you describe your business activity, you can describe up to 10 or something you are doing. It's allowed. You are using one name to run these services together. At the end, they attach one number to you, which is very important.
Correct.
Yeah, they will also attach a name to you, which is very important. And that name, it depends. The risk, anyway, limited company, if you do that, you can't do it in one province. They will automatically will register you in the national level. It's only sole proprietor, I think, they will be telling you. I don't know of a limited. I think some limited, you can also do it in some province. And if you do that, the risk they will tell you is this.
You can register in provinces. That's not a problem. So the trading name is the trading name, like, and I think it's done mostly with franchises, like the fast foods.
That corporation, if you think you have a corporation, maybe that will permit you to put so many names there. Because yes, that one is possible to bring
and when
many
you are filing business return, you only file for one company.
You file for the rename.
For the rename. Thank you.
Yes.
Simple. That's what is going on. We could move to the next discussion, I beg.
No, you owe me an apology. Forget about this thing. You
hold
the entire.
I think I want to stick us to the background. We have already done 8 hours.
No, Patoski, let Emeka Kingemeka apologize for to the public for misleading them, because you took word out of my mouth. Because sometimes you know why I fight sometimes is
anyway, you take it to the background. It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I take it to the background because sometimes I was
No,
saying
I
something
can. Yeah, I
clearly.
know. Apologies, right? Yeah, no, I
No,
can
I
apologize
was saying
based
something.
on
I
what
say
they.
I miscommunicate, which was not
It's
the
the same
situation.
miscommunication now. No, to be very frank, I'm not trying to call you out.
Guys.
I try to be as factual as I can.
Did I
You,
miscommunicate?
yes,
Is
you
that what
do
you are
miss,
saying? I will replay it again.
you
Did
do
I
not
miscommunicate?
communicate eloquently because you don't
No,
have to go.
did I communicate wrongly? Because that was
Yes,
my
you
saying.
did. Yes, you did.
Okay, I play it again. Guys,
And
I will play it again. Guys,
it took you going to Google to explain
it
to us
didn't take me
properly.
going to Google. What I said, I played it here, and I will play for people to hear again. Don't tell me that I played to
But
Google.
You say what?
What I said, I will play it again for people to hear. Listen.
Okay, I want to ask
where
you.
did I miscommunicate?
Okay, another.
I beg, go let Simba talk now. He has been here keeping. I
Okay,
mean, let him
Simba,
contribute.
Simba is sleeping. Don't forget
Say the
Simba.
person I'm fighting for. No, it's daytime over there.
See, let me come in, Ola. Another thing I want to ask you again. Now, we all said we have.
I did work. I don't get in that time.
Okay, Ola, make I tell you something. Now, I want to come in here. You have a business in Canada. Since that company is a corporated business,
And that the business, then I have the extrajudicial, extra provincial registration to register my business. I have my trademark. Let us business. I have 3 other trade names under that same business. So my business is having 3 trade names, and all those trade names represent different businesses, but they have one parent company. So do I pay tax? Yes, I pay tax whenever I do business. If I don't do business, I file my returns and I say, okay, I didn't do any business.
not go to.
So that's the way it's wrong. But then even apart from that, Nigeria you are talking, this Canada you are talking about, many people still work and they still escape tax. How? Now there are many online places where you work, like Free Nation, like Upwork, all
Well,
those
you
those kind of stuff.
cannot one trade name for one incorporation. You can't have 3 trade names for one incorporation. The trade
That's the
name is
argument.
doing
Why
business.
my business?
Ola, let us forget about name now. Let us talk
Don't
about how.
tell me to forget. See, let me tell you something. Because if
Ola,
you don't,
I
let
want
me
to
tell you one thing.
look at where me.
I'm
I
not
want the
here.
conversation to go. Ola, wait
No.
a little bit.
Midwest. I'm not here to waste my time. I'm here to educate people and to educate myself. I'm not here to
Yes,
win an
Ola,
argument.
that is why
Wait.
me. I also want to demonstrate.
Are we
If you
still
want to be
playing the
politically
video
correct,
tape? Abi, this is a new
Ola,
if you
conversation.
don't let me talk, I
Ola,
will leave the forum for you. You can talk. I'm going to leave for you. You will talk. No problem. I don't have
Wait,
problem
wait.
with
Are
that.
we still? Is this
I
playing
will
the
leave
video
for
tape
you.
or is this live? Is this
The
live?
question.
I don't think
Simba,
so. Ola, look, what I want to say is this.
you can keep
We
talking. I don't want to listen to you.
like just a little bit. We all have this business. Like if you have this kind of business in where I live, let's say you started January. By February, you must take government how you run that business. Is it how it work in Canada as well? Between February and March,
Yes.
every
It's the same thing.
month,
Yes.
and when you are reporting, everything will be based on invoice, receipt, and receipt that are
There's
traceable.
no difference. No difference.
Okay. Now let relate it to Nigeria registration system because that is where I think this argument is coming from.
Who is bringing me back now? I say I don't want to listen to Midwest, and someone is bringing me back. Someone is characterizing me that I didn't communicate well when you were
No,
the
you
one
didn't.
that done
Ola,
the
you
thing. I
didn't
say
communicate
you've not
properly.
apologized.
There's nothing wrong with apologizing, but you didn't communicate properly. You said
What did I do? What did I?
trade names,
That
3
is where you are
different
lying.
businesses. Hold on now. You have played this thing 2 times or 3 times now. 3 different businesses reporting to a parent company, but that is not the true things. And that is why I responded that way. It's still the same one company, and with what you have read online, is trading different names, but still one company. So those trading names are not entities on their own. The way you reported it like they were entities.
Guy,
Separate entities with a parent entity. So now that is why Midwest wants to ask you, do you report company returns and taxes for those three trade names that you are claiming that they are separate
I'm not thinking
businesses?
that. See, let me tell you one thing. You mischaracterize someone and you don't want to agree. Do you know one thing about me? If I went wrong, immediately I will say publicly that I was
Ola,
wait,
you
hold it,
Ola,
and I've said
Ola,
no, I'm not
Ola,
taking that
you
from
are
you, Emeka.
always not communicating properly. Let's be very
I said
all the time, all the time.
mischaracterization.
That's my problem with you. You always do not communicate. That's why I fight with you properly. You don't communicate properly.
Even when I have the evidence stacked against you, you are still doing political correctness, and that's not the purpose of being here. The purpose of being here is to educate people where we are wrong. Let's say we are wrong. I call that thing there. And even one funny thing, just because you don't want to this thing, I can publish it everywhere and it will go viral. Facebook, link, all these things. See, guys, there's a danger in misrepresenting person, and I'm the wrong person to be misrepresented because I will not take it, because I don't want people to be misled through the words of my mouth. If what I said there clearly communicated and you are still coming out and still finding a way to say I didn't communicate properly, Haba, perish that thought.
No, you didn't communicate properly now. That's very true now. Let me tell you what you said. Let me tell you what you said, because you have played it 3 times. You said you registered your company federally. You registered your company that is actually provincially, though you said extra provincial. That you now registered it provincially, right? It took you to the provincial part that you registered it, which is correct. Then you now register 3 business names that are now separate. They do 3 different
names.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Names.
I beg your pardon. 3 trade names that are now doing 3 different businesses to a parent company. So what you are looking at, what you have characterized is 4 different companies. Midwest, am I wrong here?
The problem is that corporation. That is where they didn't explain very well. I know it's right. It's possible. But if you run corporation, then you can
Midwest. This is what we talk now. It comes to a stage when someone is arguing something now, people will say we are bragging about credential or whatever. You understand? Let me tell you one thing. Do you know how many businesses that is under Google? Google itself as a company. Do you know how many businesses?
Google is a multinational company,
but different trading. Do you know how many businesses?
Google, no, stop it.
Wait, no.
Emeka,
there's something about ego.
Google
Nobody's
is stop it now. Olaso, you see again, you have that communication problem. Again, you are still exhibiting your weakness in your communication.
I told you the implication of what you said now. This video you see, I will make sure it's going to go viral. And when I say it's going to go viral, I'm going to do SEO about it. I will push it aggressively. That is how vindictive I can be. Don't mischaracterize me, because I will never allow that to go.
Context, so that your miscommunication can be properly highlighted.
Emeka, please let me also say something. Ola, if I've said anything that offend you, I'm sorry, but I don't know whether I've used any words.
No, Midwest, I'm not focusing on you. You are not the pro. You don't have any problem here. Someone took my word and want to mischaracterize me. I said I'm not going to. It's not you.
Yeah, the thing is, Ola, what you said from the beginning, I always say it is possible, but it depends on the form of business. Because even limited company in Canada and corporation are not the same, but they are almost shareholder something. Maybe because of many names now coming into it. That's why they use the word corporation. It's like many names coming into one parent, one mother. Let me just use that word mother, because business you register have that real name. But because of trademark and other people, other company coming under them, everything, that way they now put that corporation, because they have to regulate them to avoid unnecessary crisis and legal issue. They now set up a standard, and they allow you to bring many names into that. I think that's what you are describing, or the business you are operating. But one thing, for we to benefit as a Nigerian, I think we have to relate it to our country. Imagine I want to register a business in Nigeria, for example. I just contact a lawyer, and the process they went through, I don't even know, because automatically they will give me form. Limited company is ready. I don't report anything on monthly basis.
Midwest. Okay, let me say this thing now before someone will say like, Brad. Not only that I operate my business, you'll be shocked. I build business for people. Write your business documents. Just do your forecasting that, okay, this is what you want to do. I give you sample of your the statement of account you should expect, and your managerial accounting. That okay, is this 3 years you are going to have a break even of 5 years? Okay, this is the strategy you are going to follow. You understand? I didn't go to learn what I learned just for me to be looking for a job. Like I told you, back in Nigeria, it was after I finished my first business. While I was in my first business education was when I registered my corporate, like I incorporated my business in Nigeria. The same thing here when I went to school, when I finished my MBA, was when after that was when I incorporated my business. Now, when you are saying there's a difference between incorporated business and LLC, I beg. I know Canada Corporation Act very well. See, the only place, the only place that thing is a little bit different is this. You know, when you want to be calling yourself limited, that is when you have what we call
somebody wants the link. Oh, who is sending link? Somebody wants the link. He wants to join.
Okay, let's see. We want the link. We can send the link to. Yeah, the link is there now. German. We send the link to the person, so the person can come. So Midwest. Don't let us do this grammar and vocabulary things. You understand? Okay. I know the business here. I do my tax filing. I don't give it to an accountant. I do it myself, and I keep my book perfectly too. You understand? So I use QuickBook for keeping for my accounting, and I wait now, and I use TurboTax. You understand? I use TurboTax to handle my tax, to handle my tax return. What we do, we're saying something the other time that okay, where we expected to do this thing for corporation between February and March. See, let me tell you one thing. It depends on when your financial year ends. If your financial years end in May, you understand, you are not allowed to go beyond November before you submit your tax return. So you don't have to wait for February. Otherwise, you are going to pay penalty for every 6 months, for every single day after 6 months that you do not submit your file return, you pay penalty. Guy, I'm not an accountant by profession, but I do accounting, proper accounting for my company, and every friend that they want me to help them do accounting, I do that. So I thought, see, it's not a matter of bragging. It's what
can you pause a little bit? I want to ask you a question.
Good.
When you run this, when you run these businesses, do you report your business activity on monthly basis to your government? Because year end in December in accounting. I don't know which one end in May. We are talking. I don't get that one very clear. Every business accounting book end by December in where I live.
I don't report every month. The thing you can do is this: if you are collecting in Alberta, we collect what we call GST. When it is the Ontario or some other part, they call it HST. So HST in Ontario is 13%. In Alberta is 15%. So now, before you can collect GST here, that means your business must be doing at least 30,000 and above. If you are not doing 30,000 and above, you cannot collect GST. So that means that if you provide services for person, don't collect GST. Then, now, when you collect GST, you have to remit it. You may decide to be remitting it every month or every quarter. There's a certain allowance that you can't do. Otherwise, you are going to pay fine, like representing interest when you do that. So, for me, I don't file tax every month like the people say. It's nothing like that. I file my tax not beyond 6 months after the end of my financial year. My financial year for my company ends in November. So my new financial year always start from December. You understand? So that's the way it is.
Yeah,
so
sometimes it is good for we. I don't know whether America is still here. Is an accountant and is in Canada. Now
I don't want to talk behind him. I started doubting. Honestly, I started doubting him. That's why I said it in his presence.
Emeka, wait.
I'm on record there. Immediately said that I said I'm beginning to doubt you. That I said it right in his presence because number one, the first day I had my doubt was when was it this our guy? What's the name of this guy that is running PhD? And Emeka started arguing about technicality of managerial accounting and management accounting. Meanwhile, they are the same thing. It's just like when someone say accounting and accountancy, it's simply the same thing. It's just because the use of word by some different people. Managerial accounting or management accounting, they are the same. And the same way they are the same when you say financial accounting, as some people will call corporate accounting, they are the same. You understand? So the thing is, the thing is, you know your onion, but don't argue with me in what I know.
Ola, let me tell you the way it works in Europe as a whole. If anybody is here, they can also argue. If you want to do form of business whereby you don't require what I've just said before as a limited company in the whole of Europe, well, I don't know of United Kingdom, but I think EU is also part of EU. It's like that. Then you have to run a sole proprietorship. Now, if you register a sole proprietorship in Europe, there is possibility for them to allow you to run your business for the whole of the year, and the other year you will not go and file for tax return. But those kind of business, I will tell you, these are just mega business, little petty business. Because if you are running a big business, okay, let me just complete that one. That one, they can give you like 3 months. You will run your business, for example, January, February, March. These 3 months put together, you will not by April, like May, you have to report your business activities, what you have done. You have to file for your VAT return. You have to pay VAT to the government if indeed you have collected VAT. For example, if you render service there, you must collect VAT for it, and the government have to get their VAT money from you. It is the company that collect VAT for government, not government taxing people. So if in Canada they will allow you to run your business for the whole of the year, that means you yourself, you are not even getting your VAT. You are not, are you not running expenses? Are you not collecting VAT? What kind of form of business are you running that the government will allow you to hold their VAT for the whole of the year? This is where I'm a little bit confused. Because in a limited company in Europe, my brother, or limited company, no matter how small it is, if you fail to file your business activity through invoice and receipt, I mean traceable invoice to where you're buying from, and the one you issue to people, so that if you don't file it in 1 month, let's say January, you have to file it between February and March, and at the middle of March. Now, after that, if you fail not to do it, you already have a problem with the government. So this is why I'm a little bit confused.
Don't say I stop you. Can you see your screen? Do you see the software that I have already that I'm using to see one of my software now? This is what I'm going to use for my tax return, just to show you because see, I don't do something without giving you evidence, because this thing now, business incorporated too.
Okay, let me ask you a question. In your business, don't you make expenses, and don't you collect VAT from people you are dealing with?
Guy, I do all those stuff. That's what I'm telling you. I use QuickBooks.
The government of Canada will allow you to collect their VAT for a year, and you also allow them to hold your own VAT for the whole year, huh?
You are not listening.
No, I'm
to
not
me.
talking about VAT. I'm talking about filing for your returns. All your expenses, you can file it annually. That one is okay. But your VAT, you can do it quarterly, 3 months. So why not?
No, I mean, you are coming from
like
different
that, yes. The VAT is every 3 months.
Let me wait. Let us start on. Let me. You jump in here. Look, Ola, I want Ola to clarify me. For example, he's running a corporate.
I was listening to you. I did not jump
in.
No.
Wait, Ola, please clarify. If your business collect VAT from people, the government will wait because we now wait. Tax refund is a different thing, because it's out of what you report to the government that you're going to see in your tax refund. If they don't have your record, what kind of tax refund they will send for you when you don't report for them?
Let me tell you. Yeah. See, let me tell you one thing. I said, people, you can, if you like, you can remit your GST quarterly. If you like, you can even pay ahead.
I don't know which one is GST. I'm a little bit confused.
Wait, there's a provision that you remit GST 28 days.
What is GST?
You say I should clarify, and I'm not trying to clarify. You don't even let me speak. GST is what you call VAT.
I want to understand what you are saying. I don't know what's called GST. I'm confused about that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
In my province, In my province, we call it GST. In Alberta, in other province like Ontario, they call it HST. It's a form of VAT. It's just like VAT. It's just like VAT.
Okay,
Let me use the word VAT.
Okay. Yeah.
So the thing now is this: there's a provision that every 28th day, you understand, of the following month that you collected that GST, right? That you have to pay. And mind you, when you when you invoice your customer, sometimes you provide some services. Your customers say maybe they don't even pay you at the end of until maybe after 6 months. How do you account for that? For example, some customer might not even pay you until maybe 7th month. So some people, they have the habit of even remitting their GST quarterly. When you have that thing coming frequent monthly, yeah, you remit. Then let's assume you collect in January, then 28th, on the 20th of the following month, you remit. That's when we are talking. Yeah, there's a form of that too. Yeah, I agree with you that okay, you collect tax in April, but by the 20th of May, you must remit. Otherwise, you are going to pay interest.
That's how it works.
Okay, Ola, just to buttress your point.
Yeah.
Here in Finland, you can pay your VAT every quarterly. You don't need to pay it monthly. You can pay every 3 months.
For a sole proprietorship, for a sole proprietorship or for a limited company. Excuse me.
I think for a sole proprietorship you can do that, but for a limited liability company, I have to go and check.
That is a monthly. Scandinavia, here, my brother. I don't think any Scandinavian country will allow you to hold that money more than 1 month. Never in a limited company.
Midwest. You are correct, but people still do it quarterly. That's the rule. You are correct about that rule. It's the same. It's similar.
So,
but the question is this:
what is the GST rate in Canada? I want to know whether
it depends on the province. It depends on the province.
So how
my
much
province
is your own
5%.
province?
5% my province.
Oh my God! You guys are enjoying 5%. And Badu.
No wonder when these people when they talk, they go young. How
the
government
like that? You can enjoy for Canada.
Let me tell you something. This thing are not that straightforward like that. Okay. Now, do you know how much my business is? Guy, wait now. Wait. You know one funny thing about those jerseys is this. Okay, now my businesses are owing too. You understand? I use a line of credit to run my business as well. And like if I buy some materials, and they charge me GST, I have to net that GST off the one I'm going to pay to the government. Now, if I provide services and I collect, let's say 5,000 as GST on behalf of the government. So if I buy some materials, maybe they charge me GST for like 3,000. I will have to remove that 3,000 from that 5,000. So I will just pay balance of 2,000 to the government. That's why.
It's not what about your expenses? You don't factor in your own expenses.
That's what he said.
That's what I said.
That what he just said. I mean, that what he just
said. You know what I do? You know what I do? I invest in QuickBook. The QuickBook, I pay QuickBook now. I pay $30 monthly. $30 monthly. So all my invoices, all my receipts, I capture. You can use QuickBook to do your invoicing. You invoice. You understand? You invoice and keep it there. So to make your accounting to be to be straightforward, because anytime within 5 years, government can come back and ask for the tax you filed last year. Say, okay, we want to see your record, present all those things. In fact, if you don't capture all those things, man, you are going to pay the gbese you are not supposed to pay because you think they are done. No.
In Canada, I don't know how many years. In Sweden, you have to keep it for 6 years. In Norway, you have to keep it for 5 years.
The same thing here.
It's basically the same thing Midwest.
I just put it on my drive.
You understand? Me, I just use that 5 years. 5 years, they can still come back to you. Me, as an individual, they've audited me before. And you know one funny thing, the time they were auditing me for, I was not even in Canada at that time. They were auditing me the years I've never even been in Canada. It was that funny. You understand? So the thing is, for this my business, so when it's come to accounting, managerial accounting, financial accounting, oh my goodness. I think I'm learned. The only thing I don't do is because like Patoski, that if you wanted to be blaming me, say, if I know that it will have allowed me to finish degree in accounting, that I should have done those. I say no, I don't want to go to that, because the little I know, I apply it for my accounting. Because in Canada here, there was a guy, the guy was just doing anyhow. You know, the day Canada Revenue we hit that guy, they hit that guy with over $200,000. You understand? And the problem here is that when you are owing government, their interest is not nice. So 22% per annum, they go hammer you. They don't, no mercy. No mercy, then go hammer you that
I,
interest seriously.
yeah, I think in your place, they like in Scandinavia here, the problem you should pray not to have is finance problem. Even somebody wake by person here, self, they go let them go. But if you fall into their trap, that person, you know, go feel return back to normal human being society again, self, if you are caught doing that. So, and they are very strict, because that one, I've never heard of any limited company operating and they will permit you until when you want to file your tax
You
refund.
see that limited company you mentioned. So let me explain it to you. Here in Canada, we have what we call it, we have numbered businesses. That means that when you just register your business, they just give your business number. You understand? Those are the one Canada like to call limited liability company. But when you put name, to your business, they say it's incorporated. Do you know what? They are basically the same thing. They use them interchangeably. It is people that are just trying to define the technicality. But whether it's a numbered or incorporated, the same is the same principle, because limited liability is that if something goes wrong, you are not 100% liable. You are liable to the extent to which the law permits. You understand? So that is what is happening there. You got the point now. So no, where you hear corporation, I know the corporation is the one that is confusing you. It's just like attachment. Okay, you can say Midwest Incorporated, Midwest Corporated. That's the way you want to read name of your company to read. But the principle is a limited liability company. You understand? We have partnership too. You understand? So
where I live there, if you have, they call limited company AS anyway, and corporation is another form of its own, and that is when, you know, many companies come together and operating business together, and they're also liable to so many. That one is complex. I don't know too much. I don't go to that. I don't have experience in that area. I've never done that. So the sole proprietorship and limited company are the tools that I know about. Like, I want to ask you another question. If I open a limited company here where I live, after the registration, the company is going to employ me even when I'm the owner, because it's a limited company, and it's going to pay me my salary. And out of the salary, I'm going to pay tax to the government. That is how a limited company function here. It's only a sole proprietor whereby you just open, you are the business is you. That's why they call it private. So that one also have its own form and a way of it. Because if you have a limited company where I live today, I'm the owner of that business. The company now is not an entity. So that is to say, he is alive on his own. So me that owns it, it will not employ me, and I'm going to have my own contract of my salaries. I can't even go to the business account and withdraw money without proper explanation.
Of course, now you
So,
will have your pay stub too. Yes, that's what we do. Yeah.
so I will have my pay slip, and at the end, it sends message to the business himself. So I don't know whether if that is how it works in Canada, because
No, that's how it
Israel.
works. You see one thing there is this. You have two ways of getting money from your businesses. Now, you know, my businesses now, I have thousands of dollars sunk into my business as my shareholder fund. You understand, that I put there. So two ways. If I want, I can give myself dividend. You understand? I may decide not to give myself a monthly pay, because sometimes you want to give yourself dividends so that you reduce, you don't want government to tax you, you keep the remaining money. You know, it is what you are taking out that to yourself that you pay tax on. You pay normal business tax, so you will pay normal business tax. But when don't forget that if you are paying yourself, you are giving yourself a pay stub like we call it T4A. If you are giving yourself T4, you will pay normal tax, normal retirement. What do we call it?
Every normal task like an employed person.
Like employee, you understand? And
yeah.
I'm an employee of my business.
Yeah.
I'm an employee of my business. So that's the way it runs. But now, how do I sustain my business? Is that okay? I have one business, but that my business now, as a matter of fact, I'm thinking of registering like up to 20 trade names under my business because I want to have like so many businesses so that if I make 5,000 here, I want to make 2,000 there. So at least to sustain myself. You understand? That's the way. So that's the sense of registering trade names. The trade names I told you that I registered the other time. It's not free. Now, okay, the cost of me incorporating the business itself federally, I spent about $400 because I did everything myself. I was not giving to any lawyer. Now, when you register federally for every province, no, the thing is this: when you register federally, it already cover Ontario and Quebec. So I don't need to do any extra provincial registration as at the time I did in Quebec and Ontario. But when I come to Alberta, I need to register what we call extra provincial registration. You understand? Because if I use that federal business to do business in Alberta, it's illegal. As a matter of fact, it's a jailable offense.
Okay, so, that means they have some kind of autonomous there.
Yeah. So now registering it in Alberta as extra provincial, you understand? Extra provincial, I spend close to 400 too. So every year when there's a tax return separately from you filing corporate returns to inform the corporate like a equivalent of corporate affairs that okay you are still in business so that they will update their record. Like my business in federal now, if you Google my business anywhere in the world, you will see my name, everything, address where I operate. That's requirement for federal. You cannot hide your identity. You cannot redate it. But if you register in Alberta, they will not reveal your this thing. So if I'm lying to you now today that I have a business, you want to challenge a Canadian, how did you register your business? It depends if it's federally incorporated. Ask for the name of the business. A single Google search will reveal the entire detail of the person. Your name, where you live, the day you incorporated, all the list of the orders. You don't even need to pay anybody a dime. You will see everything there. Unlike Alberta, you need to pay.
It's also like that in here.
So every year.
And another thing I want to add to it.
I have to do corporate returns to the federal. I have to do corporate returns to the state.
What I want to say is because in where I live, for example, or the little knowledge I have about all these things, how they work practically here, is that if you register a limited company, the company have to employ you. That is how it works here. There's no two ways about it because that business is an entity. So, but however, most
no, you can register that business and the business will still not employ you. You can actually give the management to another company to operate, but you are still the director of your company. Yeah. My business now, I can say Midwest. Okay, I can make you a director of my company, and I may decide not to run the business. I will be running the business on my behalf.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. Then you have employed me, isn't it?
Okay.
It's almost the same thing. Someone must be employed to make the business to function. Either you or you transfer a director there. You get what I'm saying now? Because you cannot be working everywhere, and you may be having 4 or 5 businesses. So the whole business cannot operate. That means one will employ you, or may not even employ you, but directors have to be employed. So now, and they will treat it as an entity. The aspect I want to relate with Nigeria's system of business, but what the argument really lies is the way we register business. Because I can stay inside my house I think across Canada, I'm very sure. If you want to, I don't go to any office. I can stay inside my house as far as I'm the system and start registering my business, whether limited company, whether national, whatever I want to do. So we don't go to anybody. I just stay here, log in and start filling forms, and that's all. And describing what I want to do. If I also want to go to where they do it like tax office because everything is put, I can go there while they help me, because if I don't understand society things, it's also allowed. Now, in Nigeria's system context, I always talk about, because one thing for me personally, my own opinion, what is pinning Nigerians down is the way we register business. Because
do you know you can now register business online in Nigeria? Do you know that?
Even when we do it, I don't know. You know, our things, what I'm worried about is they will start something, they will describe it good. Everybody will be thinking maybe they want to advance on it. At the
Maybe we
end,
can ask Polly. I think they can register the company online easily now.
wait
But I
now,
don't
my
know
brother, not like where I'm going. Like in Nigeria,
of course,
look
you
at my
cannot.
context. Look at my context. For example, we have big businesses in Nigeria, all these marketplace, Alaba, Limited, not but you go see different name, limited. Even some of them, their owners have died. They don't fight for anything. They are just there, and the business is bubbling. If you drop from airport to everywhere, you must see one business or the other, even if it is local. It depends on the government who want to improve it to become industrial business. And at the end of it all, it's like the government itself is completely separated from all these business activities. No one report to them. Nobody apart from
They don't report
nobody.
any return. They don't report
Okay, guys,
nothing.
I put a
No.
link there. If you want to register business online in Nigeria, it's available. You understand? You
Eh,
can do business
wait
registration
now.
online.
Look at where I'm going. Our own, if we don't agree that something very fundamental is wrong, I don't think we are going to go anywhere, because what I'm trying to point out is this. In Nigeria context now, let's look at almost 80% of the economic activity of today in that country or tomorrow. They are not known to the government. People don't report. The government don't demand for VAT because they never put a system of ground for them to have that. People cannot go to government and say, give me my VAT. Nothing. It's just like at the end of it, or we don't even know the company that is struggling. We don't know business that are, making huge profit. We don't know those who are in need and those who we're supposed to tax from heavily.
I
So
think if
we need to work on that.
they eventually pass that tax reform bills and everything is now centrally controlled, I think Nigeria will be better off, because now most of the states are controlled by itself, and which is not good. I think if I invented, that is the beauty of that tax reform bills at the end of the day, so that the
Okay, look
FRS
at
will
another.
control
Look
everything.
at where I'm so disappointed in these people. Years back, they said, okay, Nigerians should register if they want to vote. What was the essence of trying to register people before voting? Is to be sure that their vote count, to know exactly people that has voted, the number of people we should be expecting, and all those kind. It make it easy. In case if the number goes up,
The
they can say, look,
problem in that aspect is that even if all of them register to vote, how many people actually come out on the voting day to really vote?
when a situation where people did not come out and the result is somehow getting higher than the numbers of people that register, that is to say something very big
No,
is wrong.
in this last election, the registered voters, the people that really vote on the actual day, the result does not out, it's not more than the people that voted. So you
Yeah,
know why
because
this election, listen, sorry, you know why this election is very difficult for you to prove that you are cheated. It's because there is so many lines of lines that people can refer to. Agents, DSS, police, everybody has a copy